The Sinsa Bunsik restaurant's wall of fame was covered in celebrity signatures, proving this place was no ordinary hotspot. The buffet guests swarmed the hot food counter, vying to order and pay promptly. A male streamer, holding a gimbal, filmed wildly, causing the short-haired girl next to him to cast a highly judgmental glance. A radiant, beautiful face appeared with a request to film a mukbang, making the space light up. Both the guests and the auntie owner froze for 5 seconds, bewildered by the request from this self-proclaimed YouTuber. Lottery Ticket appeared in her plump form, wearing a blue sweatshirt, boldly introducing her channel to everyone present. A rosy mouth parted, signaling an impending culinary commotion. Forbidden from filming at the restaurant, Lottery Ticket decided to buy all the food and live stream from home, showing off a table overflowing with dishes to her fans. She picked up a giant chunk of black bean noodles, yet casually declared to her viewers that she was just trying a small bite for fun. Lottery Ticket opened her mouth and devoured the pile of noodles in one powerful gulp, causing the chat to spam continuously due to her incredible eating prowess. Lottery Ticket closed her eyes, savoring the heavenly taste, her face showing extreme satisfaction after the powerful gulp, making anyone watching crave it. A ting-ting sound announced a donation, and she excitedly thanked the viewer named Ramura, who had just contributed 2001 to her living expenses fund. Her smile vanished as a hurtful message appeared, directly insulting her as a bottom-tier, chubby streamer no one wanted to watch, leaving her stunned. Mentally attacked, Lottery Ticket broke out in a cold sweat, but tried to tank the damage with a forced, hearty laugh to cover her embarrassment. She immediately pulled out a pair of dumbbells, swinging them around, straining to prove she was a healthy pig intensely working out to lose weight. The chat channel fiercely divided into factions. Some advised her to lose weight to transform into a hot girl, while others gleefully mocked her oversized appearance. Lottery Ticket decided to cut off the drama by raising a hot sausage, drawing the crowd's attention back to the tempting feast. Ramura continued to donate, delivering a critical blow, sarcastically remarking that she still shamelessly stuffed food into her mouth after being insulted, leaving her to only force a pained smile. Unable to bear this toxicity any longer, she quickly bid her audience farewell and decisively pressed the end stream button to preserve her sanity. Away from the camera, Lottery Ticket sat dejectedly, clutching her aching stomach, feeling humiliated that despite her sugar-free diet, she was still mercilessly dragged by the public. Kang Eunji leaned close to the screen, indulging in the thought that if one ignored the layer of fat, her facial features were indeed those of a beauty. She pinched her facial skin, pulling it back to simulate a V-line face, secretly wishing she could get rid of all this excess flesh. The 2001 donation, accompanied by a message insulting her appearance and bottom-tier career, felt like a bucket of cold water splashed on her face, making her bitterly wonder if being fat was a crime. Refusing to accept the fate of a failure, she gripped the dumbbell with an iron resolve that this year, she would definitely undergo a successful transformation. Kang Eunji plunged into a hellish training regimen, straining to lift weights repeatedly like a monster, declaring war on her excess fat. The bottom-tier YouTuber panted heavily like an ox, sweating profusely after her physical ordeal, yet her eyes still burned with fire. Looking at her pathetic monthly income of less than 9,001, the harsh reality of making ends meet shattered all her dreams. With an empty wallet, Kang Eunji was forced to humble herself and seek manual labor, as this cold-shouldered streamer profession wasn't enough to support herself. At the CS24 convenience store, she astonished the store staff by single-handedly handling a towering stack of heavy boxes, as if they were feathers. In stark contrast to her overwhelming strength, Ji-won Young, the blonde staff member beside her, was trembling, completely helpless before a heavy pack of bottled water. Kang Eunji effortlessly lifted the heavy stack of water bottles and subtly sent Ji-won Young home to rest and recover. Her gym instincts kicked in, and she immediately used the pack of water as weights to train her back muscles, leaving her colleague speechless and calling her a fitness addict. After safely seeing her colleague off, Kang Eunji officially took charge of the quiet convenience store. Seeing the pile of snacks and sweet notes that customers had specifically given to her colleague, she was stunned by the power of beauty. Ji-won Young shone like an angel, making Kang Eunji nod in agreement that being beautiful was indeed an overwhelming talent. While standing at the counter, a hoodie guy walked in, making her stare intently with unblinking curiosity. Startled by the excessive scrutiny, the male customer quickly turned away, his face filled with confusion and fear, as if he had encountered a pervert. Sensing the tension, Kang Eunji quickly asked if he needed any help, trying to diffuse the awkward atmosphere. He suddenly recognized her and directly asked if she was the YouTuber Lottery Ticket, whose live streams he often watched. Kang Eunji was so moved that she covered her mouth and gasped, thrilled because this was the first time a fan had recognized her in real life. The hoodie guy generously offered a fancy box of pastries from Joseon Deli, smiling brightly and saying it was a small token of appreciation. Kang Eunji was startled to recognize the expensive pastry brand, her hands and feet fumbling, not daring to accept such a generous gift. Like a slap to the face, the young man asked her to pass the box of pastries to the store goddess, leaving Kang Eunji frozen, as if struck by lightning. The ultimate simp happily left after completing his mission, leaving Kang Eunji utterly mortified, only able to stammer a goodbye in profound humiliation. She repeatedly banged her head against the wall in extreme embarrassment, cursing herself for her delusion of grandeur, thinking a fan had given her a gift. The phone on the table vibrated violently with a message notification, interrupting her self-deprecating moment. Kang Eunji startled and turned around, temporarily setting aside her pain to see who was calling at this hour. A colleague messaged, asking her to cover the night shift. Kang Eunji intended to refuse but immediately changed her mind when the other party offered double pay. The Shinla Tower stood majestically under the sunset, exuding the scent of money from the elite and lavish parties. Inside the luxurious buffet restaurant, diners bustled about, choosing dishes, a scene completely opposite to the gloomy convenience store. The buffet guests froze, their eyes wide with disbelief as they witnessed an incredible sight right in the middle of the upscale restaurant. Kang Eunji navigated the entire floor with 2 towering stacks of plates in her hands, loudly calling out for a path like a heavy tank. The buttons on her shirt were screaming in despair, taut as guitar strings about to snap under the immense pressure from her oversized body. She panted heavily like an ox, her face pale because the tight uniform was constricting her body as if trying to cut off all her lifelines. Kang Eunji wiped tables for guests, sweating profusely, moving cautiously, fearing that one wrong move would instantly rip her uniform apart. Her eyes darted around nervously, sweat pouring down as she realized today was the unluckiest day to work a part-time job in this place. A whole army of streamers, laden with cameras and gimbals, was descending upon the restaurant to attend some damned content creation festival. The famous streamers couple chatted and laughed animatedly in front of the camera, making Kang Eunji drool with envy as she thought of their tens of thousands of dollars in income. She stood, rooted, gazing towards the spotlight, wondering if an unknown, insignificant YouTuber like herself would ever get a chance to stand at that peak position. Kang Eunji quickly grabbed a plate to cover her face, utterly panicked at the thought of someone recognizing her true identity in this pathetic state. Kang Eunji laughed foolishly to cover up, trying to deny her identity as a small-time YouTuber in front of everyone. Her smile faded when she heard the frantic shouts from the crowd calling out Joram's name. Joram entered the hall with the domineering aura of a CEO, dressed in a dashing black suit that drew all eyes to him. His flawlessly handsome face made the surrounding crowd gasp in admiration at his perfect combination of good looks. Kang Eunji froze completely, her eyes wide open as she realized her idol Joram was standing right in front of her. She covered her mouth, moved, and silently thanked the heavens for prompting her to take this fateful shift so she could gaze upon a handsome man. Because she was too busy checking out a guy, Kang Eunji lost her balance and bumped into someone, causing the stack of dishes in her hands to start shaking violently. She screamed in despair as she saw the pile of food starting to fly everywhere out of control, signaling a disaster. The overloaded shirt button couldn't withstand the pressure and shot off with the speed of a cannonball. Kang Eunji fell face first onto the cold floor, creating a chaotic battlefield of shattered dishes. Kang Eunji took a painful fall that felt like her ribs would break, while the people around her stared in wide-eyed shock. She froze, stunned, as she saw the disloyal button lying mockingly between her hands. Cold sweat broke out as Kang Eunji realized the fashion disaster had officially struck her. Her jiggly belly was exposed to everyone after the row of buttons decided to go on strike. She frantically clutched the lapel of her uniform vest to cover herself in extreme panic. Kang Eunji knelt, enduring the hurtful whispers and gossip about the embarrassing button-popping incident. Her face changed color as she heard the murmurs of the crowd beginning to recognize her familiar face. She blushed furiously, wanting to disappear immediately as people exposed her identity as a YouTuber. A black vest was suddenly thrown to her at lightning speed, rescuing her from the humiliating situation. The vest covered Kang Eunji's head, cutting off all prying eyes, leaving her bewildered and unable to process the situation. Kang Eunji looked up blankly from the darkness of the vest that had just covered her head, still unable to fully process the reality. A strange guy stood tall, asking about the situation, while the surrounding crowd began to whisper about the recent rescue. Bang Seojun's handsome face was revealed, causing a stir among the people. It turned out the savior was a genuine hot boy. Bang Seojun sat casually with his arms crossed, taking credit, asserting that if he hadn't intervened, Kang Eunji would have logged out of the Earth server due to shame. Kang Eunji flexed her bulging biceps, making the branded shirt stretch tightly. She complained that the shirt size was too useless compared to her muscles. Instead of being moved to tears, she scoffed and declared she would reluctantly wear this pathetic, small shirt for now. Bang Seo-joon froze completely, his soul flying away, upon hearing that his precious limited edition shirt was being considered rags and stretched mercilessly. Kang Eun-ji turned and walked away, leaving her benefactor stunned with regret. But immediately, two female fans caught a whiff of their idol. The two girls, their eyes shining like car headlights, clasped their hands and pressed him, asking if his voice belonged to the famous YouTuber Jun Rating. Bang Seo-joon was drenched in sweat, his face pale, as he frantically denied his true identity in a fit of panic. Bang Seo-joon was drenched in sweat, knowing his identity was about to be exposed, while Kang Eun-ji stood behind, glancing at him with a judgmental look about this troublesome fame. A female fan roughly pushed Kang Eun-ji aside like an unwanted object, confidently asserting that she had followed him since his humble beginnings and couldn't mistake his voice. Bang Seo-joon cowered in his seat, vehemently denying his true identity, but the female fans relentlessly attacked him with praise for his fat-destroying cooking skills. Ignoring the crowd clamoring to see the hot boy's face, Kang Eun-ji turned on her heel and walked away, not wanting to get further entangled in this noisy mess. The female fans treated Bang Seo-joon like a rare creature, rushing to take photos and check in despite his protests, while Kang Eun-ji quietly retreated to the back with the branded shirt stretched tightly. The sign for the women's changing room appeared before her eyes like a peaceful sanctuary for Kang Eun-ji to escape the chaos and prying eyes outside. Kang Eun-ji placed her hand on the doorknob, still puzzled as to why people were so captivated by a YouTuber with such an eccentric personality, like Bang Seo-joon. Her hand froze in midair as her ears inadvertently caught malicious whispers from the crowd outside about the recent button-popping incident. Kang Eun-ji's face darkened as the body-shaming words, sharp as knives, cut into her mind, mocking her for not being ashamed of her oversized body and refusing to lose weight. She stood frozen in the dark doorway, silently enduring the harsh ridicule about her laziness and sluggishness. The bustling street lit up brightly with Jodas and barista signs. A stream of people flowed by, none caring about the rock-bottom mood of another. Kang Eun-ji's heavy, dragging footsteps echoed on the sidewalk. Each movement exuded extreme fatigue and weariness. Kang Eun-ji trudged through the indifferent crowd, tormenting herself with the question of whether she truly looked as lazy and sluggish as people rumored. The past rushed back like a fast-forwarded film, proving that her love for eating had been ingrained in her blood since she was a tiny child riding a tricycle until she became a gluttonous teenager. Whenever she saw food, Kang Eun-ji's eyes would light up like car headlights. She excitedly shouted thanks to heaven and earth for the delicious meal before her. Before her joy could last, she was caught red-handed by her family. Their judgmental gaze made the piece of chicken in her hand feel as heavy as lead. The body-shaming words transformed into dark shadows that enveloped her mind, mocking everything from her full moon-round face to her calves as thick as pillars. Kang Eun-ji's face turned pale, and she was drenched in sweat as she endured advice disguised as kindness, but which was actually pressuring her to lose weight immediately, lamenting her beautiful face. She had also tried dragging herself to the gym to change her fate, but the result was only a sky-shattering scream as the gym trainer forced her to lift weights beyond her endurance. Finally, she found solace by gluing her eyes to the screen, watching a male streamer's pizza mukbang video, where eating was celebrated instead of scorned. Kang Eun-ji gulped, completely shocked by the destructive pizza recipe, a mix of everything from mayonnaise to super rich spicy chicken noodles. Switching to try-hard mode, she furiously pedaled on the exercise bike, but her stamina was depleted, and sweat poured like a river, making her heavy body feel like it was about to shut down. Her face was bright red, her mouth agape, gasping for every breath, feeling as if her lungs were about to explode from the excessive intensity of the workout. The shock of reality hit her hard when the digital scale displayed 102.3 kilograms, bitterly informing her that she had gained 4 kilograms instead of losing any. In the dark room, Kang Eun-ji sat silently before her computer screen, beginning to search for a shortcut to salvage this miserable situation. She bit her nails in panic, her eyes wide with confusion, wondering why all her efforts had backfired so miserably. Her fingers typed frantically like spamming skills, entering a desperate plea for ways to lose weight quickly and get rid of the excess fat immediately. Reflected in Kang Eun-ji's glasses were numerous tempting weight loss pill advertisements promising rapid appearance buffs. The screen was flooded with clickbait videos about miracle drugs and lazy weight loss methods. She didn't hesitate to click on an attractive title. Finally, Kang Eun-ji decided to take a risk as her hands began to unwrap numerous weight loss pills. Accepting to trade her health for a beautiful figure, Kang Eun-ji ran desperately on the treadmill, her her breath ragged as if tearing at her chest from exhaustion. Her vision swayed violently before her heavy body collapsed onto the floor with a resounding thud. The consequence of taking such a risk was that she lay flattened on a cold hospital bed with an IV drip in her arm. She lay listlessly, questioning herself, not knowing who she was slaving away for when all joy had completely evaporated. Memories of happy, mouth-watering meals resurfaced mockingly, reminding her of her carefree days. Tears of humiliation silently rolled down her cheeks as she realized the exorbitant price of her foolish impatience. Kang Eunji burst into sobs, crying out in pain because she, too, only wanted to be thin like everyone else. Leaving the hospital, she walked down the street with a new mindset, vowing never again to destroy her HP bar with cheap methods. Her gaze sharpened, solidifying her resolve to diligently work out and lose weight through genuine effort and proper exercises. Just as her spirits were soaring, Kang Eunji suddenly froze, turning her head in bewilderment as she discovered an unexpected variable. Kang Eunji stood before the glowing ATM booth in the middle of the night, suddenly remembering the important task of depositing money to pay her landlord. She pushed the door open and stepped inside, rummaging through her belongings to find the bank card that was playing hide-and-seek somewhere. As soon as she held the bear-shaped card, she froze, seeing the screen display Lottery Prize Redemption Station instead of the familiar banking interface. Kang Eunji stared blankly at the unfamiliar screen, wondering what the hell was happening before her eyes. A system interface suddenly appeared, scanning directly at her face, requesting a barcode scan to check lottery information, leaving her utterly bewildered. She was utterly confused, muttering in wonder why this ATM for withdrawing money had turned into a lottery machine. A bright red ticket was unexpectedly dispensed from the machine slot, leaving Kang Eunji to only stare down blankly. She took the strange object in her hand, her eyes wide open, trying to analyze what item she had just looted. What caught her eye was the huge first prize text on the S lottery ticket, along with a series of attractive prize symbols. Kang Eunji held the winning ticket, her face blank, suspecting some absent-minded youth had forgotten their good fortune here. Kang Eunji stood frozen in the dark machine booth, clutching the bright red ticket that had just fallen from the money-dispensing slot, like a fated item. The lights in the ATM booth suddenly went out, startling her, and she flailed her limbs frantically like a trapped chicken in the cramped space. Cold sweat drenched her face. She panted and wondered why the power system had shut down at this damn sensitive moment. She glanced at the pedestrians outside, then at the ticket in her hand, suddenly realizing she was holding something that didn't belong to her and needed to get rid of it immediately. Kang Eunji hurriedly reached for the doorknob, intending to return the ticket to its original place to avoid trouble with the system. The door was locked tight, making her pound on the glass, yelling in fury, thinking she was trapped like a joke in this glass cage. The scene shifted to her apartment complex, showing she had escaped the strange ATM booth and brought the item back to her safe base. She stared at the first prize ticket in her hand with a resigned expression, admitting that she had inadvertently looted it home. Her face changed color, and beads of sweat broke out again when she flipped the ticket to check the back and remembered its expiration date was today. The harsh truth dealt a fatal blow when the priceless ticket now revealed itself as a pile of worthless scrap paper with a huge epic fail text. A pile of scratched-up lottery tickets lay scattered, and what caught her eye was the huge fail text, as if mocking the player. Kang Eunji bitterly looked at the harsh result, muttering curses for having picked another worthless dud. She sat down on the floor, scratching frantically in vain, sighing in exasperation because this pile of trash brought nothing but wasted effort. The continuous scratching sound echoed, and her finger suddenly stopped as the silver coating revealed a promising number 5. Kang Eunji's drowsy eyes suddenly opened wide. Her face went blank, unable to believe what she had just seen. The ticket revealed itself as a 5th prize, but came with a strange, blurry D4 code instead of actual cash. She searched for that damn code online, but only got a string of junk results advertising ridiculous weight loss programs. Kang Eunji gave a bitter, faint smile, veins popping on her forehead, realizing she had just been painfully tricked by a disguised advertisement. Dejectedly, she flopped onto the sofa, pressing the TV remote, accepting her penniless fate and considering today utterly unlucky. While Kang Eunji had fallen into a deep sleep, the ticket lying discarded on the table suddenly glowed golden, signaling that a hidden event had officially been activated. The lottery ticket, which seemed like trash, unexpectedly emitted a dazzling aura, revealing itself as an overpowered S-rank item named First Prize that very night. The morning sun shone into the messy room, signaling the start of a new day after the mysterious event of last night. Kang Eunji picked up her phone, her hand trembling as she saw the clock showed almost 1 p.m., along with a series of missed calls from Bang Sojun. She hurriedly dumped the pile of fried chicken into a paper box, preparing her equipment for an emergency mukbang session at lightning speed. The unscratched lottery ticket channel officially went live with its familiar cartoon avatar, ready for a chaotic livestream. The empty frame made the chat channel buzz, with viewers greeting in confusion, but seeing no sign of the channel owner. A viewer donated 2001, asking who she was, making Kang Eunji, who was carrying the chicken box, respond in confusion that she was indeed the channel owner. The entire chat channel went silent when Kang Eunji appeared with the appearance of a long-haired beauty, with such a slender figure that her loungewear became baggy. She stared blankly into the camera, beads of sweat streaming down her face, not understanding why everyone's reaction was so strange. Too shocked by the unfamiliar reflection on the screen, Kang Eunji dropped the chicken box to the ground, her face as pale as if she had seen a ghost. Kang Eunji's face drained of all color, her hands trembling as she frantically clicked the mouse on the computer screen to deal with the incident. She decisively pressed the end livestream button immediately, to escape the cruel reality unfolding before her eyes. Kang Eunji collapsed onto the floor, panting as if she had just run a marathon amidst the scattered fried chicken, due to extreme shock. She stared wide-eyed at the unfamiliar reflection on the glass door, muttering, wondering who the beautiful person in the mirror was. Her finger quickly scrolled on her phone, typing keywords to search for sudden weight loss phenomena, hoping to find a reasonable explanation. Kang Eunji frowned skeptically when she saw the results were all ridiculous fictional webtoons instead of medical knowledge. The screen displayed a medical warning about rapid weight loss, making her scream in her head that such absurd things only happen in comics. Dark lines of text warning about serious health issues hit her eyes directly, leaving her mind in turmoil. Standing before the full-length mirror, Kang Eunji still couldn't believe her eyes, seeing her body shrink illogically overnight. The phone slipped from her hand as she imagined the worst-case scenario, that she was suffering from a terminal illness and about to die. Jun Rating reappeared on livestream with his bizarre, bright yellow mask and the cat in his arms, greeting the familiar crowd of viewers. He rolled up his sleeves and boldly declared that today he would create a cake that was both beautiful and delicious, witnessed by 18,000 viewers. He decisively threw a pre-baked sponge cake base into a plastic tray, as if assembling gun parts. Jun Rating repeatedly punched the cake tray, mercilessly crushing everything, reasoning that its shape would be destroyed anyway. The blender roared, crushing the pile of black and white cookies into large crumbs, preparing for the next camouflage step. His black-gloved hands skillfully and forcefully kneaded the pile of crumbs, as if mixing concrete. He meticulously molded the chocolate caramel mixture into long, slender lumps, whose shape immediately looked wrong and extremely suspicious. A proud "ta-da!" echoed, signaling that the overpowered cooking masterpiece was complete. The finished cake revealed itself as a cat litter tray with incredibly realistic fake feces, making the chat channel want to vomit from disgust. Jun Rating waved goodbye, ending the show after casually collecting a 100,000 won donation, thanks to his supreme talent for trolling viewers. He decisively moved the mouse and clicked the end livestream button right after the horrific cooking performance to get out of character. Bang Sojun hurriedly ripped off the stuffy balaclava mask, groaning because sweat poured down like a shower, making his face itch uncomfortably. He ran his hand through his sweat-drenched hair, revealing his bright, handsome face, and wondered if he should switch to a thinner mask to be less uncomfortable. This guy gleefully took out his phone to photograph the reeking cat litter cake tray, his mind already calculating who the unfortunate victim to taste it would be. He grinned mischievously and immediately concluded that only Kang Eunji deserved this horrific privilege. The outgoing call connected, and Bang Sojun's name appeared, signaling that trouble was coming. Kang Eunji, in her new form, beads of sweat on her face, looked at her phone, utterly bewildered why this guy was calling right when she was in such a panic. Bang Sojun excitedly boasted about his million-view cake masterpiece and enticed her to taste it, while pressing her about her whereabouts. She huddled in a corner of the crowded hospital waiting room, weakly admitting that she had to see a doctor. Bang Sojun's expression changed instantly, his cheerful face turning to extreme worry upon hearing that she was having health problems. The nurse called Kang Eunji's name into the examination room, startling her, and she quickly responded with extreme tension. Bang Sojun told her to hang up and go in for her examination, but immediately pressed her about what illness she had, his face filled with anxiety. He frantically screamed about a terminal illness, while Fartboom behind him began to look for a place to relieve itself. He stared at his phone, sweating profusely, as he recalled that she had been as healthy as an ox just yesterday. He suspected she was lying to brush him off, completely oblivious to Fartboom diligently digging right behind him. His face darkened as he realized Kang Eunji was the stubborn type, never going to the hospital just for a common cold. Bang Sojun clapped his hands, coming up with the bold idea of bringing that bizarre cake directly to the hospital for a visit. Fartboom strained with all his might to drop a heavy landmine into the litter box. He clutched his head, screaming miserably as Fartboom kicked both sand and bombs flying everywhere. Bang! Sojun cried out in despair as the pungent stench filled the air, making it impossible to distinguish between the cat poop cake and the real thing. Bang Sojun grabbed the dirty Fartboom by the scruff of his neck, his face contorted as he realized the only clean ingredient left was a pile of bland, sliced bread. He shouted the philosophy of the strong, that a master never blames his tools, his hands whisking eggs furiously at a speed that created after-images. In the blink of an eye, a square cherry cream cake appeared with a dazzling presentation, looking quite like a branded item. Bang Sojun rubbed his chin, examining the finished product, his eyes revealing a thoughtful dissatisfaction with its somewhat modest size. In his mind, an image of Kang Eunji with a bottomless stomach appeared, challenging him to bring a larger, bottle-shaped cake to truly impress her. He broke out in a cold sweat as he looked at the tiny cake in his hand, fully aware that this was only enough for her to pick her teeth, let alone fill her stomach. The streamer frantically rummaged through the lower kitchen cabinets, determined to find a terrifyingly larger container to salvage the situation. His eyes lit up as if he had struck gold when he remembered he had custom-ordered a uniquely bizarre item for his next video. Bang Sojun flung open the secret cabinet high above, willing to sacrifice an unreleased filming prop for the grand cause of visiting the sick. Before him were rows of bizarre, human head-shaped glass jars stacked on top of each other, the only things large enough to hold a dessert portion for a gluttonous entity. Bang Sojun carefully piped pink cream onto the cake, muttering a prayer that his amateur skills wouldn't turn the finished product into a disaster. The scene shifted to the hospital, where a piercing scream echoed from examination room number 4, signaling an intense verbal battle underway. Kang Eunji, tears streaming down her face, pounded her chest and cried out, asserting that she used to be a 96 kilograms heavy-duty tanker, not her current slender self. The doctor looked at her as if she were an alien, summarizing the absurd story of losing half her weight in one sleep, while Eunji frantically begged for tests. The nurse and doctor exchanged worried glances, tacitly confirming to each other that this patient's brain server was definitely experiencing a severe error. The doctor typed away with a helpless expression, bluntly declaring that this hospital was at its wit's end, and decided to pass the buck to a higher-level facility. The transfer referral appeared with a critical diagnosis: suspected severe paranoia and hallucinations due to extreme obsession with weight loss. Kang Eunji sat blankly in the waiting chair, holding the results, blood rushing to her head, emitting a dark aura of murderous intent, furious at being labeled mentally ill by the medical system. Suddenly, a naughty kid from behind raised his phone to secretly photograph the back of her neck, startling Eunji, who turned around with a bewildered expression. The kid mom quickly apologized for her son, but the naughty kid innocently wondered if he could scan the barcode on the back of her neck, leaving Eunji stunned, as she had no such tattoo. The naughty kid screamed, demanding to scan the barcode, leaving Kang Eunji completely frozen, unable to comprehend what was happening. She raised a hand to touch the back of her neck with a dazed expression, wondering what barcode that naughty kid was talking about. As soon as she arrived back at her apartment complex, Kang Eunji let out a piercing scream that shook the entire building due to a shocking discovery. Looking in the mirror, she broke out in a cold sweat as she saw a genuine, real-deal barcode clearly printed on the back of her neck. Kang Eunji frantically rubbed her neck with a towel as if trying to peel off her skin, continuously cursing in extreme panic. Even after scrubbing until her neck skin was red, that monstrous tattoo remained stubbornly there, clinging to her like a leech. She slumped onto the toilet lid, clutching her head in despair over her mutated body, when the phone on the stone counter began to vibrate intensely. The screen displayed the caller ID as convenience store owner, a harsh dose of reality reminding her of her part-time job to earn a living. As soon as she answered, Kang Eunji was startled when the owner yelled at her relentlessly for daring to take an unexpected day off. She huddled in the bathroom, trying to weakly mumble her illness as an excuse, but the owner still screamed, forcing her to drag herself to work because there was no one to cover her shift. Kang Eunji sat in the bathroom in a pathetic state, desperately trying to fabricate an excuse about a friend covering her shift to skip work, but it was utterly hopeless. 2 male customers walked past the convenience store, chattering away, criticizing the current shift worker and mockingly comparing them to the morning shift. Just as they were about to pay, both male customers suddenly froze, their eyes darting around like roasted peanuts, secretly glancing at the cashier with suspicion. Kang Eunji appeared with the dazzling aura of a goddess, holding the scanner and asking customers if they needed a bag, her beauty inflicting maximum damage. The 2 male customers gaped, their faces flushed red like ripe gack fruit, completely shocked by the female staff member's sudden, surreal beauty. A beep sounded as Kang Eunji scanned the barcode of a strawberry milk carton, but her mind drifted to the bizarre tattoo on the back of her neck. She suddenly paused mid-action, a crazy glint of suspicion flashing in her eyes as she stared at the scanner in her hand. Kang Eunji raised a hand to touch the back of her neck, where the 0 to 4 barcode resided, her mind racing, wondering if this price scanner could read information from her own body. She acted as if lagging, bringing the scanner directly to the back of her neck to self-check, leaving the male customer wearing a bucket hat completely frozen in confusion. Startled by the customer's sharp call, Kang Eunji shrieked to cover her embarrassment, then frantically asked if the customer wanted to pay for the item in his hand. In a state of panic, the male customer in the blue jacket held out a box of pastries, his face flushed, as solemnly as if offering a quest item to an NPC. Kang Eunji was bewildered, unable to process the information, seeing the customer suddenly act strangely right at the checkout counter. He opened his mouth to ask her to pass a gift to the morning shift worker, striking Eunji like a bolt of lightning. Her soul scattered as she thought she was being ignored. She forced a smile and accepted, but the male customer frantically waved his hands, sweating profusely, and quickly stammered to correct his mistaken words. Gathering all his courage, he squeezed his eyes shut and shouted his confession that he had fallen in love with her at first sight. Kang Eunji stood rooted to the spot, watching the other person internally tormenting himself over his habit of speaking incoherently when nervous, ruining his entire plan to flirt. The male customer continued his relentless assault by shouting and pleading with her to accept this small gift as a token of his sincerity. He added a final remark that this was his first time doing something like this, making Eunji jump, her eyes wide and mouth agape in utter surprise. She tucked her hair back in embarrassment, blushing shyly as she admitted it was also her first time receiving a gift from a customer, inadvertently activating her ultimate charm skill. The critical, armor-piercing blow caused all three male customers to clutch their chests and collapse on the spot, their health bars dropping to 0 from the goddess's excessive cuteness. The three male customers vied to offer snacks and drinks to the goddess, like a devout sacrificial ritual. Kang Eunji was bewildered, her brain not yet processing, when the male customers nodded frantically like chickens pecking grain, begging her to accept the gifts. She unleashed her ultimate radiant smile, buffing their hearts directly, making the young men ecstatic, their souls scattered on the spot. The camera shifted to a towering apartment complex, standing majestically in the night, a place harboring unsolved mysteries. Kang Eunji had changed into comfortable casual clothes, happily thinking about her dinner menu, with a cheerful mood as she rode the elevator. As she skipped back to her room with her shopping bag, she accidentally bumped into a man dressed in all black, exuding a sinister aura, walking in the opposite direction. Their heavy footsteps brushed past each other. The suspicious neighbor carried 2 large, extremely suspicious-looking glass jars. Kang Eunji curiously turned back to look at the strange man's retreating figure as he silently entered apartment 1303. In the gloomy darkness, the neighbor revealed himself with 2 glass jars in his hands, containing what looked exactly like 2 human heads. A close-up of the horrifying jar showed a human head with closed eyes, submerged in a crimson liquid, sending chills down the viewer's spine. Kang Eunji's face went ashen, and sweat poured off her as her brain struggled to process the horrific image that had just assaulted her eyes. She covered her mouth, trembling and in extreme panic, realizing she had just seen something identical to a human head and was certain her life was about to end. Her fingers frantically pressed the door lock keypad. Kang Eunji just wanted to burrow into her safe haven immediately before it was too late. Before she could escape, a cold hand grabbed her shoulder from behind, accompanied by an abrupt call that made her heart leap out of her chest. Kang Eunji froze completely, cold sweat trickling down her back as she felt a chilling, murderous aura right behind her neck. The suspicious neighbor, with sharp eyes beneath his mask, pressed her for the identity of the person who dared to spy on his actions. Overwhelmed by fear, Kang Eunji let out a piercing scream and instinctively threw a full-force uppercut, driven by a powerful survival instinct. Her punch, carrying a hidden strength, sent the man flying straight into the door, and the jar with the head also scattered in a beautiful parabolic arc. Kang Eunji panted, looking at the neighbor who was now unconscious on the floor, wondering if she had dealt with the threat. Before she could fully recover, she stared blankly at her sleeve, which was covered in the sticky, crimson liquid that had splattered from the shattered jar. The glass jar hit the ground and shattered, the crimson liquid splashing everywhere, revealing its contents, which looked like a horrific crime scene. Kang Eunji activated her survival instinct, screaming loudly as she kicked the strange object away to maintain a safe distance. She flailed her arms wildly, screaming in despair, thinking she had just been splattered with fragments of a victim's internal organs. In the midst of her panic, Her keen sense of smell kicked in. Kang Eunji sniffed her sleeve and discovered the fragrant scent of raspberry cake, not the metallic smell of blood. The massive deception was exposed. The head was actually just a 2D paper cutout of a human face soaked in a pile of red syrup. Seeing this bizarre and unique cake decoration style, Kang Eunji immediately figured out the identity of the only person who would dare to pull such a stunt. Her jaw dropped, and beads of sweat poured down her face as she realized she had just accidentally given a severe beating to someone she knew. The unfortunate victim, lying motionless with a bloody nose, was none other than Bang So-jun, the youth idol and mysterious neighbor. After the disastrous mistaken combat, Bang So-jun was carried to bed to recover, lying still under a warm, bear-patterned blanket. The streamer groggily opened his eyes after his forced sleep, still dazed and unable to process why he was lying there. Bang So-jun slowly woke up after the devastating knockout, while the culprit, Kang Eunji, sat calmly eating cake right beside the bed as if nothing had happened. Hearing a sound from behind, she spun around, a spoon still dangling in her hand, her face radiating innocent charm. Kang Eunji flashed a dazzling, high-damage smile, spoon in hand, inviting him to eat and praising the cake's deliciousness to deflect from her previous violent actions. What met Bang So-jun's eyes was not a murderer, but a goddess of supreme beauty, leaving him frozen for 5 seconds in utter shock. The young man sprang up to the end of the bed like a startled leech, shouting to ask where he was and where Kang Eunji was, completely ignoring the beautiful girl in front of him. She pointed to her face, gave a wry smile, and confessed her true identity. "Don't be shocked, it's Eunji," to calm the panicking debtor. Bang So-jun vehemently retorted, spewing a string of comparisons between her old appearance and Ma Dong-suk and a giant radish, making the listener's blood pressure rise. Hearing her crush describe her as a bodybuilder monster, Kang Eunji's veins popped on her forehead, and her hand clenched a lock of hair, ready to explode in rage. To prove her authenticity, she gathered her long hair, recreated her old look, and growled, asking if he recognized her now. Seeing the familiar gesture, Bang So-jun's jaw dropped, his eyes wide open as his brain finally processed this horrifying data. Kang Eunji performed her legendary pose, covering her chubby cheeks, to trigger the memory of the young man opposite her. Bang So-jun froze completely, as he saw the image of his old, indebted auntie perfectly superimposed over the current goddess-like appearance. She continuously spammed confidential information about her YouTuber profession and her cat, Fartboom, to prove her identity. Not stopping there, Kang Eunji even showed off her abnormally long finger-like toes, leaving her opponent speechless. The fatal blow was delivered when she dug up Bang So-jun's humiliating past of ripped pants from his school days, making him turn pale. Unable to endure the mental damage, Bang So-jun lunged forward, grabbing her by the neck, and covering her mouth to silence his close friend immediately. He bit his hand in panic, wildly speculating that she had a terminal illness and was dying, which was why she had suddenly lost so much weight. Kang Eunji innocently concluded that it must be the result of all her crazy gym efforts finally paying off at once. To settle the matter, she casually pulled down her shirt collar, intending to show off more solid evidence on her body. Bang So-jun screamed, his face flushed crimson as he was unexpectedly assaulted by the blindingly bright white skin. Bang So-jun was in extreme panic, hastily grabbing a blanket and throwing it over his friend, then yelling that there were bugs to cover up his actions. He spun around, his face beet red, stammering out a story about catching bugs on her shoulder to hide his embarrassment from the unexpected display. Kang Eunji innocently exposed her fair shoulder, complaining about her clothes being too loose after her rapid weight loss, unaware of her opponent's distress. The critical damage from her exquisite beauty at close range made Bang So-jun freeze, his face flushed red as if about to explode from overheating. He sprang up like a coiled spring, pointing and shouting loudly, forbidding her from doing such provocative things, while Kang Eunji was completely bewildered, not understanding what she had done wrong. To protect his fragile heart, Bang So-jun unceremoniously pushed Kang Eunji down, rolling her across the floor like a giant kimbap. He hastily put on his shoes, intending to flee the scene immediately, muttering about returning to the hospital because he couldn't handle this bizarre situation. Kang Eunji lay sprawled in her blanket cocoon, her face blank and bewildered, unable to understand why her best friend had suddenly gone crazy. Her eyes caught sight of Bang So-jun's familiar sneakers still prominently sitting by the entrance, proving he hadn't taken his own shoes. It turned out that in his extreme panic, Bang So-jun had mistakenly put on a pair of super girly pink slippers with a big bow and walked out confidently, completely unaware. Bang So-jun strode boldly down the street in his bright pink, big-bowed slippers, making passersby stare at him as if he were an alien creature. Kang Eunji returned to her familiar computer desk, sitting in her gaming chair to check her channel's status after the incident. Her slender fingers glided over the mouse, the dry clicking sound echoing in the empty room. She stared blankly at the screen, remembering that this was usually the time she would go live to earn views and make a living. Looking at the beautiful, unfamiliar face reflected in the mirror, Kang Eunji knew perfectly well that if she turned on her camera now, no one would believe she was the chubby pig from before. Still, she couldn't just cancel without a reason, so she decided to type a notice announcing a break from streaming to reassure her few fans. Her hand, moving the mouse, suddenly paused mid-scroll as she went down to the comment section beneath her old video. The toxic netizens began to tear her apart. Some mocked her for giving up, while others were only interested in asking for information about the beautiful girl who appeared at the end of yesterday's live stream. Kang Eunji's eyes widened in shock, realizing the cruelty of the virtual world, where people only cared about new beauty and ruthlessly discarded old efforts. Looking back at her list of mukbang videos filled with her old chubby images, she bitterly realized that a year's worth of hard work had gone completely to waste. Kang Eunji stood blankly, hugging her food box, hair disheveled, realizing the crowd outside was only interested in her fleeting 3-second beauty, not her content. She ran her hands through her hair in frustration, feeling helpless. The bitter feeling from this harsh reality was more profound than any physical attack. A sharp notification sound from the YouTube app rang out. The screen lit up, interrupting her negative thoughts. Kang Eunji picked up her phone, her eyes wide with surprise as she saw the notification content that had just appeared. Joram's money-reeking stream title about his lobster and king crab flex hit her eyes, making her involuntarily utter his name in astonishment. Joram appeared dashing in a Balenciaga brand shirt, smiling brightly, inviting viewers to taste the luxurious seafood broth that had just been recooked. He gently scooped the exquisite essence from the hot pot overflowing with delicacies into a small bowl to assess its quality. The streamer slurped it all down, his face relaxing in pleasure, and lavishly praised the broth's supreme flavor. Joram boldly declared that now was the time for the official mukbang to begin, causing the chat to become utterly confused about his intentions. A truly shocking move as Joram unceremoniously dumped all the lobsters and king crabs into the trash, considering them mere dregs for making broth, leaving viewers stunned. Joram skillfully cut a piece of cheap fish cake with a knife and fork as if he were handling gold-leafed Wagyu beef. He flashed his signature industry smile, then brought the bite to his mouth in front of the livestream camera to tease the audience. Kang Eunji clutched her stomach, laughing uncontrollably, witnessing her colleague's deeply entertaining and money-reeking performance. Joram wiped his mouth with a branded handkerchief, closed his eyes in enjoyment, and uttered his familiar slogan, affirming the supreme flavor. He abruptly ended the livestream after raking in 300,000 won in donations, ignoring the netizens who were screaming in regret over the leftover food. The livestream screen went black. The word offline appeared starkly, severing all connection with the curious crowd. Kang Eunji's empty stomach began to protest, rumbling painfully, demanding to be refueled. She quickly made a decision, her eyes shining brightly, that her lunch menu today had to be the divine fish cake. At a street food stall, Tatang appeared with a gimbal in hand, full of vigor like a green whirlwind. Tatang yelled at the auntie owner that he had starved all day just to come here and help her clear out her stock early. The auntie owner threw a bucket of cold water on Tatang's face, announcing that a VIP customer had just completely wiped out her entire food supply, leaving him utterly frozen. Following the auntie owner's pointing finger, Tatang spun around and came face to face with the final boss, sitting conspicuously in a corner with an imposing silhouette. The scene of the crime was towering stacks of empty plates, and the skewer pot completely annihilated, not a single one left. Kang Eunji was savoring her victory with a puffed-up mouth, making Tatang break out in a cold sweat, realizing she had soloed all that food without any help. Tatang gnawed on a fish cake skewer, wide-eyed, watching Kang Eunji display her supreme noodle-slurping skills, while the chat exploded with question marks. She activated vacuum cleaner mode, sending all the noodles into her stomach at lightning speed, accompanied by powerful slurping sounds that made viewers shiver. Her HP bar fully restored, Kang Eunji swallowed with satisfaction, confident that her body was still functioning perfectly after that monstrous refueling session. Tatang signaled for absolute silence to secretly film the eating monster, while netizens continuously donated and likened her mouth to a high-powered vacuum cleaner. Tatang politely bowed in apology for live streaming, leaving Kang Eunji bewildered, while the chat went wild, calling her the Pelican Boss and demanding an immediate collaboration. Kang Eunji sprang up, demanding to pay and retreat, but Tatang frantically yelled to stop her, not wanting to lose this rare, hard-to-find million-view content. Tatang frantically waved his hands and feet, afraid of losing his gold mine, so he quickly apologized and asked to retreat so she could eat comfortably. Kang Eunji innocently pulled out money to pay, boldly declaring that she would change maps to a fried chicken stall, leaving Ta-ing frozen and the chat roaring with laughter. The phone screen displayed a million-view video with a sensational title about the food truck rampage, proving her fame was skyrocketing exponentially. Two schoolboys glued their eyes to the screen, laughing delightedly upon discovering the nickname Pelican Guy was going viral across social media. Kang Eunji was leisurely enjoying two spicy rice cake skewers when a kid's radar locked onto her, his eyes fixed on the target. The kid compared the image on his phone with the real person, realizing a 100% match between the mukbang goddess and the older girl standing in front of him, munching on food. The kid shrieked, confirming the Pelican Guy's identity, making Kang Eunji jump, nearly choking on the rice cakes in her throat. The kids clamored around their newfound idol, their eyes shining brightly as if they had caught a legendary Pokemon because she had just appeared on Tatang's broadcast. Kang Eunji stood bewildered, like a cow wearing a hat, surrounded by rabid fans, while the children incessantly demanded to film TikToks and take check-in photos with the internet sensation. Ironclad proof of her destructive eating power was displayed on the screen with 1.6 million views, accompanied by a rhetorical question full of bewilderment about the insanity of this bottomless stomach. Kang Eunji lay sprawled on the sofa in her dark room, bitterly screaming because the video had been publicly uploaded without bothering to blur the main character's face. She hastily typed a message demanding the video be taken down in a firm tone, but inwardly flinched when she saw the channel's massive subscriber count. The mukbang goddess began to deeply regret her disastrous freeloading meal, and tossed and turned, fearing her true identity would be exposed. Kang Eunji reassured herself with a weak threat in her thoughts that she wouldn't let this matter rest if the video was still up by tomorrow morning. The next morning, the peaceful apartment building was stirred by a barrage of phone notifications like machine gun fire. Kang Eunji was enjoying a good lie-in when her ears were tortured by her phone, vibrating wildly and screaming incessantly on the floor. She sprang up like a coiled spring, irritably rubbing her eyes to check what the hell was happening so early in the morning. Hundreds of comments flooded her, completely shocking Kang Eunji as online detectives had started to uncover clues and call out the Pelican Guy. Unable to sit idly by and wait for disaster, she immediately typed keywords to search for Ta-Eng's livestream channel to see how tense the situation had become. On the live broadcast, Ta-Eng broke out in a cold sweat as viewers presented evidence comparing faces and voices, firmly asserting that the two versions of Eunji were the same person. Kang Eunji broke out in a cold sweat, her face drained of color, realizing her true identity had been exposed by the online detectives. She was horrified to see her face prominently displayed on Instagram with a sensational headline comparing her duck-to-swan transformation to a real-life webtoon. Kang Eunji sat dumbfounded on the sofa, utterly helpless and speechless against the terrifying destructive power of public opinion. She collapsed onto the sofa, flailing, trying to deceive herself that people would just see this as some cheap weight loss advertisement stunt. She intended to close her eyes and ignore it, but her treacherous phone began to vibrate repeatedly, signaling an approaching storm. The notifications exploded like firecrackers, making Kang Eunji flush crimson, forced to utter a desperate curse at the ironic situation. Unable to hide forever, she clicked on the top trending video to see what on earth people were gossiping about her. Kang Eunji glued her eyes to the screen, witnessing a fierce war of words between the otaku faction and the sisters hunting for plastic surgery clinic addresses. Realizing that passively enduring it was not the way, she decisively peeled off a yellow sticky note with a serious expression. Kang Eunji unhesitatingly stuck the paper over the camera lens, officially cutting off the visual connection to prepare for a bold move. The livestream screen went dark as a desolate future, causing the chat to go wild. Not understanding why the streamer was playing hide-and-seek, Kang Eunji sat with her back turned, her voice stiff as she announced she would temporarily pause her stream for personal reasons, sounding like a canned excuse to avoid the storm. She added a few fake coughs to legitimize the yellow sticky note covering the camera lens. Eunji continued to bluster about a strange illness requiring long-term treatment to cover up the recent scandal. While deeply acting out a scene of headache and dizziness, a 200,000 won donation flew straight into her face, leaving her utterly frozen. Kang Eunji was dumbfounded, her eyes wide open, because she never expected someone to throw money at her at such a critical moment. Her joy was short-lived. She broke out in a cold sweat upon reading a message directly asking if she was the Pelican Youth. Realizing the situation was out of control, Eunji's hand shot towards the mouse like an arrow to immediately turn off the disastrous livestream. In her panic, she slammed her hand down on the table with a mighty blow, sending the poor mouse flying far away, accompanied by a piercing scream. Kang Eunji knelt on the floor, clutching her hand and screaming in despair, while the mouse lay abandoned in a corner, signaling game over. A notification of a 500k1 donation from Idol, Joram hit her square in the face, making Kang Eunji break out in a cold sweat, unable to believe her own luck. She gasped, her face drained of all color, as she realized the legendary name that had just visited her trashy chat channel. Before the bewildered host could recover, Joram continued to throw money around, accompanied by a friendly greeting, as if he were a long-time loyal fan. A huge collaboration invitation message appeared on the screen like a blockbuster bomb, completely erasing all previous fake illness drama. Kang Eunji tremblingly answered the phone, stammering out thanks profusely like a student called to the board in front of their idol. On the other end, Joram, wearing a fake Gucci brand shirt, finalized their meeting for 7 p.m. tomorrow evening with the demeanor of a friendly CEO. The female streamer nodded frantically like a pecking chicken, asserting that she was an omnivore, ready for any genre, so as not to miss this once-in-a-millennium opportunity. The call ended, leaving Kang Eunji sitting dazed in the dark, her mind reeling, unable to process the surreal events that had just unfolded. With tears welling up from emotion, she still couldn't believe she was about to share a table with a mukbang mogul. Overwhelmed with emotion, Kang Eunji slammed the table and screamed wildly, not knowing how to handle this huge opportunity in a cool way. Kang Eunji rummaged through her wardrobe, holding her familiar tracksuit but shaking her head vigorously, realizing she couldn't dress casually for such an important meeting. She tried on a baggy gray hoodie, standing dumbfounded in front of the mirror, realizing her meager wardrobe had nothing suitable to wear to meet a tycoon. Kang Eunji's eyes fell upon a pile of trash lying haphazardly on the floor, while her hands still hesitated, unsure how to deal with the stack of old, worn-out clothes. It was a trash bag, filled with mountains of discarded scratch-off lottery tickets, remnants of her days creating low-tier content, which she hadn't yet managed to get rid of. The phone suddenly rang, making Kang Eunji jump, nearly dropping her heart out of her chest, thinking some major trouble was coming. She snatched the phone, her eyes shining like car headlights, her mouth chattering with questions, convinced it was the god of wealth Joram calling back with more instructions. Her beautiful dream shattered when Bang Seo-jun's grumbling voice rang out. He frowned in annoyance at being mistaken for that flashy streamer. Bang Seo-jun yelled into the phone, scolding her fiercely for rushing headlong into danger, worried that public opinion would stone her to the point where she couldn't recover. Kang Eunji chuckled, as if she had never known fear, declaring that she had grown thick-skinned to public criticism, then quickly tried to defuse the situation when she saw her companion seemed overly stressed. Concluding that fortune favors the bold, she quickly slipped on her loafers and rushed out the door, determined to seize this life-changing opportunity despite all the risks ahead. Bang Seo-jun broke out in a cold sweat as he called to finalize the meeting location at Yeongtong Station Exit 1 at 7 p.m., ignoring his cat Fartboom sleeping upside down behind him. Kang Eunji rushed out of the house like a whirlwind, carrying bags of trash and cheering excitedly, as if she were about to raid a shopping mall. She unceremoniously dumped 2 huge trash bags at the collection point, decisively getting rid of the remnants of her dark days. Ignoring the pile of scratch-off lottery tickets all bearing better luck next time lying scattered on the ground, Eunji skipped away, her spirits soaring. Her figure gradually disappeared, leaving behind a mountain of trash, evidence of her past miserable failures and poverty. While prancing along, Kang Eunji suddenly stopped, her eyes glued to the display window of a roadside fashion store, as if hypnotized. Her eyes were vacant, reflecting the images of stylish outfits on the mannequins that she wouldn't have dared to touch even in her dreams before. Kang Eunji's face lit up, and she blushed with emotion as she realized she was now worthy enough to wear the clothes she had only ever dared to watch others wear. Bang Seo-jun, in a brand new outfit, suddenly appeared beside her, teasing her and making her jump, nearly dropping her heart out of her chest. Caught red-handed, Kang Eunji's face turned beet red as she hastily denied, claiming she was just killing time, while her partner smirked meaningfully. Kang Eunji, blushing furiously, dragged the god Bang Seo-jun into the shop, determined to hunt down the best outfit for tomorrow's livestream. She confidently showed off her personality with a disastrous fashion combo of a cactus shirt and pink polka dot pants, loudly proclaiming it to be the latest youth trend. Bang Seo-jun's face darkened as he looked at his partner's visually offensive attire, while Kang Eunji innocently wondered why she was being discriminated against. The young man shook his head vigorously, refusing to comprehend her atrocious fashion sense, and gestured for her to put that outfit away immediately. Seeing Kang Eunji's face fall like a steamed bun, Bang Seo-jun had no choice but to intervene, picking out an avocado green shirt. Modestly claiming he only knew how to dress according to body type, he decisively shoved the item into her hands, ordering her to change immediately to save both their eyes. Kang Eunji emerged with a completely new look. The green shirt accentuated her fair skin, elevating her aura to that of a descending goddess. She let out a delighted moan, utterly pleased, while Bang Sojun froze for a few seconds, watching the ugly duckling transform into a swan right before his eyes. He blushed furiously, stammering explanations about some tropical pearl color theory, which Kang Eunji had to correct to warm spring tones to get it right. Her fighting spirit ignited. Kang Eunji declared she would spend all her savings to buy every color of that shirt, leaving Bang Sojun standing in complete shock behind her, laden with bags. The store staff had barely announced a 20% discount when Kang Eunji immediately finalized her order, leaving Bang Sojun standing dumbfounded, laden with bags, watching her spend money like water. Bang Seojun slumped down amidst the colorful spoils, his mind reeling as he begged his partner for mercy, just to go home and rest immediately. His eyes narrowed suspiciously, his brain starting to reprocess the illogical events unfolding before him regarding his companion's transformation. Watching Kang Eunji try on a white shirt, he couldn't fathom how a person could undergo such a complete physical transformation in just a single day. Kang Eunji generously declared she would treat him to dinner, while Bang Sojun nodded frantically, saying he'd eat anything as long as they escaped this shopping hell. As night fell, the bustling street lit up brilliantly, welcoming two rumbling stomachs after an overly active afternoon. As they walked, Kang Eunji rattled off a long menu list, from fried chicken to pizza, concluding with spicy stir-fried chicken, which made him dizzy just listening. Not stopping there, the cosmic black hole in her stomach continued to demand cheese balls, takoyaki, and even destruction-level spicy noodles. She smiled with sparkling eyes, thinking of candied hawthorn for dessert. That radiant smile suddenly perfectly overlaid the image of her past chubby self in his eyes. That moment made Bang Sojun freeze. His eyes flickered intensely as he recognized the undeniable familiarity hidden beneath the goddess-like appearance. Bang Sojun smirked slightly, realizing that no matter how her appearance changed, Kang Eunji's quirky nature remained exactly the same. Kang Eunji pranced ahead, carrying her spoils, humming a cheerful tune, oblivious to the young man behind her watching with utter exasperation. Her optimistic singing echoed throughout the apartment complex, signaling a long, sleepless night due to overwhelming excitement. Standing in front of the mirror trying on clothes, she couldn't hide her extreme excitement at the thought of the life-changing collaboration with Joram tomorrow. Kang Eunji smiled with sparkling eyes, admiring herself in the mirror, marveling at fate's miraculous turn, transforming her from an ugly duckling into a swan overnight. Her excitement made her toss and turn on the bed like an inchworm, screaming with joy, unable to fall asleep before this life-changing opportunity. Finally, sleep overcame her hyperactivity, and she drifted into a beautiful dream, determined to shine brightly in tomorrow's collaboration. The next morning, the sky was pitch black with a raging thunderstorm, thunder booming and rain pouring down relentlessly, signaling an ominous omen. Kang Eunji groggily woke up and looked out the window, her eyes bewildered as she saw her reflection blurry and distorted in the rain. Her worst nightmare had come true as she looked down and froze, seeing her familiar, bulging belly from before had returned. Kang Eunji was in extreme panic, sweat pouring down as she clung to the wall, realizing her body had inexplicably swelled up again. She squeezed her wobbly belly fat hard, trying to deceive herself that this was merely the consequence of consuming too many calories last night. Kang Eunji turned to check her appearance in the mirror, unable to believe that this heavy, bulky body had returned to haunt her right before the critical moment. Suddenly remembering the crux of the problem, she quickly pulled her hair up to check the mysterious barcode on the back of her neck. The number on the barcode had reset to 0, signaling that all her incredible stats and previous hard work had completely vanished. The sudden ring of her phone's notification startled Kang Eunji, her heart almost leaping out of her chest in fear. A message from Joram appeared on the screen with a cheerful tone about a pile of sweets and a collaboration deal, inadvertently pushing her into a corner. Looking at her sweaty, chubby face reflected on her phone screen, Kang Eunji knew she was in deep trouble because she couldn't possibly meet her partner with this appearance. She clutched her head, trying to calm down, rummaging through past data about when she started losing weight after that cursed barcode appeared 4 days ago. Dark memories flooded back to that fateful day when she was still a part-time worker, humiliated and looked down upon by others. The image of handsome Joram flashed in her mind like a slap, reminding Kang Eunji of the life-changing opportunity that was slipping away. Her memory rewound to the fateful moment when her hand scratched that strange lottery ticket, seeking her fortune. The fifth prize, accompanied by the words D4, was the 4-day expiration period for the perfect body she had just enjoyed. Thanks to that ticket, she had transformed from an ugly duckling into a swan, losing weight miraculously fast in an instant. The 0 to 4 barcode on the back of her neck was the countdown for those short, glorious days. All the incredible powers and aura she once possessed originated from this damned lottery ticket. Kang Eunji clutched her head, calculating, if she won the prize again, the collaboration deal with Joram would be saved immediately. While full of enthusiasm, her face went pale as she realized a horrifying truth. In her victory high yesterday, she had mercilessly thrown the lottery ticket straight into the trash bag with her own hands. And the sanitation workers had cleared away that pile of trash during the rainy, windy night, officially putting an end to her hopes. Kang Eunji rushed out to block the garbage truck despite the rain and wind, desperately screaming and demanding the driver stop immediately. Ignoring the advice of the sanitation workers, she plunged into rummaging through the filthy garbage with the crazed eyes of someone who had lost everything. A heavy thud echoed as she discovered a potential target mixed in with the wet waste. Kang Eunji mustered all her strength, lifting the trash bag high like a championship trophy, convinced she had found salvation. After dragging her spoils home, she frantically scratched the pile of lottery tickets she had just found, her face drenched in sweat. A huge fail hit her eyes, signaling that her luck had officially hit rock bottom. The mental shock made her feel as if the space around her was cracking open with each desperate scratch. She couldn't keep her composure and let out bitter curses as the system kept returning garbage results. Amidst the piled-up worthless lottery tickets, her hand trembled as she picked up the last remaining S lottery ticket. Kang Eunji carefully scratched bit by bit, desperately pleading to experience that incredible feeling even just one last time. Kang Eunji froze completely, her eyes wide open as she realized the fateful coin had just betrayed her with a painful blow. A huge fail appeared like a direct slap to the face, signaling that her dream of changing her life had officially crashed and burned. In the luxurious studio, Joram started to get annoyed, resting his chin in thought because his partner had bailed on the deal without explanation. He spammed messages until his phone was hot, asking all sorts of questions but only receiving terrifying silence from the girl's side. Joram turned to complain to the studio staff, bitterly deciding to post a cancellation notice, thinking he had been stood up. Suddenly, the door burst open with a bang, accompanied by a sky-shattering apology scream that startled everyone in the room. Joram, stunned, dropped his phone, his eyes wide and mouth agape as he saw the real person appear at the very last minute. She quickly explained she had overslept to cover up her clumsy handling and recent transformation. The studio staff stood frozen, their faces blank, sweat pouring down as they couldn't keep up with this sudden turn of events. Kang Eunji, in her beautiful form, forced a smile, concluding by urging everyone to go live immediately. The crowd of streamers began to whisper and discuss the secret to Kang Eunji's miraculous body transformation, suspecting she had used forbidden weight loss items or plastic surgery, as it couldn't be natural. Her current beauty had reached the level of a weapon of mass destruction, making everyone who looked at her green with envy and admit she had hit the jackpot in the gamble of appearance. While Kang Eunji sat panting on the sofa, the famous streamers intended to rush in and ask for her secret but then hesitated, deciding to wait and see what content she would release on the live stream. She clutched her chest, calming herself, sweat pouring down like rain as she remembered her darkest moment, when she thought she was game over due to bad luck, if not for that person's help. Memories resurfaced of the fateful scratch ticket, the only item that brought a faint glimmer of hope to her dead-end life at that time. Desperate tears had once fallen, blurring the words on the ticket, marking the first opportunity fate had thrown to the young girl. Kang Eunji, in her old, oversized form, sat sobbing, feeling utterly useless, as if no matter how hard she tried to grind, she would always return to the starting line. Her eyes were lifeless as she recalled the gossip, the profound shame that made her want to disappear into the ground when everyone scrutinized her oversized appearance. The netizens constantly spammed toxic comments, some sarcastic, others pitying her appearance that didn't fit beauty standards. The peak was when she was live streaming, eating. Someone who donated a small amount of money directly insulted her, criticizing her chubby body as trash and not good enough to be a streamer. Kang Eunji stared at the crumpled candy wrapper in her hand, laughing at herself because her life was as useless as this losing lottery ticket, and she didn't know what to do next. Memories led her back to the fateful ATM booth, glowing eerily in the dark night, where she believed the life-changing ticket was still waiting for its owner to pick it up. Tying her shoelaces tightly with trembling but determined hands, she told herself it wasn't game over yet, and it was too early to raise the white flag. Kang Eunji kicked the door open and rushed out with a storm of fierce determination, declaring loudly that from now on, she would only walk the path of a winner. The city scene appeared gray and cold under the gloomy sky, signaling a not-so-smooth treasure hunt for the streamer girl. 2 sanitation workers were diligently sweeping fallen leaves on the sidewalk, completely unaware of the storm of flesh about to sweep past them. Kang Eunji sped past like a runaway tank, her incredible speed almost making the 2 sweepers fly away with the dry leaves due to the whirlwind. She braked abruptly at the exact spot in her memory, looking around frantically for the sacred ATM booth but only seeing an unusually empty space. Her whole body froze on the desolate sidewalk. The huge ATM booth from before had now vanished without a trace, as if it had never existed. In extreme panic, she grabbed two sanitation workers to demand an explanation, but only received bewildered headshakes, confirming there had never been an ATM there. Kang Eunji collapsed completely onto the sidewalk, startling the two sanitation workers, who quickly asked if she was okay. She bowed her head in despair, bitterly admitting that she had completely lost her chance, let alone winning. A strange girl wearing stylish sportswear suddenly appeared, carrying a branded bag but muttering curses because the map had tricked her. A dazzling aura emanated from the newcomer, as if a movie star was stepping onto a stage amidst the gloomy streets. The girl in white grimaced and adjusted her mask, complaining harshly about the terrible update service despite the exorbitant monthly fees. While that girl looked around confusedly for directions, Kang Eunji remained seated on the ground, looking up with suspicion. The strange girl mistakenly thought and turned to ask Kang Eunji if she was the one who bought the handbag from the second-hand market, making her dumbfounded and deny it. Realizing her mistake, the girl quickly apologized, then awkwardly tied her hair up because her body suddenly felt hot like a furnace. The white hoodie girl complained that her body suddenly felt as heavy as lead, making it difficult to walk, while Kang Eunji sprang up like a spring, having noticed something unusual. Kang Eunji froze when she saw the barcode tattoo 0 to 3 clearly visible on the back of the white hoodie girl's neck, a sign of a fellow companion in the same predicament. Kang Eunji probed about the name S Lottery, causing the white hoodie girl to freeze as if a shocking secret had just been exposed. The white hoodie girl spun around with highly vigilant eyes, cold sweat beginning to pour down, fearing her identity would be revealed. Kang Eunji reached out with an earnest expression, trying to confirm if the other person was an ally in this bizarre game. Memories of online warnings flooded back, reminding the white hoodie girl that there were crazed individuals ready to hunt down players and forcibly steal their lottery tickets. Just as Kang Eunji was about to approach and ask, the white hoodie girl recoiled in panic, seeing her as a boss-level monster about to pounce. The branded bag dropped with a thud as the white hoodie girl decided to activate her abandon everything and run mode to save her life. The white hoodie girl turned and ran for her life, while Kang Eunji shouted after her, her face filled with bewilderment and helplessness. The white hoodie girl ran headlong like an athlete, leaving everything behind to escape the person she believed to be a lottery ticket hunter. As she ran, she gritted her teeth and swore she would never let the precious S lottery ticket fall into someone else's hands, even if it meant risking her life. Kang Eunji chased closely, only wanting to return the bag. But this overly enthusiastic action terrified the white hoodie girl, who thought she was being hunted. She hadn't run far when her disobedient feet tripped over a large rock, causing the white hoodie girl to lose her balance and lunge forward. The painful faceplant immediately sent the white hoodie girl sprawling to the ground with a resounding thud, while Kang Eunji rushed over in a panic from behind. As soon as she saw Kang Eunji, the white hoodie girl knelt down, raising both hands in surrender, babbling profusely that she was dirt poor and telling Kang Eunji to just take the branded bag. With tears and snot streaming down her face, the white hoodie girl clasped her hands and pleaded desperately, accidentally revealing that she held an S lottery ticket as important as her life, fearing it would be stolen. Kang Eunji, bewildered, handed back the paper and explained she only wanted directions to an ATM, causing the white hoodie girl to freeze as she realized Kang Eunji was completely clueless about the game rules or membership fees. Realizing that Kang Eunji was indeed a complete novice, not a bounty hunter, the white hoodie girl's fearful eyes began to shift to calculation. A sinister grin stretched from ear to ear appeared on her acne-covered face as she hatched a plan to fleece and trap this easy prey. The phone's ringtone from inside the paper bag interrupted her dark thoughts, reminding her that her phone was still in there. The white hoodie girl answered the phone with an utterly fake voice, deliberately shouting an exorbitant price to assert the lottery ticket's value before the other party hung up abruptly. With a friendly but gunpowder-scented smile, she turned to Kang Eunji and enthusiastically offered to lead the way to the ATM, beginning her psychological manipulation plan. Kang Eunji's eyes lit up, thinking she had met a living saint who would save her life. But to her surprise, the white hoodie girl changed her tune faster than flipping a rice paper, immediately demanding 1 million won in cash just for directions. Hearing the exorbitant price, Kang Eunji was utterly shocked and shouted in protest, but the scammer coldly concluded that without money, she shouldn't even dream of the S lottery ticket. Kang Eunji's face puffed up like a steamed bun, swallowing her anger as she was forced into a corner, unable to argue against the logic of the one in control. Left with no choice, the two dragged themselves to the front of HB Wishbank to check the prey's wallet and see if there was anything to gain. A dry announcement echoed, and the ATM screen displayed a meager 680,000 won, causing the atmosphere to drop a note. Kang Eunji scratched her head, making excuses that her salary hadn't arrived, and shamefully admitted she was broke, causing the white hoodie girl to look at her with extreme contempt. The chubby girl clasped her hands, begging for the price to be reduced to 400,000, but the old fox sneered, asserting that selling the branded bag in her hand would earn more money than giving charity to the poor. To prove the item's popularity, the white hoodie girl held out her phone, showing off a flurry of purchase inquiries constantly popping up on the used goods app like fresh shrimp. However, life wasn't a dream. The messages were all from shrewd people asking for freebies, offering gift cards, or wanting to rent the bag, causing its actual value to plummet uncontrollably. After reading the pile of trash messages from the online community, the scammer froze completely, her eyes lifeless as she lost all faith in humanity at that moment. The white hoodie girl stared at the bag in her hand with regretful eyes, as if she was about to sell off her entire fortune to cover her debts. The pristine white branded bag exuded an aura of luxury, making its owner's heart ache, as if her guts were being torn out at the thought of letting it go. Wiping away her crocodile tears, the white hoodie girl changed her tune, settled on a price of 500,000 won, then pulled out her phone to find a withdrawal location, leaving Kang Eunji to just watch. A cool map interface appeared, with a radar scanning for the SATM station, prominently located right in the center of the area, surrounded by restaurants. In front of the two was an automatic withdrawal station with gleaming glass doors and a provocative soju advertisement sign standing, inviting customers. The ATM screen requested a barcode scan, and the camera focused directly on the 0 to 3 sequence on the back of the white hoodie girl's neck to professionally verify the lottery information. The verification process was completed in a flash. Kang Eunji stood beside her, wide-eyed, watching the professional's actions and finally understanding the system's operation. Holding the stack of 500,000 won in her hand, the white hoodie girl still complained about being poor, as it wasn't enough to buy a few tickets, making Kang Eunji curiously poke her head out to ask the real value of one play. Hearing the price of 40,000 won for one ticket, Kang Eunji's face changed color as if struck by lightning, realizing the horrifying blood-sucking nature of this game compared to her meager food budget. Seeing the white hoodie girl about to quickly abscond with the money, Kang Eunji desperately reached out to hold her back, begging for information about that miraculous map application. The white hoodie girl spun around with sharp, cold eyes, directly asking how much Kang Eunji was willing to pay for this valuable information. Overwhelmed by the professional's aura, Kang Eunji cowered and profusely apologized like a novice who had accidentally offended a master, intending to retreat. Holding the fake branded bag in her hand, the white hoodie girl glanced back with hesitation, then decided to bestow a final bit of kindness upon the amateur. She revealed an underground online cafe for lottery players, where only those who entered the correct first 5 digits of the serial code could gain entry. Declaring their debt of gratitude regarding the handbag settled, the white hoodie girl coldly turned her back and walked away, considering her obligations to Kang Eunji paid in full. Kang Eunji stood in the glass booth, waving goodbye with gratitude, while the white hoodie girl walked out with the cold demeanor of a stranger. Left alone, Kang Eunji clutched the stack of money in her hand, her face tense as she prayed in all directions for luck in this gacha roll of fate. Deluding herself with the same old mantra for the nth time, Kang Eunji tremblingly inserted a 50,000 won bill into the money slot, hoping to buy a chance to change her life. The machine began to operate with a low hum, the screen displaying processing ticket, causing the gambler's heart to pound. A stimulating rustle sounded, and the gaudy first prize lottery ticket dropped into the tray, officially kicking off the money-burning game. Kang Eunji, in her chubby form, clasped her hands, praying to the gods with an extremely tense expression, hoping for a miracle from the lottery ticket in her hand. She was dumbfounded upon receiving the notification that she had indeed won a prize, even if it was only 4th place out of the 2 tickets she had just bought. The barcode 0 to 10 on the back of her neck was revealed beneath her brown hair, confirming the 4th place prize she had just won in this bizarre lottery system. The studio staff walked in, calling for Gail Gonbok to prepare to go live, causing Kang Eunji to startle and turn around, answering obediently. In his private room, Joram sat amidst mountains of branded Chanel and Prada boxes, carefully holding a handbag, preparing for the broadcast. He squinted, scrutinizing the bag in his hand. A brand connoisseur's intuition told him something was off with this item. The studio staff urged him to start, but Joram intended to stall, claiming not enough viewers had joined yet to buy a little more time. The staff member broke out in a cold sweat, pointing at the pile of goods and insisting they had to go live on time, leaving Joram bewildered, not understanding the urgency. Joram picked up his phone to check and flinched, his eyes wide as he discovered an unexpected variable unfolding on his channel. The chat channel exploded with over 42,000 live viewers, people frantically asking for Jelganbok's identity and speculating about a shocking collaboration, leaving Joram completely stunned. Kang Eunji froze completely before the dazzling studio lights, her mouth stammering, unable to utter a word, having never seen such a magnificent sight. She broke out in a cold sweat, seeing a forest of people pointing cameras at her, wondering how her past days of free streaming at the bottom of society differed so vastly from the present. Joram watched Kang Eunji awkwardly try on the apron and silently assessed her, immediately realizing she wasn't just a pretty face but a genuine golden goose. He flashed the calculating smile of a predator, determined to tie this hot commodity tightly to his side to optimize profits. Joram casually announced that the queue had reached 40,000 people, shocking Kang Eunji, who thought she misheard the number as a mere 44. He actively raised his hand for a high five to ignite their fighting spirit, while Kang Eunji was still bewildered, unable to process the situation. The loud high five echoed, marking their collaboration, and Kang Eunji squeezed her eyes shut, resignedly going along with her cunning colleague's excessive enthusiasm. Joram switched to his charming persona to greet the audience, immediately introducing the guest, Unscratched Lottery Ticket, who was bowing shyly to the camera. The chat channel immediately exploded with tons of prying questions about her appearance and suspicions of her selling weight loss drugs to trick people, making Kang Eunji panic and break out in a cold sweat. Joram quickly deployed his save-the-stream tactic, using his signature smile to steer public opinion towards cooking and extinguish the netizens' toxic curiosity. Joram suggested they take turns cooking, but Kang Eunji scratched her head awkwardly, embarrassed that her bottomless stomach was completely different from his cat-like appetite. He unveiled a premium ingredient, first-grade Jeju black pork, so expensive it made everyone's mouths water. Kang Eunji's eyes lit up like car headlights, covering her mouth in delight at the pile of meat, while Joram put on black gloves and got to work with a fake professional demeanor. The streamer meticulously wielded his knife, separating the excess fat, completely ignoring the appetizing lean red meat. He threw all the rendered fat into a hot pan to extract the lard, the sizzling sound strangely satisfying to hear. Joram continued to dump an entire basket of potatoes into the pan, deep frying them in the freshly rendered lard, oblivious to the world around him. Kang Eunji froze for 5 seconds, stammering questions about the fate of the abandoned lean meat in extreme bewilderment. The dandy streamer smiled and casually tossed the pile of premium meat directly into the trash can as if it were worthless garbage. Kang Eunji shrieked, lunging to catch the precious meat right at the trash can's opening with the divine reflexes of a protein addict. She clutched the leftover meat, begging to be allowed to eat it, causing the chat channel to erupt in laughter at the eating master's plight. Kang Eunji, full of vigor, declared she would prepare a dish of smiley-face potatoes with meat, making Joram only able to break out in a cold sweat and nod in agreement. She began to wield the pan as if performing a martial arts technique, the clanging sounds echoing loudly, showcasing her kitchen-destroying prowess. Kang Eunji stuck out her tongue in intense concentration, using her bare hands to mold and shape smiley faces for her passionate dish with an extremely serious expression. A fierce flame erupted from the oil pan with a loud, sizzling sound, startling both of them, their faces drained of color, fearing the house would catch fire. Joram used tweezers to meticulously place each decorative vegetable sprig onto the plate with the precision and care of a plastic surgeon. He confidently showed off the tiny, elaborately decorated dish, but the chat channel immediately roasted him mercilessly for the portion size, which looked fit for a cat. Kang Eunji pulled out her ultimate weapon, a huge bottle of ketchup, excitedly announcing she was about to complete her life's masterpiece. She squeezed the bottle with all her might, and the bright red sauce shot out uncontrollably, creating a chaotic scene. The resulting masterpiece was a bloody smile made of ketchup, surrounded by the meat, making netizens gasp in horror, thinking the dish came from hell. Joram tremblingly carried the monstrously huge dish with an expression of extreme bewilderment, while Kang Eunji innocently asked who would be the brave warrior to conquer it. Joram held his knife and fork, preparing to tackle the bizarre dish, calling Kang Eunji by her nickname, Unscratched Lottery Ticket, and bracing himself for battle. Before he could blink, Kang Eunji had already cleaned the plate spotless, causing the chat channel to explode over her divine eating speedrun. The livestream rankings exploded as Joram's channel hit a record high of over 370,000 concurrent viewers, an insane number. Both of them froze completely, eyes wide and mouths agape at the terrifying viewer count that had suddenly surged like a storm. Joram broke out in a cold sweat, bitterly recalling the period when his channel stagnated, and never expected such a breakthrough to come so easily, thanks to this eccentric girl. He stared intently at Kang Eunji, his mind rapidly calculating how to cling to this living content goldmine to rack up views. After the live stream, Joram whispered, inviting Kang Eunji to have some instant noodles to cleanse their palates and soothe their protesting stomachs. At the mention of food, Kang Eunji gulped, her eyes lighting up like car headlights, forgetting everything else. She sat huddled and trembling amidst expensive brand-name boxes, holding a cup of noodles as if clutching a ticking time bomb in a minefield, afraid of dirtying the rich man's belongings. Joram casually ate his noodles amidst his fortune, generously telling Kang Eunji to relax and not worry about spilling broth, while she remained utterly terrified. Joram began to flirt with an enigmatic question about curiosity, while Kang Eunji still held her spicy cup noodles, looking bewildered. He asserted that the more her secret was kept, the more it would stimulate curiosity, making Kang Eunji gape, unable to understand what this guy was plotting. Joram prattled on about how a YouTuber losing weight miraculously overnight was a powerful dopamine stimulant for the drama-hungry crowd. He confidently gestured with his chopsticks, asserting that piggybacking on this joint livestream would make people flock to her channel to pry like a bunch of vultures. Kang Eunji listened thoughtfully as Joram lectured that the weight loss method was less important than knowing how to keep her name trending. Sitting amidst the pile of luxury goods, Joram delivered his final blow, proposing a long-term partnership to combine his experience with her appeal to milk money from the public. Kang Eunji broke out in a cold sweat, panicking intensely at the thought of a disastrous scenario if she continued to delve into this dangerous game without knowing how to retreat. Seeing his prey hesitate, Joram immediately took one step back to take 2 steps forward, offering a fake smile and telling her to take her time to think and reply later. The silent night enveloped the apartment complex, where Kang Eunji was beginning her search for her own answers. She was disappointed when searching for lottery-related keywords yielded no results, but immediately found a clue from a private group dedicated to weight loss and transformation. Kang Eunji surfed the web in vain as the keywords only led to irrelevant junk car sales websites. She slumped her face onto the table in helplessness, tearing at her hair, not knowing what strange keyword to type to find a clue. Suddenly, Kang Eunji sprang up like a spring, her eyes shining brightly as her brain just came up with a bold hypothesis. The screen displayed exactly the SATM cave, a forum dedicated to weight loss, making her extremely excited, as if she had struck gold. Kang Eunji pulled out the lottery ticket to check the serial code to solve the introductory puzzle, quickly passing the first layer of security smoothly. She bewilderedly read the bizarre beginner's guide that required her to volunteer to be promoted to an official member. Without much thought, Kang Eunji immediately picked up the phone and called a rehabilitation center to ask for a volunteer slot. The other end of the line flatly refused and hung up abruptly, leaving her completely frozen in embarrassment. She suddenly remembered the glaring red text in the guide, realizing she had forgotten to read the most important incantation to pass through. Kang Eunji hurriedly called back to correct her mistake, loudly shouting the password for promotion and announcing her ID, Mayok Pamin, to salvage the situation. As soon as the call ended, a message notification sounded, confirming that Kang Eunji's volunteer application had been approved by the system. The message clearly displayed the name Mayok Pamin, along with a summons to the Pig Rehabilitation Center to work as a janitor and serve food, requesting comfortable clothing for odd jobs. Kang Eunji started to feel a chill down her spine when she Googled the center and found no information about it, its credibility almost zero. Her imagination ran wild to a vision of a desolate, ruined neighborhood. She tried to reassure herself, but her face was pale with fear of walking into a den of thieves. The bus trudged on through the pouring rain, the gloomy surroundings signaling a journey with more peril than promise. Sitting on the bus in a red hoodie, Kang Eunji complained about the weather and muttered that this rainy scenario reeked of a death flag in a horror movie. Lost in thought while looking out the window, she was startled to see Yori trudging silently through the torrential rain. Yori had a gaunt face and dark circles under her eyes like a zombie, walking aimlessly, making Kang Eunji stare wide-eyed. The bus sped past, leaving Yori's lonely figure behind, making Kang Eunji shiver with worry about her unstable condition. The bus driver's call pulled her back to reality. Kang Eunji jumped, then quickly thanked him to get off at the stop, officially stepping into dangerous territory. The blue bus braked suddenly, screeching to a halt amidst the pouring white rain. Kang Eunji stepped off at the deserted stop, her face bewildered, not understanding where this god-forsaken place was. Looking at the gloomy, tightly fenced establishment ahead, she began to question if any rehabilitation center would be located in such a remote area. Ignoring the stormy weather, Kang Eunji trudged along, her eyes glued to her phone, searching for directions in vain. Standing at a crossroads with several unhelpful signs, she frowned, trying to pinpoint where she had drifted off to. The map on her phone showed her location right in front of her, but looking around, she saw nothing. This user-deceiving technology was making her furious. While muttering curses under her breath, Kang Eunji paused when she spotted a girl in a black raincoat huddled under a dilapidated awning, sheltering from the rain. The girl in the black raincoat shivered uncontrollably from the cold, her hands clutching her thin, soaked body, her face pale and looking utterly miserable. Without hesitation, Kang Eunji extended her umbrella to shield the stranger, her decisive action startling the other person, who looked up warily. With a radiant, friendly pageant queen smile, Kang Eunji suggested they share the umbrella to avoid getting sick, her reliable, team-carrying demeanor shining through. The girl in the black raincoat mumbled a refusal of the kindness, admitting she was already soaked to the bone and didn't even know if she should drag herself home. Fear enveloped the girl as she bit her fingernails, trembling at the thought of everyone's bitter disappointment if she returned in such a pathetic state. Without a word, Kang Eunji went all out, stripping off her hoodie right in the pouring rain, leaving the other person wide-eyed and shocked. She draped the oversized maroon hoodie over the stranger, confidently asserting that, while it might be a bit big, it was warm enough to salvage the situation. Ignoring the bone-chilling cold in just her thin t-shirt, Kang Eunji resolutely declared she would escort the beauty all the way home, as this area was too dark and dangerous. The two walked briskly in the rain. Kang Eunji accurately guessed that the girl had to walk because she was broke, and the other person confessed to having blown all her money on something expensive. Noticing the atmosphere dampen, Kang Eunji quickly changed tack, no longer prying, but instead self-deprecatingly revealed she once blew all her money on food to comfort the other person. Her mouth got her into trouble. As soon as rain was mentioned, Kang Eunji's foodie soul surged with an intense craving for sizzling grilled pork belly. The girl in the black raincoat froze completely, her eyes wide with astonishment, as if she had just seen the strangest and kindest creature on the planet standing before her. Even as Kang Eunji enthusiastically raved about the exquisite chive pork belly in Sadang, the stranger's eyes welled up with tears, moved by this innocent enthusiasm. The girl pointed towards their destination and thanked her profusely, while Kang Eunji was dumbfounded that the journey ended sooner than expected. Kang Eunji's face changed color, her eyes and mouth wide open, as she realized the place before them exuded an unusual aura. Under the torrential rain, the old sign revealed the words "Rehabilitation Center," accompanied by a chilling creaking sound. The scene was straight out of a horror movie, with a cracked statue and a black crow perched ominously, signaling bad luck. A bolt of lightning across the sky illuminated the words "Hyo-mang Rehabilitation Center," transforming the place into a haunted castle amidst the storm. Kang Eunji frantically asked again to confirm, but the girl merely lowered her head, admitting this was her temporary abode, and intended to slip in alone. A male staff member holding an umbrella suddenly appeared, blocking their path, and called the girl by name, Yori, with a serious expression. The male staff rushed over, scolding Yori for wandering off and tormenting herself, while she could only mumble apologies for not being able to control herself. Yori explained that Kang Eunji had helped her, causing the male staff to quickly offer polite thanks, then subtly try to send the benefactor away to handle things himself. Unwilling to give up halfway, Kang Eunji quickly fabricated a story about coming as a volunteer, stunning the male staff, who then had to ask Yori to hold the umbrella while he strategized. The male staff unexpectedly hit a nerve, asking if she was Myeokpaman, causing Kang Eunji to jump in fright, thinking she had been exposed. It turned out that Myeokpaman was the name of the only volunteer registered today. Kang Eunji gave a wry smile, realizing this uncanny coincidence. The torrential rain poured down on the rehabilitation building, looming amidst the gloomy night, creating a chilling and eerie atmosphere. The male staff shielded Yori with the umbrella while asking about her eating, while Kang Eunji walked behind, observing her surroundings with a wary, scrutinizing gaze. From an upstairs window, a mysterious arm appeared, silently observing the group's every move through the rain-soaked glass. The stalker was revealed to be a window watcher, standing ominously in the shadows, fixing a dangerous gaze on the new arrival. Her sixth sense told her something was amiss. Kang Eunji snapped her head up, looking towards where she felt a murderous intent directed at her. She shivered, staring at the empty window with its fluttering curtain, the feeling of being watched still prickling her skin, even though she saw no one. Called back by the male staff for standing around idly, Kang Eunji quickly dismissed her recent anxieties to avoid suspicion. Kang Eunji scurried to join the group, leaving behind the window where the mysterious shadow still lurked behind the thin curtain. The manager woman coldly assigned the new arrival's janitorial duties, cleaning the hallway and serving meals. A friendly staff member carrying goods suddenly recognized an acquaintance and cheerfully greeted her, causing Yori to merely bow submissively in return. The friendly staff complained about the weight of the boxes, then playfully asked a hospital staff member for help, fearing a backache. Without a word, Kang Eunji single-handedly lifted 2 massive boxes as if they were feathers, leaving the staff gaping in astonishment. The staff frantically tried to stop her, fearing she'd break her back, but the manager woman appeared ominously behind them, looking annoyed by the noise. She crossed her arms imperiously, coldly declaring that this was not a marketplace for idle chatter. The manager woman's sharp gaze fixed on Yori, ordering the poor girl to handle the pile of goods in front of them. Seeing Yori tremble and bow, the manager woman rubbed her neck and sighed in exasperation, as if she had just encountered a lifelong burden. The atmosphere grew heavy as she launched a psychological attack, sarcastically remarking that Yori consistently maintained her knack for disappointing others. Yori was swallowed into a pit of despair, sweating profusely and stammering incoherently under the terrifying pressure from that woman. Yori bowed her head, mumbling apologies in extreme fear as the strict manager woman scrutinized her every move. The friendly staff with the bun quickly stepped in to intervene, offering to take Yori to her cleaning duties to escape the suffocating atmosphere. In another corner of the hallway, the green pants guy was panting heavily, leaning against the wall as if about to collapse from the overwhelming workload. He wiped away his profuse sweat, reassuring himself to push through one more round, when he suddenly froze at the appearance of an unexpected variable. Kang Eunji activated her floor-cleaning saint mode, wielding the broom and dashing at breakneck speed, sending dust flying throughout the hallway. She braked abruptly into a victory pose, shouting with exhilaration after clearing the entire hallway map in a flash. Before the green pants guy could recover, Kang Eunji zoomed past like a whirlwind, declaring she was moving on to weeding with fervent enthusiasm. Running at full speed, she still managed to turn back, greet him, and warn him to be careful not to slip on the freshly polished floor. The hallway was now so sparkling clean that even a fly would slip, leaving the green pants guy completely frozen in awe of this girl's absurd strength. Out in the garden, Kang Eunji continued to display her monstrous prowess, clearing weeds and neatly packaging them, standing breathless and proud of her labor. Kang Eunji stood with her hands on her hips in the sparkling clean restroom, wiping sweat from her forehead with satisfaction after completing the thorough cleaning task. While enjoying her achievement, she suddenly frowned, her eyes sharpening as her brain began to analyze a strange detail she had just noticed. She turned, scanning the 4 bare walls, and wondered why this fancy place had absolutely no mirrors installed. A friendly staff member unexpectedly poked her head in, interrupting her thoughts, and invited her to serve lunch, making Kang Eunji immediately nod enthusiastically. A poster for the No Leftovers campaign caught her eye, signaling a strictly disciplined lunch while kitchen staff busily prepared inside. Kang Eunji transformed into a childcare worker with a pink apron, smiling as she scooped food for a large patient with a 5-star service attitude. The trays piled high with green vegetables and side dishes were neatly arranged, ready to fill the hungry stomachs at the center. A loud clatter echoed as the empty food trays revealed their bottoms, signaling that serving time was over and all the food had been completely cleared. As soon as she heard the announcement, allowing them to eat to their heart's content, Kang Eunji let out an excited scream as if she had just won the lottery. She carried a tray with a towering white mountain of rice, her face flushed with happiness, ready to activate her familiar massive eating mode. Kang Eunji, carrying a full tray of rice, paused when she recognized a familiar face, the scrawny girl she had met before. Yori sat dazed, poking her chopsticks into a bowl of soup with a weary expression, looking at the food in front of her as if it were poison. She let go, dropping her chopsticks onto the table with a clatter, sighing deeply as her stomach went on strike, refusing to take in any energy. Kang Eunji squinted, assessing the situation, then suddenly shouted aloud, "Excuse me," shattering the quiet atmosphere. She rushed towards the other person at lightning speed, barraging her with questions about whether Yori had lost her appetite, startling the victim. Kang Eunji immediately pulled out a Snackers chocolate bar like a heavy weapon, advertising it as a miracle cure for appetite, while Yori, sweating profusely, refused. Ignoring the other person's hesitation, Kang Eunji shoved the item into Yori's hand, then waved goodbye energetically, boasting that she still had reserves to reassure her. The 2 gossiping women at the next table immediately leaned in to whisper to Yori, exposing Kang Eunji as the trending unscratched lottery ticket mukbang YouTuber. Yori held the candy bar in her hand, her eyes dazed as she stared at the sweet treat whose taste she had long forgotten. Yori's bony hand suddenly clenched the chocolate bar, crushing its wrapper with a fierce burst of strength accompanied by a grinding sound. A long, drawn-out day finally ended with polite thanks echoing under the crimson sunset sky. The friendly staff kindly reminded them about the volunteer registration process, while Kang Eunji nodded repeatedly to confirm the arrangement for next time. She waved goodbye to her new colleague with a radiant smile, preparing to retreat from the base. The blue bus accelerated and sped away, leaving behind the peaceful scenery to take the girl back to the bustling rhythm of life. Kang Eunji plopped down onto the bus seat, complaining about her worn-out body and deciding to catch some sleep to recover her strength. Before sleep could arrive, her phone rang loudly, startling her, her eyes wide with alarm. On the other end was Bang So-jun, standing before a mountain of kimbap his mother made, inviting her over to deal with this massive inventory. She had just claimed she wasn't in the mood to eat, but when asked about the quantity, Kang Eunji immediately ordered 10 rolls, leaving the other person completely speechless. A piteous cat's meow echoed from Bang So-jun's apartment balcony, breaking the silence of the newly fallen night. Kang Eunji knelt on the floor, trying to communicate with Fartboom, but the fat emperor merely lay sprawled in disdain, ignoring Bang So-jun, who watched, utterly bewildered. Kang Eunji knelt on the floor, offering Churu cat treats, but only received a disdainful look from the emperor, while Bang So-jun watched with a judgmental expression. The grand feast of homemade kimbap appeared like a 1,000-year-old treasure, making her scream with extreme joy. The stomach-destroying combo was upgraded with a pot of instant noodles with soft-boiled eggs and green onion salad, ready for a tear-inducing mukbang. Both of them refueled while rewatching the disastrous video. Bang So-jun didn't forget to tease her about her fried food from hell, while Fartboom shot past like a rocket. Kang Eunji chattered endlessly, praising Joram's beauty and character, while Bang So-jun chewed noisily, secretly jealous, vowing to demand keto kimbap next time. She was surprised that he didn't pry into her private life, but Bang So-jun poured cold water on her enthusiasm with his blunt philosophy. Why be curious if you only meet once? The moment Kang Eunji announced a long-term collaboration deal, Bang So-jun was so shocked that he spat out a mouthful of soda like a geyser. He stammered, asking for confirmation, but the girl quickly reassured him that she was still considering it and hadn't officially sealed the deal. Kang Eunji gazed thoughtfully at a piece of kimbap, admitting that she was still too inexperienced and lacked skills for this professional arena. Under Bang So-jun's attentive gaze, she confessed that she had only gotten lucky and had no real talent, fearing that the collaboration was too big a task for her current skill level. Bang So-jun suddenly turned serious, asserting that Kang Eunji's persistent grinding, despite the criticism and low views, was a rare kind of talent. He lectured her sternly, saying that this opportunity was a well-deserved result she had created herself, not just luck, so she should just let loose and do as she pleased. Kang Eunji was tearing up with emotion when he poured cold water on her by noticing a piece of pickled radish in her mouth, forcing her to make an excuse that it was a noble golden tooth. Bang So-jun squinted suspiciously, activating his gossip radar as his intuition told him something was off, then ended with a killer question. "Are you jealous?" She waved her hands, vehemently denying it with a forced smile, while the streamer laughed boisterously, delighted that he was sure he had figured out her psychology. The fat cat Fartboom sat dazed before its empty bowl, its stomach rumbling loudly, forcing its servant, Bang So-jun, to hastily check the delivery app to order more fuel. The scene shifted to a silent rehabilitation center under the moonlight, where stillness enveloped the mysterious red brick building in the dead of night. In the dark room, Yori sat wrapped in a blanket before her laptop, beginning her familiar greeting, the blue light casting an eerie glow on her gaunt face. The screen displayed an old video of the overweight Kang Eunji preparing to battle a mountain of food, proving that Yori was binge-watching her idol's old content. Yori stared at the screen with an obsessed expression, muttering her unchanging eating philosophy about having to eat noodles before they get soggy. Yori stared at the screen, gulping as she witnessed the god-tier eating skills of the past Kang Eunji. She sat dazed in the darkness, struggling intensely with the snacker's chocolate bar sitting prominently on the table like a challenge. Yori's eyes were fixed on the tempting sweet, her mind wavering intensely between primal craving and the obsession with her weight. Unable to suppress her hunger, her bony hands decided to tear open the wrapper with a decisive rip. She opened her mouth and took a large bite, disregarding all consequences to satisfy her stomach that was screaming for energy. Yori chewed ravenously, her eyes wide with panic, cold sweat pouring down her as if she were committing a heinous crime. While in a daze, she froze in shock when she saw the digital scale on the floor. The cruel reality immediately slapped her in the face. A wave of nausea hit her. Yori clamped her mouth shut, her face pale as her body began to violently rebel against the calories she had just consumed. She rushed like a bullet into the bathroom, leaving behind the ironically joyful cheers about food from Kang Eunji, still echoing from the laptop. Yori collapsed by the toilet, vomiting violently and bitterly, wondering why delicious things were always the enemy of a good figure. Yori trembled, bracing herself on the toilet seat to get up. her scrawny legs feeling as if they might break after the painful bout of vomiting. Her bony hand hastily turned the faucet hard, the gushing sound of water seemingly trying to overwhelm the terrifying silence in the bathroom. She splashed water on her face repeatedly, trying to wash away the disgust and regain some clarity after her instinctual frenzy. Yori froze stiff when she looked down at the sink. Her reflection was not her current self, but an obese person glaring hauntingly. Her face was pale with horror, cold sweat pouring down her as the psychological ghost of weight attacked her directly. The scene shifted to a workspace. Bang Sojun sat before a computer with a dense video editing software timeline interface. His fingers danced across the mechanical keyboard at lightning speed, skillfully handling video post-production. On the preview screen, the video replayed a scene of him screaming piteously when Fart Boom relieved itself inappropriately during filming. Bang Sojun looked back at himself, panicking over the smell of cat feces in the video, with an expressionless face, his eyes revealing utter helplessness and despair. The phone on the table suddenly lit up with a notification that Kang Eunji was live streaming, eating noodles, interrupting his train of thought. A notification from the YouTube app popped up on the screen, announcing that the Unscratched Lottery Ticket channel was starting a live stream of a super huge 10-pack spicy noodle mukbang. Bang Sojun looked at his phone, his mouth curled into an amused smile and his eyes shining brightly as he realized Kang Eunji had officially gone live. Kang Eunji appeared on screen with her beautiful appearance, holding 2 packs of spicy noodles like weapons, and declared she would casually eat 10 packs today, which stunned 1,200 viewers. Bang Sojun slurped instant noodles while glued to his computer screen, frowning as he judged why she was consuming such trashy carbs instead of something healthier. Kang Eunji dropped the noodle blocks into the furiously boiling water, smiling brightly as she thanked a fan for a 10,000 won donation, praising her clean eating skills. The chat box was a chaotic mess with all sorts of comments, from those astonished by her new appearance to anti-fans mercilessly spamming plastic surgery monster. A malicious comment appeared, cursing that she had no real fans, and her virtual fame would soon sink like a stone thrown into a pond. Bang Sojun was so shocked when he read that comment that he spat out his noodles. He roared in indignation, unable to accept his idol being disrespected like that. His mouse cursor immediately moved decisively to the giant donate button, ready to launch a counterattack with the power of money. He typed at lightning speed against the bright red notification background, preparing a scathing message to put those idiotic haters in their place. A massive 500,000 won donation from the account Mukpamin Explosion exploded onto the screen with a heartwarming message, stunning the chat. Bang Sojun sat in his room, laughing with immense satisfaction, certain that Kang Eunji would never guess the anonymous benefactor was him. He paused, deeply moved, when he heard Kang Eunji mention his username on the live stream and thank him for supporting her from the very beginning. Kang Eunji looked directly into the camera with a resolute gaze. She began to open up about the false rumors surrounding her. She frankly admitted that her appearance had changed without any effort and apologized if it caused discomfort for viewers. Kang Eunji's radiant, confident smile turned the tables, causing the chat to quickly switch to enthusiastic support and promise clean content. Bang Sojun rested his chin in his hand, smiling contentedly. He let out a sigh of relief, realizing she was tougher than he thought, and his worries were unnecessary. He startled, seeing the clock strike 6, then quickly stretched lazily, frantically shutting down his computer to escape before being lectured. The bustling street scene lit up with numerous brightly glowing neon signs, signaling the start of a lively evening. Taeng stood in the middle of the crowded street, calling Kang Eunji to inform her he was bringing side dishes to resupply her today. Taeng hung up with a serious expression after finalizing the food resupply mission for his comrade tonight. The sound of thanks echoing from Jawang Restaurant signaled a reliable spot for him to begin his energy replenishment campaign. He stopped abruptly in front of the restaurant, his bulky black shoes stomping firmly on the ground with determination, as if preparing to enter a dungeon. The restaurant owner was cleaning when she was dumbfounded to see Taeng walk in, as if he owned the place. Ignoring the other person's confusion, Taeng raised his hand and loudly ordered a plate of stir-fried pork, as if giving a command to an NPC. He sat at the table with his arms crossed, exuding a dark aura and intense concentration, as if accumulating mana, waiting to unleash a skill. The restaurant owner let out a long sigh, helplessly accepting the request, and went back to the kitchen to serve this eccentric god. The hot stir-fried pork with a fried egg, fresh from the kitchen, was placed on the table at lightning speed. The owner laid her cards on the table, demanding payment for the meal he skipped last time, but Taeng shamelessly changed the subject to marriage to dodge the blow. Her fury erupted. The owner grabbed his hair and yanked it back, making Taeng scream desperately for mercy, fearing his precious roof tiles would fly off. The restaurant owner stood panting, complaining to the heavens and earth about her weary old body after overdoing her warm-up. Ta-Eng took the opportunity to refuel while listening to the owner's lament about her aching joints and lost youth. Thwack! A stunning blow to the head made the young man almost choke on his rice, proving the owner's mana bar was still full. He yelled, demanding to check her gear immediately, suspecting her gloves were reinforced with metal to increase physical damage. The owner ripped off her protective gloves, revealing her bare, reddened hands, full of calluses from hard labor. Ta-Eng quickly changed the subject to Kang Eunji to defuse the situation, but the owner assured him that the kid was fine. The owner activated berserk mode, yelling that losing half her body weight in one day was a nonsensical game bug. Seeing the other person worried sick, the owner turned and went into the kitchen to summon the prepared resupply items. Thud! A mountain-high stack of food containers was placed on the table with immense weight, making Ta-Eng turn pale. He gaped at the enormous pile of loot, while the owner humbly said it was just a small gift, as she was too busy to make much. Ta-Eng took the opportunity to beg for some extra kimchi to take home, but the restaurant owner flatly refused, saying her inventory wasn't for greedy people. The phone screen lit up with a ding-ding notification of 3 million won, freshly transferred from the tycoon, Bang Sojun. The owner waved goodbye affectionately, promising 10 heads of kimchi next week, while Ta-Eng struggled to carry the items, feeling like his arms would break. The scene shifted to a brightly lit high-rise apartment building in the middle of the night, the hideout of those plotting grand schemes. Kang Eunji began to activate her stealth mode by putting on a pair of fake intellectual glasses to conceal her sharp eyes. She pulled down her Calvin Klein baseball cap, smirking confidently with her newly equipped appearance. Eunji stood proudly with her hands on her hips in an oversized sweatshirt, firmly believing this meager disguise would fool everyone. The sweet deal was sealed when Joram messaged, agreeing to cooperate, opening a golden opportunity for her to climb to the peak of fame. The 0 to 1 on the barcode at the back of her neck was clearly visible, like a ticking time bomb, warning that her survival time was a fragile single day. Eunji beamed when she checked the ATM's location on the map, preparing to withdraw money to recharge for the game. Eunji opened the map to locate the target's ATM on her phone, gleefully realizing the money-grinding spot was closer to her hideout than expected. Just as she opened the door, intending to start her jog, she froze completely, seeing Bang Sojun appear right in front of her like a ghost. Eunji stammered in panic, asking why he was there, while Sojun looked bewildered, not understanding why she was wearing disguise glasses indoors. Sojun reminded her of his earlier call and picked up the bag of food, making Eunji suddenly realize she had completely forgotten about this important delivery. Hearing him promise to bring kimchi next week, her eyes lit up, and she quickly snatched the bag of mom's resupply food at lightning speed. Sojun shrewdly noticed she was dressed to go out and offered to accompany her, making Eunji break out in a cold sweat and quickly deny everything. Without letting him say another word, Eunji unceremoniously dismissed him and slammed the door shut right in her benefactor's face with a resounding thud. Bang Seojun stood rooted to the spot with a face full of disappointment, regretting not having had the chance to ask his crush out for a coffee and a chat. He let out a long, dejected yawn, deciding to turn back home and sleep early to forget his troubles in his familiar emotion hoodie. Eunji pressed her hand against the glass door, full of remorse, silently apologizing for not being able to reveal the lottery ticket to someone as kind and overly cautious as Sojun. Kang Eunji dashed like the wind across the crosswalk, her breath coming in ragged gasps, fearing that a single second's delay would cost her the chance to change her life. She kept her eyes glued to the GPS on her phone, firmly convinced that the god of wealth's lair was in this very area. Her eyes behind the thick prescription glasses widened to their fullest, a sharp glint appearing as she spotted her target. Eunji stopped dead in front of the ATM lottery booth, which glowed brightly in the night, utterly thrilled to have finally found the sanctuary. The sliding door opened wide with a decisive click, welcoming the gamer into the fateful gacha spin. Eunji clutched the thick wad of cash in her hand, silently thanking Joram's generous payment for giving her the capital to go all in on this round. She didn't hesitate, inserting a 50,000 won bill into the slot, quickly purchasing 10 tickets, then planning a safe retreat. The silent space suddenly erupted as the jackpot message appeared, signaling that luck had smiled upon the daring one. Kang Eunji's hands trembled as she spread out 4 S-rank winning tickets, unable to believe her eyes at this explosive stroke of luck. She gazed at the pile of spoils scattered on the table with fiery eyes, telling herself that activating just 1 ticket would be enough to turn her life around. Kang Eunji decided to test the game mechanism before the critical moment, discovering that the barcode on the back of her neck wouldn't allow new tickets to be activated until the old ones expired. She realized an interesting game bug. As long as she didn't sleep, She could maintain her ideal form even after the time limit, but her body would be utterly exhausted, on the verge of collapse. The system required a specific reset time. A 30-minute nap was useless, and she had to sleep for a full hour to activate the transformation process to the premium skin. Holding a pile of prize tickets, the harsh rule forced her to consume all the low-grade junk items before she could touch the good stuff. Kang Eunji lay stretched out on her bed, browsing the web for information, and accidentally stumbled upon a post sharing tips for even low-level beginners like her. She stared in surprise at the title, which instructed how to stack the usage days of S-rank lottery tickets, a trick that sounded fictional but was incredibly enticing. The article meticulously guided readers on how to place tickets under their pillow to hack transformation time, promising no side effects, making anyone who read it eager to try immediately. Kang Eunji began to calculate ambitiously. If this glitch worked, she would dominate the server, maintaining peak performance without having to hunt for high-ranked tickets anymore. The comment section was clearly divided. One group cursed because they suffered painful physical torment that damaged their barcodes, while others praised the method to the heavens. She broke out in a cold sweat amidst the matrix of mixed true and false information, bewildered as to what was genuine wisdom, and what were traps set by online game trolls. Kang Eunji lay clutching her phone with an anxious expression, telling herself not to take risks, fearing the game would be ruined if an unexpected incident occurred. Her eyes gleamed with ambition as she thought of escaping the grind for paltry prizes. If this glitch was real, she would instantly soar to the top without worrying about rankings anymore. The wall clock ticked by second, as if counting down the time that would determine the fate of the spiritual system player. The haunting sound of the clock's hands made Kang Eunji unable to sleep, tossing and turning amidst the invisible pressure weighing heavily on her chest. Sweat poured off her like rain. Her face was pale purple from extreme tension, and she groaned, unable to endure the torment of the damned time any longer. Unable to be patient for another second, she sprang out of bed, determined to go all in and see what happened. Kang Eunji held the lottery ticket in her hand with the crazed eyes of a desperate gambler, reassuring herself that if the chances were 50-50, why not go all in to change her life? She hastily tucked the ticket under her pillow, clasped her hands, and prayed to the god of luck for this unorthodox trick to work so she could benefit. The silent night enveloped the city, concealing the schemes and risky gambles of someone desperately seeking a shortcut. Dawn broke, and the clear blue sky heralded a new day, ready to verify the outcome of last night's reckless gamble. Kang Eunji sprang out of bed and decisively placed her feet on the floor, ready to face the results of last night's gamble. She flung open the bathroom door, her mouth agape in astonishment as she felt the distinct change in her body. Looking in the mirror, Kang Eunji moaned with delight, seeing that her all-in bet had paid off handsomely. She had successfully transformed into a supermodel and screamed with joy. She reached behind her neck to check, and found the barcode glowing red with an error, as if this game hack was leaving unexpected consequences. Her joy was short-lived as her vision began to waver. Her face darkened and turned a pale purple, as if poisoned. Kang Eunji stumbled and collapsed against the bathroom wall, her limbs weak as if her stamina bar had been completely drained. Her head spun like a top, everything around her blurred, leaving her bewildered and unable to understand what the hell was happening. Her heart pounded like a war drum. She clutched her chest in panic, wondering why her body had become so useless and weak. A sudden wave of nausea hit her like a punch to the stomach, forcing her to quickly cover her mouth to suppress it. Unable to bear it any longer, Kang Eunji slumped over the toilet and vomited violently, paying a heavy price for her risky, rapid transformation. Kang Eunji was in extreme panic as her body burned like fire, wondering if this was a deadly side effect of the weight loss game hack. Her stamina bar completely depleted. She could only crawl on the floor near the entrance like a zombie, her breath ragged and painful. Kang Eunji's entire body trembled uncontrollably in spasms, feeling as if her bones would shatter with just a light touch. She tried to drag her battered body towards the living room with the intention of calling for emergency help, realizing that if she just lay there and endured, she would surely log out of the Earth server. Her trembling hand reached for her phone but froze. A horrifying thought flashed through her mind about the risk of her secret being exposed if her body suddenly transformed in the middle of a hospital. Kang Eunji lay flat on the floor, breaking out in a cold sweat as she considered the scenario of people discovering her bizarre transformation mechanism, which would mean her life was over. Completely helpless in this dilemma, she let her heavy body slump onto the carpet with a dry thud, her phone lying idly beside her. Her beautiful face was now contorted with despair. Kang Eunji admitted she was in a hopeless dead end. This bet was truly ruined. Time passed, and the fiery red sunset enveloped the sky, signaling a long day full of incidents was about to end in terrifying silence. Suddenly, the doorbell rang, breaking the silence and indicating that someone was standing right outside the apartment, pressing the bell. Bang Sojun pounded on the door, announcing that he was there to deliver kimchi, not to collect debts. His only reply was suspicious silence, making the young man wonder if the homeowner was away from keyboard or avoiding debt. He pulled out his phone to check the map, his face scrunched up because she had clearly confirmed the order for delivery yesterday. Just as Bang Sojun was about to leave the items and bolt, the door swung open, revealing Kang Eun-ji in a dilapidated state, as if she had just lost a solo boss fight. She clung tightly to the doorframe to stay upright, weakly gasping for help from Bang Sojun, her HP bar having dropped to a critical red level. Everything before her eyes blurred, gravity winning as her body helplessly collapsed forward. A thud echoed as Kang Eun-ji hit the floor, making Bang Sojun gasp in alarm, shout her name, and rush to her aid. He caught her and was utterly shocked to realize Kang Eun-ji's body temperature was burning hot, like an alchemical furnace. Even though she was on the verge of logging out, she desperately refused to go to the hospital, stammering excuses that she was fine and couldn't walk, all to hide her secret. Bang Sojun brushed aside all her flimsy excuses, declaring he would carry her to the hospital immediately with the demeanor of a reliable tank. Bang Sojun strained with all his might to lift her up princess style, but his mouth let out a pathetic wail as if he were lifting a ton of weights. He froze, letting go and dropping her to the ground, his face blank with confusion, unable to understand why this seemingly frail form was as heavy as a 1,000-ton boulder. Determined not to lose the game, the young delivery man gritted his teeth, his eyes wide, and mustered his inner strength, yelling as he tried one more time. Sweat poured off him in torrents. Bang Sojun was utterly bewildered, wondering if his strength had become so useless that he couldn't even carry a skinny girl. He panted, staring at the girl in his arms, his mind racing with calculations about this absurd, non-physical weight. In her delirium, terrible memories flooded back, images of the shadow bullies mocking her, forcing her to lose weight or give up her beautiful face. The illusion of her skinny version appeared with a demonic smile, confidently asserting that she had achieved supermodel standards and didn't need to listen to gossip. Boom, the magic expired, and Kang Eun-ji reverted to her oversized tanker form right in the middle of her mind, astonishing even herself. She frantically felt all over her body, breaking out in a cold sweat as she realized the life-changing lottery ticket had expired, and her future as a YouTuber was on the brink. Kang Eun-ji collapsed in the dark space, wailing desperately, demanding the system return the perfect body that had just been cruelly confiscated. Kang Eun-ji clutched her head in bewilderment as the S-Lottery notification panel appeared, inviting her to reset the game like a powerful resurrection potion. She quickly put two and two together, immediately realizing this was the familiar power-up scenario that webtoon protagonists often encountered. Without a second's hesitation, Kang Eun-ji lunged forward with iron resolve, shouting her agreement to finalize this life-changing ticket immediately. But life was not a dream. The system panel dodged her touch with an incredibly elusive move, leaving its owner dumbfounded. Kang Eun-ji's eyes were wide and her mouth agape as she continued to chase the button that was teasingly floating away in the dark space. She exerted all the speed her heavy body could muster, shouting for the notification panel to stop immediately so she could press the button. After a hopeless chase, Kang Eun-ji collapsed, gasping for breath. Her stamina bar dropped to 0 before the panel that remained stubbornly still. Annoyed at being tricked by the game, she looked up and cursed the trashy system that dared to dangle bait only to snatch it away. While she was fuming, a familiar voice echoed from the void, calling her name and startling Kang Eun-ji, making her turn around. It turned out to be Bang Sojun, the delivery guy, shouting in despair in the real world because he couldn't bear her immense weight, demanding she wake up immediately. Kang Eun-ji woke up from her daze, opening her eyes wide as she realized she was clinging tightly to someone in reality. Her vision was blurry, as if the game was lagging, and she barely made out faint words on the wall of a medical center. The waiting room scene flashed dizzily before her eyes, with faint figures of people waiting. Bang Sojun was straining with a hunched back to carry her, his face pale and sweat pouring like rain because his stamina bar was completely depleted. Sleepiness hit her like a heavy debuff, making Kang Eun-ji slump her head against his back, muttering that she wanted to log off immediately. Afraid she would pass out, Bang Sojun let out a horrified shout, calling her full name to pull her back to reality. The shout, powerful like a loudspeaker, startled Kang Eun-ji awake, making her clutch her chest to calm herself, utterly surprised. Seeing her eyes open, Bang Sojun panted, telling her to stay put while he rushed to register her for hospital admission. Left alone between two strangers in the waiting room, Kang Eunji sat blankly, reloading her data, and realized with a shock that she was in a crowded place. She panicked, feeling her limbs, rejoicing that she still had her skinny form, but the fear of the system trolling her back into being fat began to invade her mind. Kang Eunji tried to drag her exhausted body home, but her legs gave out, making her stumble, while Bang Seo-jun froze as if disconnected due to extreme fatigue. Two hospital staff members rushed over, asking questions rapidly, but mistakenly targeted Bang Seo-jun because his appearance looked even worse than the patient's. Even though Bang Seo-jun was bewildered, not understanding what was happening, the two young men grabbed him by the arms and dragged him away roughly, like ganking a lost support character. Bang Seo-jun shouted explanations in despair, leaving Kang Eunji behind, her soul floating away, abandoned by her teammate in the middle of nowhere. After a struggle, Kang Eunji was hooked up to an IV drip, resting, while Bang Seo-jun sat beside her, keeping watch, his HP bar at rock bottom. He sighed as if he had just escaped death, muttering thanks to the heavens that he hadn't been logged out of the server after such an overloaded workout. It turned out that he had needed two hospital staff members to buff his strength and support his entire body to finally carry Kang Eunji all the way to the hospital bed. Looking at her sleeping soundly, Bang Seo-jun wondered why she looked so slender but weighed like a road roller, suspecting she had only changed her skin, while her internal stats remained in her fat form. Seeing Kang Eunji stirring, about to turn over, Bang Seo-jun rushed over in a panic to stop her, like a tank protecting a marksman, afraid she would pull out the IV line. Bang Seo-jun's eyes widened in astonishment when he accidentally saw something revealed on the back of her neck as she turned. Bang Seo-jun curiously reached out his hand, intending to unveil the secret hidden behind her loose hair as she slept soundly. He was stunned to see a bright red barcode tattoo with the word "ROR" glitching like a game bug, clearly visible on Kang Eunji's nape. Bang Seo-jun frowned in doubt, wondering if it was some kind of cheap sticker skin, as he clearly remembered she hadn't equipped this before. His train of thought was interrupted by the frantic vibration of the phone on the table, signaling a barrage of spam calls. On the other end was Joram, driving his fancy supercar, urging about their meeting because Kang Eunji was ignoring his messages like a newbie. Bang Seo-jun answered the call as a shield, immediately fabricating a reason that Kang Eunji was suffering from a severe illness debuff and was hospitalized on an IV drip to shut the other person up. Joram was startled by the bad news, reluctantly told her to call him back once her mana was restored, and hung up with regret. Just then, Kang Eunji shot up like a resurrected zombie, rubbing her eyes, bewildered, not yet processing the situation, while Bang Seo-jun quickly asked if she was okay. Bang Seo-jun scratched his head and recounted that Joram, that picky eater, had just called to check the map and told her to rest up before discussing work matters. Kang Eunji frantically peeked under the blanket to check if her body had been reset to its fat form, making Bang Seo-jun, standing beside her, look at her like a strange creature due to her inexplicable stealthy action. The nurse entered the room with a cheerful expression, asking if Kang Eunji was awake and felt her body had recovered at all. The nurse giggled, teasing that her boyfriend had worked hard to carry her here, making both protagonists freeze completely. Kang Eunji turned to cast a suspicious and bewildered look at Bang Seo-jun, while he could only stand there, sweating profusely. Bang Seo-jun was utterly shocked, shouting in his mind that they were close family, not that cheesy romantic relationship. He forced out a crooked, awkward smile to hide his embarrassment, asserting with a trembling voice that he had never been so disastrously misunderstood. Bang Seo-jun patted her head repeatedly to emphasize their strong sibling-like bond, leaving Kang Eunji speechless and visibly annoyed by his overacting. The nurse quickly apologized for the disastrous misunderstanding and announced that the IV drip had been removed, but requested her to return daily to recharge her energy. Bang Seo-jun immediately knelt down in a combat stance, offering his broad back and ordering her to climb on so he could carry her back like a true tank. His limbs were trembling uncontrollably from exhaustion, but he still tried to act cool, making Kang Eunji frantically refuse immediately, afraid he would power down mid-route. Kang Eunji asserted that being carried was too much, as she could still walk by herself, then looked around for her shoes, which had vanished. Bang Seo-jun held out a pair of black sneakers in front of Kang Eunji, shouting an explanation that these were his shoes because he had rushed out so quickly, only grabbing his wallet and phone. He gallantly offered his shoes to the beauty, despite Kang Eunji anxiously asking what he would wear, and Bang Seo-jun casually asserted that socks alone were enough to conquer the map. Kang Eunji was utterly speechless, looking down at the dazzling neon green socks with a hilarious sunglasses-wearing face printed on them, on his feet. She sighed and accepted his kindness, slipped her feet into the oversized shoes, and mumbled a perfunctory thank you as the die was cast. Just as she stood up, intending to show off, she swayed, almost falling flat on her face, as a dizzy spell hit her like a storm, making her vision violently shake. Bang Sojun reacted extremely quickly, extended his strong arm as a steady support, and ordered her to hold on immediately to avoid falling. He turned his face away to hide his embarrassment, warning her not to push herself too hard and fall flat, telling her to just hold on to him and walk safely. Kang Eunji obediently gripped his arm and mumbled her thanks, while Bang Sojun breathed a sigh of relief that she could still move on her own 2 feet. As they were walking smoothly, Bang Sojun suddenly asked directly about her sensitive weight, complaining that she was heavier than he imagined, making Kang Eunji instantly furious. 2 weeks passed in a flash, with Bang Sojun's dedicated care. Kang Eunji was bedridden for the first 7 days, and only allowed to eat thin porridge the following week to recover. A bright yellow sticky note caught her eye with a stern command from that guy about controlling tomorrow's lunch, strictly forbidding her from eating junk food alone. Kang Eunji lay stretched out on the sofa, moved to tears, realizing he had stayed up all night grinding to edit videos yet still worried about her stomach, determined to repay this kindness. She hurriedly checked her supermodel body and breathed a sigh of relief to see her legs were still long and slender, not yet transformed into a roasted pig. Quickly scrolling through the forum to check information, Kang Eunji broke out in a cold sweat, calculating that this skin's remaining duration was only 4 more days until game over. Several comments warning about random side effects made her start to fret, reassuring herself that everything was still fine. Kang Eunji lay sprawled on the bed with a sigh, feeling her body was only slightly weak, not completely useless, so she was temporarily relieved. The doorbell rang, ding-dong, interrupting her thoughts. She immediately jumped up, thinking Bang Sojun had arrived earlier than expected to check on her. The door swung open, Kang Eunji chattered, scolding him for coming too early, but immediately froze, her smile fading as she realized the person kneeling on the ground was not who she expected. Kang Eunji's face froze in extreme bewilderment. Cold sweat trickled down her spine as she realized she had made a huge blunder in front of the stranger. With the cold wind whistling, "Sa," Joram appeared with his signature smile and a cake in hand. He was sweating as he explained the reason for his sudden raid. She hadn't bothered to reply to his messages, feigning excessive concern for her health. The luxurious room was a mess, like a dump after a wild party, with foreign liquor and cake scattered everywhere, while the phone on the table vibrated incessantly. The bright screen displayed an incoming call from Haikyung is less than 3, signaling some romantic trouble calling out its owner's name. A rough hand snatched the phone, decisively cutting off the annoying ring with no hesitation. Joram, while tidying up the messy pillows, informed his senior that Haikyung was calling to bother him again. He stood looking down at the sofa with a fed-up expression, still clutching the phone he had just confiscated. Woojin lay sprawled on the sofa, scrolling on his phone, ignoring Joram, who was explaining that he had to go deal with something. The lazy senior pointed to the gaudy fruit basket in the corner of the room, wondering about its unsightly presence since yesterday. Joram put on a fake expression, explaining that he intended to take the gift basket to Kang Eunji's house on his way back to make an impression. Woojin quickly scrolled through his phone, scrutinizing information about Kang Eunji being sick to assess the situation. Reading the temporary hiatus announcement from the lottery ticket channel, Woojin clicked his tongue, full of calculation, urging that they must extract her value before her fame cooled down. Joram pointed to the cake box on the table, suggesting that Woojin should conveniently take this troublesome thing along to give away. The chocolate cake, with a cheesy message claiming ownership, turned out to be Haikyung's special birthday gift for him. Woojin leaned back on the chair with an indifferent expression, bluntly declaring that he didn't want to eat it, so getting rid of it was fine. Joram picked up a branded towel, criticizing the fruit basket as too tacky, and inciting his senior to lie about making the cake himself to win her affection. However, Joram suddenly paused, realizing that he and Kang Eunji weren't close, so making the cake himself would sound perverted and fake. Woojin immediately switched to intense mode with gleaming eyes, giving a short but heavy command, forcing his junior to take the cake. Joram broke out in a cold sweat as his senior lectured him to put sincerity aside, as only things with practical value were the real deal. Down on the street, 2 young men were walking, clutching their stomachs and complaining about the consequences of last night's excessive drinking. A bright red supercar suddenly sped past at an insane speed, startling the 2 pedestrians. The 4-wheeled beast roared past the dilapidated apartment complex, leaving the cap-wearing guy bewildered, wondering which rich person had strayed here. Joram sat in the car, his eyes burning with envy, secretly wishing he owned the supercar that had just passed. The elevator display continuously showed numbers, indicating he was heading straight up to the 15th floor to complete his mission. Standing in front of the apartment door, the fame-hungry streamer checked his messages on his phone, looking hesitant about whether to call or not. After a while of texting to confirm the address of room 1303, he decided to play the ninja card, drop the items at the door and make a quick escape to avoid trouble. He placed the cake box on the floor with a decisive, soft thud. Next, the premium fruit basket was also safely landed right next to the cake box. His finger pressed firmly on the doorbell to signal that the delivery had arrived. Then he prepared to flee. Kang Eun-ji, wearing her flowery pajamas, sprang up like a coiled spring, excitedly mistaking him for her savior, Bang Sojun. Joram ran for his life down the hallway, escaping the scene of the gift-giving like a thief. While running at full speed, his white sneakers suddenly braked hard, stopping abruptly and unusually mid-stride. Joram glanced around cautiously, his cunning face clearly showing worry, afraid of being caught in his sneaky act. The cake box lay abandoned on the cold floor like an item mercilessly discarded by a delivery person. He tiptoed, intending to slip away quietly, planning to abandon the goods and flee to avoid further trouble after completing his task. Suddenly, his feet braked hard again, creating an awkward spin in the deserted hallway. Feeling that leaving the items there was a bit strange, he quickly bent down to grab the cake box to salvage some of his cool guy image. Clack! The door unexpectedly swung open, startling Joram, who nearly had a heart attack when he saw Kang Eun-ji suddenly appear. He immediately switched to serious acting mode, clutching the cake box and forcing a smile, saying he didn't expect her to open the door so quickly. Joram eagerly showed off the fruit basket, acting thoughtfully chivalrous, saying he was worried she might get tired of eating too much porridge, so he bought it to nourish her. He continued to use the classic passing by for work excuse to legitimize his sudden appearance and reassure her. Kang Eun-ji stood frozen, completely captivated and teary-eyed by this calculated concern. Kang Eun-ji was startled, realizing her fatal oversight of forgetting to cover the tattoo on the back of her neck, and quickly covered it with her hand as a survival reflex. Joram asked in confusion, but she covered it up with the excuse of a stiff neck, his eyes still fixed on her peculiar action. He stammered, looking at the cake box in his hand, cold sweat starting to run down his face due to the awkward situation not being part of his escape plan. Kang Eun-ji clumsily and eagerly snatched the gift box, her eyes shining as she pressed him, asking if he had painstakingly made it himself. Faced with her excessive gratitude and profuse thanks, Joram could only scratch his head, speechless and unable to refuse. He clicked his tongue, playing out the good guy role, forcing a smile to confirm it, and told her to enjoy the fruit of his fake, heartfelt effort. Bang Sojun suddenly appeared from behind with a box in his hands, sarcastically commenting on the cheesy romantic scene, like a birthday party. He smiled confidently, bluntly exposing that Kang Eun-ji hated chocolate cake with a passion, and asserting that rice and food were what truly restored health. The box in Bang Sojun's hands revealed a series of carefully packaged food containers, emitting warm steam and an enticing aroma that overpowered everything else. Kang Eun-ji was like someone who had struck gold. She inhaled the aroma from the food box in Bang Sojun's hands, her face beaming with joy. A thunderous growl from a stomach echoed, tearing through the air and making all three of them freeze for a few seconds. Bang Sojun awkwardly asked how hungry she was, but Kang Eun-ji could only point to herself in confusion and flatly denied it. It turned out the culprit was Joram's stomach. He blushed crimson and quickly fabricated a story about fasting since yesterday afternoon to save face under Bang Sojun's judgmental gaze. Unable to bear the utter humiliation, the fame-hungry streamer quickly wished Kang Eun-ji a speedy recovery, then turned and fled for his life as if chased by a ghost. Joram's retreating figure disappeared down the hallway, accompanied by a series of protests from his empty stomach, leaving Bang Sojun wondering about the guy's shamelessness. Bang Sojun suddenly frowned, looking down at the ground, his face full of doubt as he discovered a forgotten detail. An expensive fruit basket with all sorts of premium fruits lay abandoned in a corner, something Joram had hastily left behind in his panic. Bang Sojun's eyes became sharp and pensive. He seemed to be piecing together the entire clumsy charade. Bang Sojun cut him off with a devastating lunch invitation, seeing his opponent was starving. Joram forced a smile, immediately pulling out the excuse of a fancy dinner date in Cheongdam-dong to maintain his image. He turned to make a quick exit after a bland pleasantry, leaving Bang Sojun bewildered and Kang Eun-ji happily hugging her gifts. His treacherous stomach suddenly roared loudly, forcing Joram to clutch his belly and weakly explain himself in extreme embarrassment. Joram broke out in a cold sweat from embarrassment, while Kang Eun-ji innocently inquired about the hardships of a single person's meager diet. She smiled brightly, excitedly showing off the fantastic food supply from her friend's parents. Bang Sojun delivered a fatal blow by advertising his restaurant-level cooking skills and sealed the deal with a compelling invitation for Joram to stay. Joram's hungry stomach rumbled again like thunder, completely shattering the last shred of dignity he was trying to maintain. Joram's handsome face turned crimson like ripe jackfruit, so embarrassed he was speechless by his body's self-sabotage. Joram officially surrendered to his hungry stomach, taking off his shoes and neatly placing them by the door, accepting the awkward dinner invitation. Bang Seojun and Joram sat opposite each other before the bubbling hot pot, but the atmosphere between the two men was so cold and awkward it felt frozen. Both fell into a deadly silence. Even the bubbling of the hot pot couldn't drown out the awkwardness filling the room. Bang Seojun tried to strike up a conversation and asked for his name, so Joram immediately made up the tacky name Jun So Bang, given by his grandmother, forcing Bang Seojun to give a fake compliment. The conversation hit a dead end, leaving both men scratching their heads, the atmosphere so cringeworthy that even a passing bird would feel embarrassed for them. Unable to bear the weight, Bang Seojun turned and yelled at the bedroom door, urging Kang Eunji to hurry out and eat before the food got cold. The door burst open, and Kang Eunji poked her head out with a bright, confident smile, telling them to go ahead and eat. She stepped out in a frilly, overly ornate dark purple dress, confidently showing it off as comfortable loungewear to impress her esteemed guest. Bang Seojun laughed wildly, shamelessly comparing Kang Eunji's disastrous outfit directly to a frilled neck lizard. Bang Seojun laughed gleefully, insulting Kang Eunji's cheap Toemu dress and demanding to post a product review for its unparalleled comedic value. A lavish feast was laid out with a bubbling hot pot and dozens of appetizing side dishes, ready for the food warriors to refuel. Kang Eunji chewed ravenously, her cheeks puffed out, her face glowing with happiness as she savored the wonderful taste of life once more. Seeing his companion eat like a fleet, Bang Seojun lightly teased her about her condition yesterday, but Kang Eunji just grinned, confidently declaring she had been powerfully resurrected. Bang Seojun broke out in a cold sweat, looking at the mountain-like bowl of rice in his hands, beginning to question his life and his stomach's capacity. Kang Eunji immediately lectured him on food ratios, asserting that the mountain of rice was still not enough compared to the side dishes, making Bang Seojun reluctantly accept the challenge. Bang Seojun put the first bite of rice into his mouth with a resigned expression, already convinced this challenge would be hard to finish. Suddenly, Bang Seojun's gaze sharpened like a razor, detecting an unusual incident right on the dining table. A pair of chopsticks shot out like lightning with a dry clack, snatching a juicy sausage right before the host's astonished eyes. A pair of chopsticks darted down like a flash of electricity, neatly snatching a juicy quail egg right off the plate with a powerful dry clack. Bang Seojun chugged a glass of water to put out the fire, sweat pouring down him in streams from the fierce stomach battle. Seeing Bang Seojun struggling, Joram seized the opportunity to whisper to Kang Eunji, subtly putting down his rival to elevate himself. The battlefield was completely cleared, Bang Seojun scratching his head with an awkward, forced smile, while Kang Eunji still beamed, thanking them for the lavish meal. Round 2 officially began with the grand entrance of a chocolate cream cake decorated with a lost-looking cute teddy bear, making Kang Eunji's eyes light up like car headlights. Bang Seojun shrewdly noticed the problem and advised Kang Eunji not to overdo it if she didn't like sweets, showing the genuine concern of a true gentleman. Kang Eunji immediately changed her tune faster than a rice paper wrapper, declaring she would start loving chocolate from today, completely falling for the lie that Joram himself had made it. Hearing Kang Eunji praise his baking skills to the heavens, Joram flinched, cold sweat pouring down him like a stream from his heavy pangs of conscience. Before Kang Eunji could even admire it, Joram calmly opened his mouth and devoured the decorative bear, leaving her bewildered and searching in vain. Joram smirked, then used hunger as an excuse to gobble up the entire cake, ignoring Kang Eunji who was outside, yelling for a photo op. The meal turned into a wrestling match as Kang Eunji fiercely struggled to salvage the scene, while Bang Seojun sat bewildered in the middle, watching the two hyperactive people. As soon as night fell, Kang Eunji quickly handed her guest a large gift bag, along with affectionate instructions. It turned out that seeing Joram eat crudely like someone starving in 45, Kang Eunji had packed up the leftover food and made him take it home to nourish himself, fearing he was malnourished. Holding the bag of relief food, Joram froze completely, never expecting a handsome prince charming like himself to be seen as a starving person needing charity. He gave a forced laugh, accepted the bag, then blurted out calling Kang Eunji my lord, leaving her bewildered, wondering what alien language this crazy person was speaking. Joram grabbed the bag and ran off as if pardoned, leaving Kang Eunji waving enthusiastically, and Bang Seojun standing by the door with an expression of 3 parts helplessness and 7 parts indulgence. As soon as the guest was out of sight, Kang Eunji immediately powered down, collapsing onto the floor and complaining about her arduous eating career, like going to war. As soon as Bang Seojun suggested a weekend dinner to discuss important matters, Kang Eunji immediately sprang up and sealed the deal with a confident thumbs up. Bang Seojun excitedly insisted on treating her to the entire dinner as thanks, Dismissing the casual grilled meat Kang Unji suggested and demanding a fancy meal, swayed by Joram's bad advice. He wanted to compensate her after all the incidents, but Kang Unji poured cold water on his plans, firmly refusing, fearing he would go broke, leaving Bang Sojun speechless and helpless. Kang Unji tilted her head back and sighed, dreaming of a beautiful day when she could sweep through a five-star restaurant without checking her bank balance. She still naively believed that her idol Joram was enjoying a luxurious dinner in the wealthy Cheongdam-dong neighborhood, just as he had boasted. The harsh reality was revealed in an old, red-brick apartment complex under the moonlight, the true residence of the master of fake appearances. The shabby semi-basement room with barred windows appeared under the dim light, exposing the less-than-affluent living situation of the million-view streamer. The refrigerator was plastered with sticky notes detailing his schedule, serving Woojin like a slave, from washing cars to attending meetings, exposing the homeowner's low status. Joram sat huddled in the cramped kitchen, eyes glued to the computer screen, munching on his lonely dinner in the dark. Instead of delicacies, the master of fake appearances was gnawing on a cheap convenience store triangle kimbap with pathetic chewing sounds. Joram held the cheap triangle kimbap, his eyes fixed on his phone screen, with the emotionless face of a social media addict checking his results. On social media, he posted a photo of himself in a dapper suit, raising a fancy glass of wine at a five-star restaurant to deceive the world. The photo reeked of money with a fake, manufactured smile, and a sentimental caption about beautiful times spent with imaginary high-society friends. He zoomed in on the branded watch and the juicy steak, luxuries his famished stomach could only dream of seeing through a screen. Not stopping there, he added another spectacular deception with a check-in photo at an apartment with a Han River view, accompanied by an expensive foreign wine bottle to assert his tycoon status. The naive netizens immediately took the bait, leaving comments of admiration and begging to be errand runners in that illusory home. The blue light from the screen cast a cold glow on Joram's face as he read the empty praises, his eyes gleaming with sick satisfaction. His finger swiped quickly, liking comments praising him with a dry clack, reveling in the crowd's foolishness. The naked truth was revealed in the shabby rental room. Joram sat huddled amidst trash and darkness, lonely, gnawing on the illusory glory he had created himself. The BKB fitness sign appeared with a D3 countdown notification, signaling that the time to return to her original form was drawing near. Kang Unji blended into the crowd at the gym, performing squats with determination amidst the gym-goers diligently pumping iron. But the harsh reality hit her hard. She panted like an ox, sweat pouring off her like rain, her face filled with disbelief. Her legs trembled, almost collapsing on the treadmill. She was deeply shocked that someone who used to run for an hour tirelessly was now as weak as a snail. After only 5 minutes of running, her stamina bar was completely depleted. She clung tightly to the handrail, her face etched with extreme bewilderment. Kang Unji dragged herself into the changing room, plopped onto a bench, and chugged a bottle of sports drink to revive her protesting body. She began to suspect this was the price for abusing the S-lottery, fearing she was about to lose her humanity and transform into a monster. While drinking, her eyes darted to a corner of the room with a mix of curiosity and apprehension as she noticed something. The target was identified. An electronic scale lay silently on the floor, awaiting to reveal her true stats. Memories of Joram complaining about her unusual weight flooded back, making Kang Unji realize with a start that she hadn't checked her weight since the game error occurred. Kang Unji confidently placed one foot on the scale, convinced the number would be around 50 kilograms at most. She stepped fully onto the glass surface with both feet, awaiting the final verdict from the inanimate machine with a relatively relaxed mindset. A chime rang out, and the number 107.8 kilograms appeared in glaring red, like a slap to the face, freezing the entire space. Kang Unji's beautiful face twisted in bewilderment, her mind reeling with countless questions about this absurd reality. Unable to believe her eyes, she quickly stepped off, then paused as if suspecting the scale was severely malfunctioning. Then she stomped on it again to verify if the machine was mocking her. The screen stubbornly displayed 107.8 kilograms, making her want to scream at the sheer absurdity unfolding before her eyes. She was stunned to realize that while her appearance was that of a supermodel, her core was still a mass of over 100 kilograms, having even gained weight despite starving herself for 2 weeks. Memories rushed back, explaining why Bang Sojun had been breathless, pale as a ghost, and almost broke his back carrying her earlier. Kang Unji froze, extreme fear consuming her as she began to wonder if she should continue gambling her life with this bizarre S-lottery. The S-lottery ticket appeared, priced at an exorbitant 40,000 won per draw, a gamble where the taste of victory was unknown, but the scent of risk was strong. The error barcode on the back of her neck was like a death warning, indicating that Kang Eunji's body was suffering from severe, uncontrollable system errors. The 107.8 kilograms on the scale cruelly confirmed that only her outer shell had changed, while her inner core remained the same heavy mass of flesh. Kang Eunji stood frozen in the pitch-black psychological darkness, her intuition telling her that the current sweetness would come at an extremely high price in the future. She stared at her beautiful portrait, bitterly admitting that this was the glamorous appearance society craved and glorified. A barrage of malicious comments from netizens pierced her heart like daggers, threatening to drown her in criticism and contempt if she dared to gain weight again. She squeezed her eyes shut in despair, realizing she couldn't keep using tricks to temporarily patch up this miserable life anymore. Kang Eunji's eyes snapped open, shining brightly as if she had just found light at the end of the tunnel. Uttering a surprised gasp as a bold idea struck her, she looked down at her feet and finalized her plan. She would use the S-lottery to maintain her perfect facade while diligently working out to truly lose weight. Kang Eunji resolutely tore the lottery ticket, determined to borrow its power for a few months and then permanently quit once she achieved a truly perfect body. Kang Eunji spread her hands, mentally psyching herself up to train like crazy and burn off every single calorie she had consumed. She clenched her hands into fists, resolving that this time she would truly commit and achieve results, not just talk big for fun. Kang Eunji tensed with resolve, asserting that the S-lottery was merely a catalyst, and she absolutely could not rely on it forever. A ding notification from the phone on the bench made her jump and turn around with extremely quick reflexes. The phone screen lit up, displaying a reminder notification from the calendar app, signaling an important event about to happen right now. Kang Eunji snatched the phone with lightning speed, not wanting to miss any crucial information. Her eyes widened as she saw the reminder for her follow-up appointment, realizing she had almost completely forgotten an important task at the rehabilitation center. Kang Eunji hastily put the phone to her ear and made a call, her face tense with worry, afraid she wouldn't be able to squeeze into this week's open slots. The sign for Hyeomang Rehabilitation Center stood prominently, a place she hoped would help fix her malfunctioning body. A sanitation worker was quietly pushing a mop across the floor, preparing a clean space to welcome the upcoming guests. Soo-young's father was busily pushing a mop down the hallway, performing tedious manual labor at the rehabilitation center. He suddenly stopped, raising his aged eyes to stare at a poster tacked to the notice board, his face filled with unspoken thoughts. The poster honored Choi Soo-young as the first person to graduate from the center with a 5 million won prize. But now it looked tattered and crossed out like a defective item. The man's weathered face was etched with tired wrinkles, his eyes heavy with sadness as he looked at the glamorous image that had faded into the past. The manager woman suddenly called out from behind him, informing him that the Myeokpamin channel had just contacted them and wanted him to volunteer this week. Soo-young's father flinched, turning around to stammer a refusal, but the manager woman aggressively stepped forward, cutting him off immediately. She coldly looked at her phone screen, decisively confirming the appointment and telling the other party to come at 2 p.m. tomorrow, disregarding his opinion. Suddenly, the manager woman's sharp gaze fell upon the old poster on the notice board. She turned to question why this trash was still hanging there. The man gave a forced laugh, sweat pouring down his face, trying to justify that he wanted to keep it as a source of inspiration for other addicts at the center. The manager woman harshly dismissed him, stating bluntly that it was despair, not hope, and ordered him to remove it immediately before walking away. The manager woman issued a cold threat. If that trashy poster was still there tonight, she would personally throw it into the bin without mercy. The man gripped the mop handle, hearing a quoke sound, trying to suppress the anger and helplessness boiling within his calloused hands. He stared intently at his daughter's old poster with extreme pain in his eyes, where her smile was obscured by numerous tape marks. The next day, the sky was clear, and the countdown clock showed only 2 days left until the fated moment of returning to her original state. The man trudged along a deserted road, carrying 2 heavy bags, looking exhausted as if he bore the weight of the world on his shoulders. As he walked, he pondered anxiously about how everyone had been unusually losing their appetite lately, his intuition telling him something bad was happening. As he walked, he stopped abruptly when he saw a girl lying listlessly on a park bench like a corpse, an aura of exhaustion emanating from her. Kang Eunji sprang up like a coiled spring when she heard the call, immediately recognizing the man from the rehabilitation center and hastily greeting him to hide her embarrassment. When asked why she was lying around, she made an excuse that she had suddenly felt dizzy and her health had severely deteriorated lately, making movement agonizing. Seeing the girl's pitiful state, the kind man immediately pulled a can of sports drink from his bag and offered it to her to regain her strength. The two sat resting on the bench, The man let out a long, refreshing sigh, as if he had been revived after a strenuous uphill climb. Kang Eunji clutched the energy drink can like a lifeline, profusely thanking her benefactor, while the man chuckled about the challenging steep road. The man looked up at the sky with a nostalgic smile, recounting how his frail daughter used to complain endlessly whenever she had to climb to this spot. She blurted out a question, asking if his daughter was still at the rehabilitation center, which immediately extinguished the smile on the man's face. The father's face fell, his eyes filled with sorrow as he uttered words implying a painful past about his ill-fated daughter. Kang Eunji flinched, realizing she had inadvertently touched upon someone else's pain, and profusely apologized in extreme panic. Choi Soo-young's father smiled gently, reassuring Kang Eunji, and softly informing her that his daughter had been freed and was now surely at peace in heaven. The atmosphere grew heavy as he confessed that what had killed his daughter was not illness, but fatal emotional wounds inflicted by the world's cruel words. The old father blamed himself in agony for helplessly watching his daughter stand on the brink of a psychological abyss, unable to pull her back. Kang Eunji sharply declared that the fault lay with those who pushed others into the abyss, then comforted him by saying he was the strongest shield, leaving Choi Soo-young's father stunned and moved. The image of a blood-red door flashed in his memory, accompanied by the desperate cries for help of his ill-fated child. Choi Soo-young stood frozen, tears streaming down her face, believing she was the reason her father had suffered so much. Her hands trembled violently over the meal tray, the thought of ending her miserable life beginning to consume Choi Soo-young's mind. Choi Soo-young screamed in extreme panic, begging the invisible pressures to stop immediately. Choi Soo-young cried out loudly, realizing her father was also just a human, exhausted after years of carrying such a heavy burden. Choi Soo-young tormented herself frantically, believing that all the tragedies that occurred were entirely her own fault. The room door slammed shut, the space plunging into a deadly silence, signaling that something ominous was about to happen. A faint voice echoed from behind the door, bitterly admitting that her father's reproaches and thoughts were true. The final apology to her father faded into the dense darkness, putting an end to a tragic life. Suppressing his grief, Choi Soo-young's father opened his eyes, returned to reality, and invited Kang Eunji to continue, making her quickly jump up and agree. Kang Eunji rushed to help Choi Soo-young's father, who was weeping bitterly, with his luggage, showing an extremely high spirit of teamwork. The two arrived at the Hyeomang Rehabilitation Center, a massive red brick building that exuded the gloomy aura of a horror dungeon map. As soon as they entered the kitchen area, Choi Soo-young's father immediately asked Kang Eunji to help move the heavy bags of groceries into the refrigerator, like an NPC guiding a new player. The bespectacled manager woman suddenly appeared from behind, loudly scolding Choi Soo-young's father for being late, causing work delays. The manager scrutinized Choi Soo-young's father's red-rimmed eyes but showed no concern, coldly stating that she had to prepare the meal tray herself in his stead. While Choi Soo-young's father made an excuse about allergies to cover his pain, Kang Eunji quickly stepped in, greeted them, and introduced herself as a new volunteer here to help. The manager didn't bother to check her information, immediately assigning a delivery task. Take the meal tray and place it in front of the orange door at the end of the third-floor hallway. Choi Soo-young's father froze completely, his face drained of all color as if he had just been hit with a fear debuff upon hearing that location. Seeing Choi Soo-young's father stunned, the manager snatched the meal tray back and thrust it into Kang Eunji's hands, ordering her to be the substitute delivery person so Choi Soo-young's father could do something else. Kang Eunji accepted the quest item while the manager added a sneering remark, sarcastically asking if this trivial task was too much for her. Kang Eunji flashed a bright smile, immediately accepting the meal tray quest item, and confidently assured Choi Soo-young's father that she would be back in a flash. She turned and vanished like the wind, leaving Choi Soo-young's father staring after her in a daze, her voice still echoing back, telling him to take his time with his work. The staff member, Choi Soo-young's father, nervously mentioned that room, his face pale, but the manager merely crossed her arms and coolly stated that the bruised patient there, though a bit strange, wasn't bad. The manager pushed up her glasses with a skeptical expression, uttering an ambiguous remark as if she herself didn't believe the reassurance she had just given. Kang Eunji swiftly carried the food tray down the stairs, her demeanor as confident as if she were strolling in a park, not an unwilling delivery person. She entered the long, desolate hallway, lined with doors of various colors, the silence so profound that her footsteps echoed distinctly. Her footsteps halted as she approached the end of the hallway, marking the boundary of this floor's map. The target was in sight. Kang Eunji stopped right in front of the striking orange door, exactly as described by the quest-giving NPC. She raised her hand and knocked, knock knock, to announce her presence, loudly stating that she would leave the food outside for the room's occupant to retrieve. Kang Unji bent down and carefully placed the food tray on the floor, completing the final step of this mysterious delivery quest. Just as Kang Unji lowered herself to place the meal tray down, the room door unexpectedly creaked open with a chilling sound. Revealed behind the door were pale, bare feet, mottled with horrifying bruises that made anyone who saw them shiver. Kang Unji froze, her eyes wide open as her survival instincts screamed that something intense was happening. Cold sweat began to bead on her beautiful face as she realized an unusual presence was nearby. Through the narrow gap in the door, a plump face with a grotesque smile and arms covered in festering wounds stared at her like a predator. Kang Unji flinched, utterly terrified by this unannounced scare. The food tray in her hands was knocked away, its lid flying open and scattering food all over the floor. She frantically fumbled to clean up the mess, continuously apologizing and promising to immediately get a new meal, like a culprit caught red-handed. The room door suddenly swung wide open with a decisive motion, making the atmosphere incredibly tense. The bruised patient squatted down opposite her, face to face, and uttered a chilling threat. "Hey, do you want to die?" The bruised patient pressed her plump face close to Kang Unji, beginning a nostalgic monologue about her own beautiful, flower-like youth. She showed off her legs covered in festering wounds, then cackled, declaring her life was now utterly ruined, and forcing her listener to agree. While Kang Unji was still bewildered on the floor, the obese patient mocked her amateurish lying skills, concluded with good game, and told her not to bother bringing a replacement meal. She turned her back and walked into the room with a grotesque smile, warning the newcomer to know her place if she wanted to survive in this rehabilitation center. Slam! The door violently shut right in front of Kang Unji, cutting off the savage laughter. Kang Unji stood rooted to the spot in the cold hallway, speechless after the disastrous social interaction she had just experienced. She scratched her cheek in confusion, shivering with a chill from the ominous tone and attitude of her neighbor. Deciding that retreat was the best option, Kang Unji turned and ran for her life, secretly hoping she would never encounter that monstrous being again. She dashed straight into her room at light speed to escape the suffocating atmosphere. The long, desolate hallway returned to its terrifying stillness, utterly empty of people. The room door creaked open with a chilling sound, breaking the deadly silence of the ward hallway. The bruised patient reappeared, carrying a full tray of food and muttering strange bird-like sounds. She stood in the middle of the hallway, calling out to someone named Pigeon, using a coaxing tone as if trying to lure a chicken to share her meal. As she dragged her festering feet down the hallway, she rambled on, praising the exquisite beauty of the newcomer from earlier. She stopped in front of a red door, cackling with delight as she recounted her triumph of scaring her young neighbor so badly she fled. Seeing silence inside, she squatted down and lowered her voice, sweet-talking, swearing that today she brought good food and wasn't trying to trick them. The bright red door remained stubbornly shut, defiantly rejecting the eccentric woman's overly zealous and dangerous attention. Her persistence finally paid off as the door slowly creaked open, accompanied by the ear-splitting screech of dry hinges. The bruised patient beamed, hastily explaining that she wasn't lying to regain the trust of the person inside. She pushed the food tray towards the gap in the door as an apology, forcing the other person to accept this questionable goodwill. The bruised patient inverted the meal tray, dumping the pile of food onto the floor right in front of the room door, as if feeding livestock, accompanied by a sarcastic bon appetit. The bread and fruit scattered across the filthy floor, creating a chaotic and humiliating feast for the one hiding inside. A skinny arm covered in barcode tattoos reached out from the door crack, grabbing a banana with the speed of someone utterly starved, regardless of self-respect. The bruised patient covered her face, cackling gleefully, delightedly insulting the other person, as a ragged beggar enjoying her charity. The scene shifted to the cafeteria. The male staff sat opposite the manager woman, his fingers incessantly tapping on the table, showing extreme unease. The male staff's face was wrinkled with worry, the tapping sound of his hand echoing like a countdown to dwindling patience. The manager woman crossed her arms, glancing at the other person's noisy fingers with a sharp, annoyed, and pressuring gaze. Unable to bear it any longer, the male staff sprang up, intending to check the situation, but was immediately ordered to sit down by the manager woman with full authority. The male staff froze, placing his hands on the table in helplessness and resignation before the unyielding attitude of the woman opposite him. The male staff reluctantly slumped back into his seat, listening as the manager woman explained that the new recruit hadn't delved too deep into S-lottery yet, so there was still a chance for a quick escape. The manager woman adjusted her glasses with a cold expression, firmly stating that the new recruit needed to be taught an unforgettable lesson about this hellhole immediately. The male staff grimaced, trying to salvage some conscience by suggesting gentle persuasion instead of letting the girl sink deeper into the mire. The manager woman continued her cruel lecture, asserting that these people would only truly open their eyes when they experienced suffering themselves, and empty words were useless. While the male staff was frantic with worry that the girl might become addicted or ruined, the manager woman saw it as a golden opportunity for fear to drive the victim out of here faster. Unable to stomach such twisted logic, the male staff sprang up, vehemently protesting with flailing arms and legs, demanding an immediate warning of the danger so the girl could decide her own fate. The manager woman clicked her tongue in annoyance, crossed her arms, and looked at the male staff as if he were an innocent fool, for his dim-witted mind refused to grasp what she was saying. The male staff's face fell in helplessness, sweat pouring down as he realized that cornering a child was an act far too cruel for his conscience. The manager woman placed both hands on the table, dominating the other person's spirit with her years of experience, and boldly declaring that she understood these kids best, not him. Faced with the stern ultimatum of being fired if he didn't comply, the male staff bowed his head in humiliation, accepting to stay, not daring to utter another word of defiance. The manager woman rubbed her forehead with a weary sigh, utterly disappointed that a father who had lost his daughter, like him, still held on to such soft-hearted thinking, refusing to face the cruel reality. The male staff's face darkened when he heard the manager woman warn him not to drag her daughter into this if his mind was still dim. The manager woman haughtily pushed up her glasses, launching a psychological attack to force the other person to confront the unpalatable truth. Pushed to his breaking point, the male staff sprang from his seat and shouted the manager woman's name, demanding justice. The manager woman was no pushover either. She shot up, yelling directly into Choi Soo-young's father's face with overwhelming dominance. The fiery battle suddenly fizzled out as Kang Eun-ji appeared out of nowhere between them, stammering an announcement of her wrongful return. The male staff awkwardly scratched his neck, trying to change the subject by asking the girl the reason for her lateness, with a feigned expression. Kang Eun-ji broke out in a sweat, waving her hands in denial, intending to slip away and leave the arena to the two seniors. Both sides simultaneously turned their faces away to hide their embarrassment, and the male staff hastily declared that the verbal sparring had ended peacefully. The manager woman turned on her heel and returned to her spot with a cold demeanor, ordering the male staff to assign tasks to the new recruit immediately. Kang Eun-ji stood frozen, staring after the manager woman's murderous back, while the male staff could only silently accept the arrangement. The male staff slumped onto the table, exhaling as if he had just defeated a boss, making Kang Eun-ji worriedly ask if his HP bar was still okay. The male staff quickly recovered his mana, instructing her to perform a simple garden sweeping quest, and then allowing her to log out early, because the server was empty. Under the huge sign of the rehabilitation center, Kang Eun-ji began sweeping with a broom, undertaking her cleaning quest in the sunny courtyard. The steady rustle of the broom echoed as she cleared the pile of fallen leaves on the tiled courtyard with the speed of a professional grinder. While farming leaf monsters, her professional instincts kicked in, and she planned to start an outdoor livestream combat to regain interaction after a long period of away from keyboard. A frantic cry from nowhere echoed, interrupting the streamer's plan to get rich. Kang Eun-ji looked up to see a figure enthusiastically waving from an upstairs window, telling her to stay put. While she was still loading data, trying to figure out whose familiar voice it was, the other person had already rushed out of the building's door. A girl with her hood pulled tight ran over, carrying a bag and shyly greeting her to return a quest item. It turned out to be Yori, the girl Kang Eun-ji had lent clothes to and shared food with in the past, now returning to repay her old kindness. Yori shyly covered her face, timidly asking if her current interface looked very different. She broke out in a sweat, timidly asking a critical question. If she looked much fatter. The broom in Kang Eun-ji's hand fell freely to the ground with a thud, marking the owner's extreme astonishment. Kang Eun-ji flared up, yelling at the other person's face because of the absurd definition of fat she had just heard. Yori frantically waved her hands, hastily explaining that she had no intention of fishing for compliments. The streamer helplessly pulled at her hair, shouting firmly that there wasn't an ounce of excess fat anywhere. Yori stood timidly, head bowed, confessing that she still wasn't used to her current healthy body, even though everyone said she looked better. Seeing her former beneficiary standing timidly like a boiled shrimp in front of her, Kang Eun-ji started to feel annoyed. Without another word, Kang Eun-ji strode aggressively towards her target, with the overwhelming aura of a big sister. She firmly grabbed Yori's shoulders, straightening her back, and loudly told the other person to be confident in the cool outfit she was wearing. Kang Eun-ji gripped her junior's shoulders, delivering some sharp philosophical remarks about strength and change to boost Yori's spirits. She firmly asserted that even if she didn't dare to take credit, Yori had every right to hold her head high with her current achievements. Yori stood silently, enduring it, but a flurry of conflicting thoughts about the change she had never desired raced through her mind. The blaring sound of a car horn shattered the emotional atmosphere, making both of them jump and turn sharply to look at the gate. A luxurious black car was conspicuously parked right at the gate, honking incessantly as if demanding attention. Yori frantically shoved a paper bag into Kang Eunji's hand, her voice urgent as she said her mother was waiting and she had to leave immediately. It turned out to be the old clothes Yori had borrowed earlier, now finally returned to the rightful owner with profuse thanks. Having said that, Yori dashed towards the black car, leaving the older sister standing dumbfounded, watching her go. Kang Eunji watched her juniors retreating back with a thoughtful gaze, secretly glad that the girl, at least, looked healthier than before. Her meddling done, she picked up the bamboo broom again, sweeping furiously at light speed to quickly clock out and go home. The sleek, luxurious black car was conspicuously parked by the curb, exuding an aura of wealth and power that felt out of place in the ordinary neighborhood. Yori trudged quickly towards the car with a resigned look, leaving behind the brief freedom she had just gained. She opened the door and slipped into the passenger seat, profusely apologizing for making the stylish woman in sunglasses wait so long. As soon as she buckled her seatbelt, Yori was interrogated about the person she had just met, but she quickly denied everything, only admitting it was a casual acquaintance to avoid trouble. The guardian woman sneered contemptuously, uttering harsh words, calling the people here pathetic failures who couldn't take care of themselves. Yori turned her face away, avoiding the scrutinizing gaze, silently enduring as she was lectured that she didn't belong in this trashy place. She suddenly pulled down the sun visor, forcing Yori to look in the mirror, and, in a manipulative tone, asked if she saw herself as more beautiful yet. Yori flinched in horror as she faced her own healthy reflection, her eyes wide with panic as if she had seen a ghost. She slammed the sun visor up with a bang, her voice trembling but trying to sound tough and irritable, telling the guardian woman to stop nagging. The air in the car grew thick as the guardian woman delivered a fatal blow, threatening to send Yori back to the hospital immediately if she dared to disappoint her again. The powerful guardian woman floored the accelerator, her expensive leopard print high heels not lingering in that godforsaken place for another second. The luxurious car glided away like a gust of wind, leaving behind the suffocatingly gloomy atmosphere that enveloped the isolated rehabilitation center. The friendly staff froze, eyes wide at the sparkling clean, dust-free, tiled courtyard. Thanks to the formidable cleaning skills, the friendly staff turned to praise Kang Eunji for her obsessive cleanliness, sweeping and tidying far beyond what was required for simple community service. Kang Eunji scratched her cheek, wondering, and took the opportunity to ask what kind of people this strange place housed, seeing only a bunch of fresh-faced kids. The friendly staff hesitated slightly, her gaze dropping as she mentioned rumors about a certain teacher's daughter also receiving treatment there. She turned to leave due to contractual obligations, only hinting that the patients here were all disillusioned, broken souls due to the gap between illusion and reality. The friendly staff's voice became full of sarcasm as she recounted the paradox of those who once scorned reality as a dump, now desperately struggling to return to that very dump. She changed her attitude in a flash, smiling brightly as she bid Kang Eunji farewell, then disappeared into the building, leaving a polite parting wish. Kang Eunji stood, rooted to the spot, as a cold wind swept through the empty courtyard, her solitary figure watching the closed door with the heavy load of information she had just received. Kang Eunji scratched her head in confusion, realizing that the theory about the gap between reality and ideals sounded awfully familiar, not unlike her own current dire situation. She brushed aside those pretentious philosophical thoughts, deciding to quickly escape this rehabilitation center before traffic turned into a congested battlefield. The evening glow enveloped the quiet apartment complex, signaling the end of another day of hard labor. The electronic lock beeped repeatedly and then opened, welcoming its owner back to her safe haven. Kang Eunji dragged herself home with a weary expression, her energy plummeting to negative infinity after playing the role of a good Samaritan all day. She tossed the bag in her hand aside without a second thought, freeing herself from all physical burdens. Kang Eunji collapsed onto the sofa like a sack of potatoes, phone in hand, lamenting the long, drawn-out day that had drained all her vitality. Her empty stomach began to protest violently with rumbling sounds, screaming for energy after endless hours of torment. She stared wide-eyed at her phone, realizing she had starved herself all day, and now her exhausted body had no strength left to drag itself into the kitchen to cook. Her finger scrolled through a myriad of delicious dishes on the app, from grilled fish to bento boxes, but none caught her eye. Kang Eunji clicked her tongue in regret for not having eaten something outside to get it over with. Kang Eunji sprang up like a coiled spring as the idea of instant noodles flashed, but her eyes landed on something more interesting on the wall. The kitchen corner was piled high with a mountain of unreturned plastic containers, remnants of past meals that made her realize she had been absent for too long. She pondered how she had disappeared ever since transforming into a hot girl, neglecting the familiar restaurant owner, who used to feed her bottomless stomach. The scene abruptly shifted. Kang Eunji, in her familiar plump form, cheeks puffed out, devouring a bowl of rice like a food-destroying machine. The restaurant owner both lovingly scolded and felt sorry to see her regular customer return, while Kang Eunji made excuses about being busy editing videos to cover her absence. Seeing the restaurant owner's eyes well up with tears, fearing bad food had driven customers away, Kang Eunji quickly affirmed her status as a loyal fan, vowing to eat there forever without getting tired of it. She offered the restaurant owner a fancy coffee to win her over, which immediately reminded the owner of her nephew who had also brought home this Starbucks bus drink. The two of them chatted over a meal, Kang Eunji honestly admitting she wanted to drink this but was too clueless to know how to order it. She smiled brightly, sealing the deal, promising to bring coffee every day as a valid excuse to frequent this restaurant for a long time. A large hand gently took the plastic container, concluding a heartwarming meal and marking the return of the neighborhood food god. Kang Eunji gathered the cleaned plastic containers, planning to return them and visit her old acquaintance after a long absence. The city at night lit up brilliantly, neon signs inviting nightlife enthusiasts to begin their vibrant evening. She strode confidently across the crosswalk, both hands laden with spoils, feeling as elated as if she had won the lottery. Looking at the fancy coffee bag in her hand, Kang Eunji eagerly hoped the restaurant owner would like this brand new drink. As soon as she stepped in front of Jawang restaurant, the enticing aroma of food triggered the food god's ravenous hunger. The restaurant door was suddenly kicked open, and a rude man walked out with an arrogant swagger, completely ruining her appetite. Without looking where he was going, he spat out a disgusting glob of saliva, just as Kang Eunji walked past his line of sight. The slimy phlegm flew directly into her blue handbag with absolute precision. The filthy liquid streamed down the bag's surface, marking a highly unsanitary physical encounter. Kang Eunji's beautiful face darkened, veins throbbing, signaling that the guy was about to be logged out of life. The rude man staggered away like a drunken zombie, leaving Kang Eunji screaming in vain as her target quickly disappeared into the crowd. She stared at her branded bag, now covered in slimy ammunition, her rage meter instantly full due to the filth. Kang Eunji pushed open the restaurant door with a huff, still muttering curses about the thoughtless guy outside who had ruined her good day. However, her curse caught in her throat as she witnessed the horrifying scene unfolding before her eyes. The restaurant owner was clutching Bang Seo-jun on the floor, crying hysterically as if the young man had just taken a fatal blow to the eye. Bang Seo-jun tried to explain that he could still see normally, just that his eyes were stinging from chili powder, but the restaurant owner was still too shocked to process the information. A large bowl full of red sauce lay overturned on the table, creating a fake bloody scene that anyone looking at it would easily misunderstand. Sharp shards of a wine bottle were scattered across the floor, traces of a clumsy but damaging physical collision. The restaurant owner, her hands stained red with sauce, frantically touched Bang Seo-jun's face, continuously blaming herself while the victim could only endure. Kang Eunji froze completely with the gifts in her hands, while Bang Seo-jun, sweating profusely, asked her why she was appearing in this chaotic map. Kang Eunji froze completely, cold sweat breaking out as she recognized the familiar face lying in the messy puddle. Bang Seo-jun turned back, his face drenched in tears and sweat, innocently asking what nerve she had touched to react so intensely. All the items in Kang Eunji's hands fell freely to the ground, creating a dry sound, signaling she had cast aside her burdens, ready for action. She rushed forward like a whirlwind, ignoring all physical barriers to reach her target, who, in her eyes, was in critical condition. Bang Seo-jun sat bewildered on the floor, watching Kang Eunji fiercely charging towards him, shouting his name as if she wanted to devour someone alive. She grabbed his face and shook him hard, screaming frantically, asking who had reduced him to this miserable, bloody state. Kang Eunji glared with murderous intent, interrogating the victim to speak immediately, instead of silently enduring. Bang Seo-jun's face was distorted, sweat pouring down, bitterly thinking that with her hand covering his mouth, how could anyone speak? Receiving no response from the young man, she spun around towards the restaurant owner, shouting loudly to check if her ally was still conscious. The restaurant owner mumbled disjointedly about bones, making Kang Eunji panic, thinking she had actually broken bones in this imagined brawl. The restaurant owner frantically grabbed Kang Eunji, crying out in alarm as she realized the young woman's body was now fragile, skin and bones. A police car screeched to a halt right in front of Jawang restaurant and the beta store, signaling that the trouble had escalated to a level requiring official intervention. 2 police officers rushed in to quell the situation, making everyone freeze. Bang Seo-jun quickly tried to explain, looking pathetic with red stains all over him. Kang Eunji stood dumbfounded, watching the authorities work, her mind reeling, unable to comprehend what the hell was happening at this unstable restaurant. Bang Sojun sighed in relief, silently thanking the heavens that the recent chaos hadn't resulted in any actual bloodshed or injuries. Unlike what that clueless person had imagined, the police officers briefly announced the procedure for taking additional statements if necessary, then prepared to withdraw to restore peace to the neighborhood. The patrol car revved its engine and sped away, leaving 3 bewildered people rooted to the spot in front of the shop, in an indescribably awkward atmosphere. The whole team agreed to close early to relax, and also realized that Bang Sojun needed to get rid of his grimy appearance, as if he just walked out of a crime scene. The restaurant owner suddenly remembered the unsold gift from a regular customer, and immediately suggested Bang Sojun temporarily change into it to salvage his currently ruined image. Kang Yoonji took advantage of the quiet moment to turn and question Bang Sojun about what had just happened, making him flinch in fear of his embarrassing secret being exposed. Bang Sojun scratched his head, explaining that he only stopped by to help because his mother had asked him to assist a group of customers who had reserved a table. In a corner of the restaurant, the rude man sat drinking alone, with a grumpy and discontented expression. He clicked his tongue in disdain, raising his glass of alcohol with a scornful attitude, as if the whole world owed him something. The rude man stirred his soup bowl, then muttered curses because the food ran out quickly, even though he felt he'd barely eaten a few bites. Without a word, he poured an entire bottle of water into the leftover soup, causing water to splash all over the table. He snapped his fingers loudly, calling the restaurant owner as if she were a servant, ordering her to reheat that messy soup immediately with a condescending tone. The restaurant owner was busily praising Bang Sojun for working hard all day when the rude man interrupted the warm atmosphere. When the restaurant owner took off her rubber gloves to prepare to serve, her hands, covered in red burn scars, were revealed, looking quite frightening. The rude man flinched, then yelled out, asking if the restaurant owner had any infectious diseases, with a look of obvious disgust. The restaurant owner quickly waved her hand, explaining that they were just old accident scars and affirming that she always wore sanitary gloves to reassure the troublesome customer. Bang Sojun froze when he heard the venomous insults aimed at the poor chef's appearance. The rude man shamelessly declared that he had lost his appetite and demanded that those ugly hands be hidden. Sojun's face darkened, his eyes showing extreme disgust at this man's despicable character. His eyes twitched, trying to suppress the rage that was about to erupt, to keep himself from punching the man immediately. Bang Sojun walked to the table, coldly demanding that the rude man be careful with his words, which stunned the old man. The restaurant owner rushed out, calling Sojun's name, trying to stop him from doing something foolish to a customer. Ignoring her pleas, Sojun stood firm, lecturing the rude man that he shouldn't speak carelessly in front of others. The rude man looked dumbfounded, sweating profusely as he listened to the young server lecture him about the weight of words. Sojun mentioned the burden of a mother with sharp eyes, warning the man not to utter words that would hurt her soul. The rude man, shamed into anger, jumped up and yelled curses at the brat who dared to lecture him, making the tables and chairs shake. A deafening clatter echoed as the furious rude man threw the stack of blue dishes onto the floor to assert his dominance. Bang Sojun flinched when the rude man turned and yelled in his face, blaming today's brats as the real problem. Without further ado, he grabbed the steaming bowl of soup tightly from the table, declaring that he would teach him a lifelong lesson about how to live. With a wild yell of curses, he directly flung the entire bowl of fiery red, spicy broth towards his opponent. All of the scorching hot soup splashed directly onto Bang Sojun's face and chest, with a horrifying splat, staining his white shirt red. The restaurant owner screamed, her face turning pale with horror as she witnessed her son take the full brunt of the cruel attack. Bang Sojun fell to the floor, clutching his face in pain, while the scoundrel continued to yell about his rights as a customer. He threw a wad of money into the air as if giving alms to a beggar, shamelessly demanding that the restaurant owner re-educate her ill-mannered son about proper conduct. Kang Eunji worriedly scolded Bang Sojun about the recent danger, advising him that sometimes enduring humiliation and letting things go was the real victory. Despite the messy stains on his body, Bang Sojun's eyes were resolute as he declared that he could endure anything, but he would absolutely not allow anyone to insult his mother. Kang Eunji nodded in agreement with his reasoning, admitting that if she were seriously injured, her mother would be extremely worried, so she promised to restrain her fists next time. The restaurant owner apologetically pulled out a dazzling pink t-shirt for her son to change into, replacing his soup-stained one, even though its aesthetic taste seemed a bit questionable. Bang Sojun froze completely at the sight of the pink shirt with a cat expelling toxic gas printed on it, his face showing extreme helplessness at the outfit's utter tackiness. The two women couldn't help but burst into laughter at this fashion disaster, making Bang Seo-joon blush furiously and yell for them to stop laughing immediately. The Jawang restaurant sign still glowed brightly, witnessing the comedic relief that eased the tension after the recent brawl. The restaurant owner's voice softened with remorse, blaming herself for making her son go through such a terrible and difficult day. She repeatedly apologized to both Eunji and her son for the mess, but Bang Seo-joon and Eunji immediately brushed it off, saying it wasn't her fault at all. Overwhelmed by her son's maturity, the restaurant owner rushed forward, intending to give him a heartfelt hug, which made Bang Seo-joon recoil in alarm, ready to defend himself. He firmly rejected the cheesy display of affection, then took off running, not forgetting to tell Eunji to text him when she got home. Eunji happily picked up her bag and bid farewell to the restaurant owner, firmly promising that next time she would return to eat properly, not to fight. Kang Eunji hurriedly chased after Bang Seo-joon's retreating back on the bustling street, calling out for him to stop and wait for her. The restaurant owner stood watching the two young people with a satisfied smile mixed with a touch of wistfulness, silently marveling at how quickly they had grown up. The bright moonlight high above seemed to bear witness to the mother's feelings, as she uttered a light philosophical remark about passionate youth. The bustling traffic rushed by amidst the dazzling city lights, leaving behind the quiet moments of the small restaurant. Bang Seo-joon maintained an overly safe distance, which made Kang Eunji curious, but he merely waved his hand dismissively, forbidding her from coming closer. He secretly brought his hand to his nose to check, and was horrified to realize that the fishy smell and kimchi soup odor still clung stubbornly to his body, despite thorough scrubbing. Bang Seo-joon ran his hands through his hair in despair, realizing that his hair was as tangled as a bird's nest, no less disastrous than his body odor. He tried to smooth his hair back with extreme vexation, blaming himself for revealing such a disheveled and pathetic appearance at the worst possible moment. Kang Eunji stood silently observing him with a gentle smile and sparkling eyes, exuding a captivating beauty that drew in the person opposite her. Bang Seo-joon froze, his eyes wide with surprise and confusion as he suddenly met her unusual gaze. Bang Seo-joon bristled defensively, yelling because he thought Kang Eunji was about to make fun of his pathetic, disheveled appearance. Kang Eunji delivered a critical blow with a radiant smile, complimenting him on how super cosmically handsome he looked with his bangs down. Bang Seo-joon froze completely as if stunned, his brain overloaded by the unexpected compliment just as the green light turned on. She walked on, giggling, and tipped him off on a dating secret: keep his bangs down if he wanted to make an impression. Kang Eunji suddenly remembered that Mingyu and Suwon were toiling away at the studio, so she planned to stop by and say hello after a long time. As she was walking smoothly, she suddenly stopped, turning her head back with a questioning look because she didn't see her companion. Kang Eunji stood in the middle of the crosswalk, calling out to her teammate, who was rooted to the spot behind her. "Hey, why aren't you moving?" Bang Seo-joon mumbled under his breath, bringing both hands up to mess with his hair, performing a quick transformation based on the beauty's advice. He pulled his bangs down to cover his forehead, his face beet red, but still tried to act cool as he stepped forward. "I'm coming." The silent night sky echoed with cheerful notes, marking an interesting psychological shift for the eccentric streamer. Bang Seo-joon hummed a cheerful tune as he walked, notes fluttering around him, making Kang Eunji beside him turn to look with a questioning gaze. Unable to contain her curiosity, she narrowed her eyes suspiciously and asked directly why he had been mumbling and singing like he was out of his mind. Bang Seo-joon grinned, scratching his head, boasting that he was in a good mood, while the cat on his shirt enthusiastically released gas, creating an awkward highlight. He subtly reminded her about their date the day after tomorrow, making Kang Eunji jump as she realized how quickly time was flying. As soon as she saw the familiar figure, Kang Eunji immediately shrieked, calling out "my dear husband," causing both Bang Seo-joon and the two young men in front to freeze for a few seconds. Mingyu, finding it strange, grumbled and interrogated them, asking if they were secretly on a date instead of going back to his mother's restaurant, while Suwon could only helplessly raise his hand in a casual greeting. The blonde-haired guy narrowed his eyes, his face blank as if he had just discovered something amiss on the beautiful girl's face opposite him. Kang Eunji smiled and waved enthusiastically, recalling the memory of helping Bang Seo-joon film a video so his friends would recognize her. Both Mingyu and Suwon froze as if their internet had lagged, staring wide-eyed at the unfamiliar girl in front of them, unable to process the information. Mingyu covered his mouth, utterly shocked when he realized it was Kang Eunji, while Suwon casually teased his friend, even though he already knew she had successfully lost weight. Mingyu still hadn't finished processing the data on his old friend's new appearance, while Suwon astutely recognized her familiar facial features, despite her body having changed drastically. The blonde-haired guy shifted his target to Bang Seo-joon, laughing gleefully as he compared his pink cat print shirt to something worn in a sauna. Bang Seojun coolly launched a fatal counterattack with the two words "Mom bought it," immediately silencing Mingyu for accidentally criticizing his parents' taste. Mingyu did a screeching U-turn, grabbing his friend's arm and showering him with compliments to try and salvage the situation, but only received a look of utter contempt from Bang Seojun, as if he were trash. Ignoring the two idiots clowning around behind him, Suwon took the opportunity to ask Kang Eunji how she was doing and lamented his fate of having to live with these crazy friends. Suwon accidentally touched a past wound when he wondered why she and Jung Eunji had cut off contact, despite once being inseparable. Kang Eunji awkwardly admitted that after a one-on-one argument with the other person, she had personally disconnected from everyone on the old server. Noticing the atmosphere had grown heavy, Suwon quickly apologized for his ill-timed curiosity, while Kang Eunji swiftly waved her hand and forced a smile to dispel the awkwardness. She suddenly announced that she had to leave to make up a live stream for her fans, leaving Bang Seojun, who was blocking Mingyu's face with one hand, looking bewildered and not understanding what was happening. Kang Eunji happily waved goodbye to the group and confirmed their weekend meetup before turning and disappearing into the night. Kang Eunji dashed off into the night, leaving Bang Seojun standing dazed, watching her retreating figure with a lingering, reluctant gaze. He ran a hand through his hair, his face flushed crimson as he mentally rehearsed a flirting script for their weekend date, planning to let his bangs down to increase his charm. Mingyu stood behind, watching his best friend act shy, feeling so disgusted he wanted to vomit on the spot, while Suwon marveled at the miraculous power of love. Unable to bear his friend's teasing, Bang Seojun, overcome with embarrassment, yelled "Shut up!" to cover up his surging shame. The scene shifted to a bustling street with towering buildings standing majestically against the quiet night sky, signaling a new grinding location. A brightly lit street food stall appeared, bustling with activity, where customers were focused on recharging after a long day. Kang Eunji entered the stall, greeting the auntie owner with a slightly shy expression, but her eyes were already ready for an all-out food massacre. The auntie owner immediately recognized the food warrior who had once cleared out the fish cake stall and happily agreed to set up a private corner for her to live stream. She held up 2 fingers, claiming she was only lightly dieting today, but immediately ordered 2 overflowing bowls of udon to kickstart her stomach. The auntie owner laughed loudly, teasing that if she went all out, the stall would go bankrupt, while Kang Eunji gleefully sat down, waiting for the feast to begin. Kang Eunji officially went live, starting by showcasing 2 steaming hot bowls of noodles at Auntie Pang Yi's territory to greet her fellow comrades. She waved casually to the online crowd, while the chat channel started scrolling rapidly with all sorts of comments, from anticipating drama to scrutinizing her appearance. Kang Eunji sat demurely, announcing that today's broadcast would be brief, just to check in with her loyal fans, and she didn't plan to stream for a long time as usual. Her declaration that she would only finish 2 bowls of udon and then rest left the audience bewildered, clamoring to know why the eating warrior was so weak today. A toxic element immediately threatened to unsubscribe, flatly stating that he only watched for her voracious eating habits and wasn't free to watch a model nibble delicately. Threatened, Kang Eunji broke out in a cold sweat, hastily explaining and swearing that her next livestream would feature her eating to her heart's content, just like before. To retain viewers, a malicious, anonymous comment appeared, accusing her of deliberately eating little because she was streaming outdoors and couldn't sneak into a restroom to induce vomiting. Kang Eunji waved her hands frantically, her face paling as she vehemently denied inducing vomiting and affirmed her undying love for food to quash the false rumors. The chat exploded with a barrage of insults, from plastic surgery monster to forced eating, leaving her stunned and unable to control the chaotic situation. Someone calling themselves the Truth Attacker delivered a fatal blow with a lengthy message, sarcastically remarking that she had no real fans, only curious onlookers who came to watch a spectacle and then left. Kang Eunji hung her head, full of self-doubt, thinking that her audience must have all left after her 2-week absence from the scene. Looking down at the 2 cold bowls of noodles, she sighed heavily, thinking she only hoped people wouldn't hate her, let alone dream of being loved. In the midst of the heated moment, husband fan unexpectedly approached the frame, causing the netizens to buzz with speculation about a public flirtation. It turned out the man was merely a messenger, politely apologizing for interrupting the livestream to convey greetings from his wife, a loyal fan of the lottery ticket channel. The husband waved to call his wife, and Beanie Fan timidly stepped forward, her voice trembling as she greeted her idol, her face shy but full of excitement. Kang Eunji sprang up like a coiled spring, completely surprised, while the female fan excitedly confessed that she had binge-watched all of the channel's videos, old and new, recently. Beanie Fan began to open up about a hellish period when her health hit rock bottom, losing weight uncontrollably because she couldn't swallow anything. Memories resurfaced of her lying flat on the bed, her body worn out, and her spirit so exhausted that she didn't want to move or do anything. While aimlessly scrolling on her phone, fate led her to accidentally stumble upon Kang Eunji's channel, curious about rumors of rapid weight loss overnight. The more she watched, the more engrossed she became. The gnawing hunger overcame her fatigue, awakening the eating instinct that seemed to have died within her, thanks to the high-quality mukbang videos. Memories flooded back. Beanie Fan recalled the moment she saw the plump version of Kang Eunji eating with such passion, which awakened her innate craving for food. She confessed that she had sought out this place because she craved the blood sausage soup from the video, and took the opportunity to greet her idol in person. Beanie Fan quickly pressed a bottle of Zero Coke into Kang Eunji's hand, a treasure she knew her idol was extremely addicted to. Kang Eunji took the bottle with a bewildered expression, her eyes catching sight of a yellow sticky note carefully attached to the bottle. The note revealed scribbled but heartwarming words, thanking Eunji for appearing and promising to always support her through any storm of public opinion. Husband Fan, standing beside them, also smiled brightly, excitedly boasting that his wife had roped him into becoming a loyal fan and pledged to keep streaming her videos for a long time. After reading the heartfelt words, Kang Eunji couldn't hold back her emotions. Her sparkling eyes began to well up with tears. Overwhelmed with emotion, she burst into sobs right on stream, causing Beanie Fan to panic, while the chat channel went wild, not understanding what was happening. Wiping away her tears, Kang Eunji, crying and smiling, profusely thanked them for not hating her, her face glowing with immense happiness. Bidding farewell to her two esteemed guests, Kang Eunji bowed deeply and respectfully, realizing that the S-tier lottery ticket was changing her life in the most unexpected way. Kang Eunji resolved to change herself from the inside out, her eyes gleaming with the resolve of a warrior who had just realized the truth. Her hand gripped the precious soda bottle with the yellow note, cherishing it like an S-rank quest item she had just received. The netizens' chat channel took a sharp turn, shifting from toxic to deeply moved, as they witnessed the genuine interaction between the idol and her fan. Kang Eunji, shoveling noodles into her mouth, called out to the beanie-wearing female fan, "Gulog Unbok," taking the opportunity to say a final goodbye before the guest left the server. She bowed respectfully at a 90-degree angle, seeing off the two VIP guests amidst their enthusiastic cheers. Ignoring the anti-fans' spamming comments disparaging her appearance, Kang Eunji activated immortality mode, deciding to completely disregard all negative gossip. Gifts of soft drinks and snacks piled high on the table, a powerful testament that love can overcome all hatred. A low battery notification appeared just in time as a signal for a tactical retreat, and Kang Eunji hastily announced the end of the live stream. She bowed to thank the audience one last time, promising to make a comeback with even more destructive performance in the next broadcast. Just as Kang Eunji finished speaking, a red jacket figure suddenly appeared behind her, creating an extremely tense atmosphere. A red-sleeved arm unexpectedly extended a box of medicine, accompanied by a dangerously probing question that startled Kang Eunji. Kang Eunji was stunned to realize that the person approaching her was Yebin, a girl wearing a white mask with calculating, smiling eyes. Yebin's eyes gleamed with cunning and sharpness, scrutinizing the other person's heart through the mask covering her face. Yebin waved, greeting long time no see provocatively, holding a strawberry-flavored health supplement box in her hand, as if hinting at Kang Eunji's body secret. Kang Eunji's jaw dropped, sweat pouring down her face as her central processor finally identified who was standing before her. Past images flashed clearly. This was the acne-scarred girl who had blackmailed her over the jackpot lottery ticket. Kang Eunji was in extreme panic, her mind racing with scenarios of being exposed and completely robbed by her. Despite the host's confusion, Yebin jumped into the livestream frame and loudly greeted the audience with extreme confidence. The chat channel erupted as numerous netizens recognized the identity of this uninvited guest as Yebin. Yebin squinted, smiling smugly, and grandly announced her spectacular debut on YouTube, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Kang Eunji broke out in a cold sweat as she saw the chat channel explode with questions about the intruder's identity, her face clearly showing bewilderment as she was cornered. Yebin leaned in and whispered threateningly, forcing the channel owner to end the livestream immediately, leaving Kang Eunji to stammer out her obedience like a puppet with cut strings. Kang Eunji quickly forced a professional smile to bid farewell to the audience, hiding her fear, her hands trembling as she pressed the stop broadcast button before things went too far. The livestream termination confirmation screen appeared, ending the fake cheerful act and making way for the harsh reality about to unfold between the two. As soon as the camera was off, Yebin immediately changed her tone, scolding Kang Eunji for ignoring her messages, which forced her to come in person to check on her health. Wearing her mask, She introduced herself as a partner and brazenly declared that she needed a significant favor, her eyes shining with calculation, sending shivers down the other person's spine. Noticing too many people watching in the restaurant, Yebin gestured, inviting her prey to move to a more private location for easier manipulation. Kang Eunji froze, her face full of doubt and worry, knowing full well that following this sly fox was like walking into a trap, but she had no way out. The two moved to the brightly lit Omega Coffee, where dark schemes were about to be revealed amidst the bustling crowd. A mysterious black paper bag containing a bright red soft drink bottle was placed on the chair, seemingly a prop to kick off a negotiation filled with gunpowder and traps. Kang Eunji sat blankly at the table, her eyes fixed on her phone screen, utterly bewildered by the information she had just dug up. It turned out that Sly Fox was a genuine KOL, with over 300,000 followers, specializing in living a fake life under the guise of a successful weight-loss hot girl. She curiously clicked directly on the story on the personal page to see what kind of act this person was putting on social media. What met her eyes was a flawless morning body check, asserting the status of a verbal gym enthusiast. She even put on a deep act with a Q&A session, holding a glass of reddish liquid and promising a new product like a busy, successful entrepreneur. A blatant sales pitch appeared with before and after comparison photos that were worlds apart, accompanied by branded gifts to lure in naive customers. Kang Eunji immediately realized the truth. This woman used the power of the lottery ticket to lose weight, and then scammed gullible people into buying worthless pills. Yebin returned to the table with a tray of drinks, her voice smugly boasting about her fake popularity to impress the other person. She shamelessly demanded to become soulmates just because they were both born in 25, but Kang Eunji coldly drew a clear line immediately, not wanting to get involved. Yebin crossed her arms, acting like a senior, lowering her voice to coax that those who possessed lottery tickets, like them, needed to form an alliance to survive in this world. Kang Eunji asked blankly if this crazy woman intended to threaten her, seeing her attitude change 180 degrees so quickly. Yebin hastily waved her hands in denial, feigning innocence that she had no intention of using the lottery ticket matter to blackmail or cause trouble. She continued her elaborate act of camaraderie, asserting that she only wanted to form an alliance to support each other and ask for a small favor. Kang Eunji maintained her cold, suspicious expression, asking directly what kind of strange favor the other person was referring to. Yebin revealed her multi-level marketing nature as she excitedly showed off the strawberry-flavored health supplement box she was collaborating to sell to lure in naive customers. The woman began to ramble on about the product's miraculous effects, such as fat loss, muscle gain, and illusory metabolism boost. The image of the drink turning a garish chemical pink after being simply mixed, preparing for the sales pitch. Yebin held the glass of liquid in her hand, invitingly, confidently asserting that there was no reason to refuse to try such a clean and delicious product. She raised the glass and drank it in one refreshing gulp, praising it profusely while exaggerating that she consumed this 3 times a day. Yebin's eyes crinkled in a smile behind her mask, uttering empty words that she could immediately feel the fat in her body burning fiercely. Yebin held out the pink drink in front of Kang Eunji, sweet-talking her that such a good product couldn't be enjoyed alone, but had to be shared with others. Kang Eunji flatly waved her hand, refusing the chemical drink, coldly demanding that the other person stop the emotional speech and get straight to the point. Seeing her prey was too stubborn, Yebin reluctantly admitted that she had beaten around the bush too much and decided to lay her cards on the table right there. She held up her phone, shamelessly suggesting that when the audience was curious about her rapid weight loss secret, Kang Eunji only needed to lie that it was due to drinking this liquid. Kang Eunji's eyes widened in surprise, breaking out in a cold sweat at the other person's brazenness, and immediately and vehemently refuted that insane idea. Yebin gestured for Kang Eunji to calm down and lean closer to the table to hear the shocking business secret about to be revealed in broad daylight. The woman whispered, casually confessing that her current fame came entirely from deceiving people into believing she lost weight by drinking this liquid. Yebin continued to play on greed, asking Kang Eunji if she could guess the enormous profit from each sale. The figure of 40 million won was uttered, causing Kang Eunji, despite her caution, to flinch at the colossal profit from scamming naive customers. Despite Yebin's generous promises of sharing, Kang Eunji stood firm, sternly declaring that she wouldn't do such an immoral scam even for billions of won. Yebin tilted her head, feigning innocence, uttering the word scam with wide, innocent eyes, as if she had been greatly wronged. Kang Eunji frowned, pointing at the glass of liquid, confidently asserting that today's consumers were smart and wouldn't be easily led by such tricks. She emphasized that even though she had a deceptive appearance, she at least retained some integrity and would never scam people like the other person. Yibin's eyes crinkled in a smile behind her mask, shamelessly twisting the concept of a scam into a noble act of fulfilling customers' hidden desires. The woman's eyes were sharp and calculating again, beginning to compare this unethical business to the operating mechanism of the system lottery ticket. Yebin casually explained that she wasn't robbing anyone. Rather, those desperate people were voluntarily offering their money to be deceived. She pushed the pink liquid glass forward, tempting Kang Eunji to abandon her humanity, choose money, and drink this sucker's potion right now. Kang Eunji sprang up with a thud, flatly declaring she had no interest in becoming a criminal, and resolutely demanded to leave immediately. Ignoring Yebin's frantic calls, Kang Eunji coldly turned her back and walked away, treating the scammer's words as mere wind in her ears. Yibin hastily rushed out the door, scrambling after her, complaining that she had to exert herself when her body felt heavy as lead. In the silent night, Yebin's desperate cries echoed, trying to hold back the steps of the person walking ahead. The scammer ran after her like a desperate person, trying her best to persuade Kang Eunji to sell her conscience for money by lying about her weight loss secret. Despite Kang Eunji looking at her like a strange creature, Yebin shamelessly declared that it was better to sell a profitable lie than to cling to a truth no one believed. She began to lament her poverty and tragic past before using a lottery ticket to beg for the other person's pity. Kang Eunji turned back and shot her a sharp glare, advising her to stop living a dishonest life and find honest work instead of scamming people. Running out of excuses, Yebin lunged and grabbed Kang Eunji's hand tightly, confessing that she was deep in debt because her previous sales venture had failed miserably. Kang Eunji forcefully shook her hand off, making her stumble and let out a shriek of despair at such a harsh rejection. Yebin immediately switched into professional victim mode, clutching her arm and feigning injury to extort hospital fees or force an advertising collaboration. While deep in her act, her eyes suddenly rolled back, pupils dilating fully in panic, as she realized her body was reacting strangely. Yebin collapsed to the ground, reaching out in vain, her voice trembling as she announced that her body was experiencing a serious problem, and she wasn't acting anymore. Kang Eunji looked at the other person's slumped figure, still half believing, half doubting, and asked if she was pulling some kind of trick. Before she could finish speaking, Yebin vomited a stream of garish pink liquid, startling Kang Eunji. The remnants of the fake diet pills splattered onto the ground, staining the area right next to Kang Eunji's shoes. Yebin clutched her throat, her entire body shaking violently from the intense cramps racking her insides. Sweat poured off her like a shower, and Yebin's eyes widened in panic as she cried for help, feeling like she was about to completely lose control of her rebellious stomach. Kang Eunji froze for a few seconds, realizing that this girl wasn't acting at all, but was truly in mortal danger. She quickly looked around, then pointed towards a nearby building, shouting that there was an open restroom. As Kang Eunji moved to help her up, Yebin screamed in refusal, fearing that even a slight movement would cause everything to erupt immediately. Her face drained of all color, she warned that she was a ticking time bomb and promised herself to hold it in as much as possible. Yebin walked with her legs clamped tightly together in a pained penguin-like shuffle, while Kang Eunji anxiously led this mobile disaster to relieve herself. Yebin officially gave out, her knees hitting the floor hard as her legs completely lost all sensation, making Kang Eunji freeze. Kang Eunji quickly offered her arm as support, yelling at the debtor to hold on if she didn't want to unleash a flood right there in the waiting area. Before she could crawl anywhere, Yebin lost control, spewing a stream of pink liquid directly onto her benefactor's arm with a desperate shriek. Kang Eunji stood stunned, her arm covered in vomit, while the culprit buried her head into Kang Eunji, profusely apologizing in a delirious state. Finally, both of them dragged themselves to the restroom door, the only salvation for the violently protesting stomach. The thunderous sound of flushing water echoed from inside the stall, signaling a life-or-death battle unfolding behind the closed door. Kang Eunji stood guard outside the door, silently assessing that this girl was truly stubborn, holding it in until she almost burst. Suddenly, Kang Eunji's eyes widened, her face paling as an unusual sound interrupted her thoughts. Crash! The restroom stall door shook violently, as if it had just taken a powerful impact from the person inside. The space returned to an eerie silence after the loud noise, signaling that Yebin had officially collapsed behind the door. Yebin dragged her battered body out of the restroom stall, her face as pale as someone about to log off the server. She quickly turned on the faucet to wash away the horrifying remnants still clinging to her body. Yebin splashed water on her face repeatedly, to regain some clarity after the recent crisis. Kang Eunji coldly handed the newly bought bag of clothes to the troublemaker and announced that she had disposed of the dirty clothes in a subway locker. Kang Eunji briefly explained the property damage, leaving Yebin to simply bow her head in apology and tremblingly ask about the compensation costs. Kang Eunji clearly itemized the total damage of 123,000 won, which panicked Yebin into immediately finding an excuse to change clothes to avoid the pressure of debt. Kang Eunji stood blocking the door, directly questioning if this girl still had the nerve to sell such toxic medicine to others. Yebin shamelessly changed her tune in a flash, gleefully thinking Kang Eunji had changed her mind and wanted to join her scam network. Kang Eunji looked at the person opposite her with contempt and genuine concern for the lives of the innocent victims to come. Yebin vehemently denied the drug's harmful effects, then suddenly turned to suspect Kang Eunji was also sick due to her involvement with S-Lottery. Yebin, while putting on her mask to hide her cunning face, mumbled excuses that constantly receiving low-tier prizes had overloaded her body. She scratched her head, feigning empathy, and asked Kang Eunji if she was feeling unwell like herself, trying to find common ground. The debtor played dirty, making a cross sign with her hands, shamelessly offering to pay her debt with valuable information instead of cash because she was completely broke. Without a word, Kang Eunji lifted the hair at the nape of her neck to reveal the glaring red barcode with arrow RR that was severely glitching, showing it to the other person. Yebin's eyes widened, and she froze for a few seconds, utterly shocked to see that bizarre and unusual barcode. Hearing Kang Eunji mention the day collaboration post, Yebin shrieked, realizing the other person was one of the fools who had tried that viral scam. Yebin clutched her head, cursing the poster as a madman trying to drag others down into the mud, while Kang Eunji, speechless, could only point to her own head, implying stupidity. Kang Eunji started to break out in a cold sweat, wondering if this damned glitch would prevent her from shopping or making transactions anymore. Seeing the scammer completely clueless and useless in response to her question, Kang Eunji yelled directly at her, demanding the money immediately to avoid further hassle. Yebin tried to evade payment by suggesting they check the ATM together and offered to stand guard, but Kang Eunji harshly refused, finding the reason utterly ridiculous. Yebin started her spiel, spreading false rumors about rampant lottery ticket robbers as an excuse not to dare go to the ATM alone at night. Kang Eunji narrowed her eyes suspiciously, knowing full well the debtor was putting on an act to avoid payment or buy more time. Not bothering to argue with the slippery individual, Kang Eunji urged the other person to hurry up before it got completely dark to settle the debt. The neighborhood was eerily silent, not a soul in sight, creating an unsettling feeling as if something was about to happen. Both walked briskly on the sidewalk, while Yebin continued to prattle on about the mysterious motives of the lottery ticket robbers in her imagination. Yebin smugly asserted that covering herself completely like a ninja was the perfect disguise to avoid being recognized by bad guys. Kang Eunji became exasperated seeing Yebin put on those bizarre green sunglasses, making her look more like a wanted criminal and attracting more attention than a normal person. The scammer still stubbornly argued that this was the cheapest gear to conceal her identity, in case she had to combat or encounter robbers. Hearing Yebin make a snide remark about her appearance behind the mask with an innocent-looking face, Kang Eunji flew into a rage, grabbing the other person's shirt and threatening to teach her a lesson she'd never forget. Behind her garish sunglasses, Yebin smirked with a malicious plan to use Kang Eunji as bait to escape alone if they were unlucky enough to run into trouble. Yebin gesticulated dramatically, complaining about rumors of the enemy being too strong, while she herself was weak, trying to shirk from fighting. The scammer clenched her fists with fake determination, swearing to protect the S-Lottery ticket with her life, as it was both their lives. Kang Eunji looked at the debtor with contempt, stating bluntly that money could always be withdrawn again, so there was no need to get so worked up. Yebin began to tremblingly spread false rumors to manipulate Kang Eunji, fabricating a story that ownership of the lottery ticket would be transferred as soon as someone else used it. At that critical moment, Kang Eunji suddenly clutched her stomach and doubled over, screaming as an untimely urge to relieve herself struck. Yebin, speechless, looked at her annoying creditor, pointed at the ATM right in front of them, and grumbled, telling her to hold it in a little longer to finish checking. Kang Eunji, drenched in sweat from the pain, tried to negotiate, saying it would only take a few seconds to check her account, and then she would leave quickly. Unable to suppress nature's call any longer, Kang Eunji spun around and ran off, giving the condition that Yebin either check it herself or follow her into the restroom. Ignoring Yebin's desperate cries, Kang Eunji bolted towards the restroom, leaving her bewildered companion behind. Left alone, Yebin adjusted her sunglasses, shuddering as she realized she had just triggered a cheap horror movie trope. Going solo always leads to an ambush. Yebin gritted her teeth behind her sunglasses, seething with frustration at this utterly terrible situation. Kang Eunji had run off at top speed, ignoring Yebin's desperate shouts for her debtor to come back and pick her up later. The ATM machine stood isolated in the silent night, the stillness so profound one could hear the dangerous buzz of a fly. Yebin cautiously peeked her head out from around the corner, activating her high alert mode to check the map. She spun around, looking frantically in every direction, afraid someone would suddenly jump out and ambush her in the street. Feeling uneasy, Yebin rushed to open the ATM booth door, seeking a safe hiding spot and a chance to check her account. As soon as she slipped into the glass enclosure, she hastily closed the door, looking as shifty as a dog thief, afraid of being caught red-handed. Yebin broke out in a cold sweat behind her mask, muttering, urging the machine to hurry up so she could quickly escape this godforsaken place. A long, slender hand suddenly reached out from the darkness, gripping the glass door handle, making the atmosphere as tense as a taut string. The clack-clack of high heels echoed on the tiled floor, and a mystery woman in black pants stood looming right behind Yebin. Yebin startled and turned around, horrified to find a white-haired phantom looming, blocking the exit. The newcomer possessed long silver hair and cold blue eyes, exuding an overwhelming killing intent that sent shivers down one's spine. The tempered glass of the ATM booth shattered into a spiderweb pattern, a trace of a powerful impact that had just occurred. Yebin lay flattened on the floor, groaning in pain, while the silver-haired woman calmly stood pressing her phone amidst the scattered lottery tickets. Yebin trembled, tears welling up as she desperately pleaded with her opponent to spare her life. Without a hint of mercy, the silver-haired woman coldly brought her high heel down directly onto Yebin's hand, which was trying to hold onto the ticket. A sickening crack echoed as the sharp heel crushed the weaker party's hand against the hard tiled floor. The assassin called to report that she had seized the S-tier ticket and ordered the fourth person on the waiting list to be summoned immediately. She stepped over Yebin as if she were a pile of trash, taking the opportunity to haggle for double the price for completing the mission earlier than expected. Holding the trophy ticket in her hand, she decided to linger a little longer to ambush anyone who dared to approach. A sigh of relief echoed in the silent night, as the two tailing individuals had just narrowly escaped trouble. Bang Sojun and Kang Eunji, fully disguised, were stealthily climbing the stairs to approach the cafe area. Eunji wondered why crucial information about raiders wasn't publicly shared with all levels. Sojun, with his dazzling pink wig, explained that it was the destructive rookies who forced the rules of the game to change. He suddenly signaled for silence, cutting off their conversation as he sensed trouble brewing right below them. Looking down from above, they both witnessed Yebin being completely overwhelmed by the platinum-haired assassin. Yebin clutched her mangled hand to her chest, tears streaming down her face as she desperately begged her enemy to keep her promise. The proud red-soled high heels stood beside the S-tier tickets scattered on the tiled floor, as if they were mere trash. The comedic duo stared wide-eyed through the railing, cold sweat beginning to pour as they realized the person below was a genuine raider. Seojun intended to turn and flee quickly to save his life, but Yoonji stubbornly wanted to stay and witness the drama to the very end. The platinum-haired assassin stood silently in the night, her sharp gaze sweeping through the space as if searching for any remaining prey. She suddenly whipped her head around with a whooshing sound, her intuition telling her someone was lurking nearby. The scene was utterly silent, save for the sinister whistling of the wind through the trees, making the atmosphere even more tense. Right below the railing, the comedic duo, Eunji and Sojun, were cowering, sweating profusely, terrified of being discovered. The red-soled high heels continued to clack on the pavement, each step filled with authority and deadly intent, moving forward. The steady clack of heels echoed like a death countdown for any unfortunate soul who dared to show their face now. The mystery woman strolled leisurely on the deserted sidewalk, exuding the aura of a supreme predator who knew no fear. The two hiding individuals clamped their mouths shut and held their breath, their hearts pounding as if to burst from their chests as they heard the footsteps of death right beside their ears. The driver in the suit ran up, urging her to leave because the young master was causing a ruckus, but she suddenly paused, her intuition telling her something was amiss. Ignoring her subordinates grumbling about her sixth utterly wrong intuition, she remained rooted to the spot, her suspicious gaze piercing into the empty space. The platinum-haired woman finally retreated, not forgetting to order the driver to meticulously pick up all the scattered lottery tickets like a starving person. In their hiding spot, Sojun's teammate still criticized his mask for looking creepy, though he stubbornly argued that it looked cute if you stared long enough. The roaring engine and blinding headlights tore through the night, signaling that the menacing figures were about to disappear. The black car sped away with a whoosh, carrying the deadly atmosphere away from the street. The space returned to its usual tranquility, leaving only a solitary white fence standing silently under the moonlight. Seojun cautiously poked his head, adorned with garish green glasses, out from under the stairs with a rustling sound to scout the situation. The road was completely deserted, not a soul in sight, the pervasive silence confirming that the danger had truly passed. He stood up and observed, realizing that both the woman and the pile of lottery tickets had vanished, and suspected they were raiders. Eunji and Sojun nodded in agreement that they needed to leave quickly, their goal to blend into the crowded city area to hide themselves. They moved to the bustling district, filled with neon lights and signs, where the noisy crowd would be their safest cover for now. Eunji innocently wondered why they captured people instead of just stealing tickets, but Sojun immediately dismissed it, reminding her that taking a life wasn't as simple as she thought. He narrowed his eyes, deducing sharply that ownership had been seized, and that cursed barcode must have definitely transferred to a new host. Eunji froze for a few seconds, muttering the technical terms she had just heard with an expression of extreme bewilderment. She scratched her head with an awkward, forced smile, nonchalantly admitting that she had just casually picked it up like trash on the street. Sojun looked at her with utter disdain, sarcastically remarking that an S-tier lottery ticket wasn't a stray cat you could just pick up anywhere. Eunji hastily explained with a serious expression, gesturing wildly as she recounted how she had entered the ATM booth and found a pile of lottery tickets scattered like trash. Her eyes widened as she recalled that absurd scene, wondering what lunatic would dare to discard such an enormous fortune. A horrifying thought flashed through Eunji's mind, making her break out in a cold sweat. She tremblingly asked if her unintentional action had caused the previous owner to lose their power. The harsh truth was revealed. The moment she scratched someone else's ticket was precisely when the cruel system executed the ownership transfer process. Seojun concluded bluntly, asserting that the other person had completely lost all rights, and she had officially become the new owner of this hot potato. Eunji broke out in a cold sweat as she processed the information. Once ownership was lost, it was permanently game over, and she was the new host of this S-tier ticket. Eunji's brain quickly processed the conditions for close-range transfer, her suspicious gaze immediately fixed on Yebin, who was standing right beside her. She recalled picking up something that had fallen right in her bedroom, reassuring herself that she had merely been unconsciously scratching tickets before going to sleep. Eunji's face turned pale, drained of all color, as a horrifying hypothesis emerged. Could it be that the ticket's previous owner had logged out of Earth's server? While Yebin casually adjusted her hair, a voice in Kang Eunji's head confirmed that she had won the lottery thanks to the natural death of the unfortunate person. Kang Eunji swallowed, feigning innocence as she probed Yebin about the ownership transfer mechanism to verify her suspicions. Yebin switched to her fierce mode, pointing directly at Kang Eunji, and declaring that she wasn't ChatGPT, but was willing to sell information if Kang Eunji agreed to promote her scam diet pills. The negotiation, reeking of self-interest, was interrupted by the frantic vibrating of the phone in Yebin's hand, signaling trouble. The screen lit up with the name Deadweight, an ID that reeked of trouble, causing Yebin's eyes to widen in fear. Yebin was utterly panicked by the bad news from the other end of the line, screaming before quickly turning around and rushing home, leaving Kang Eunji bewildered in the market. Yebin hastily warned Kang Eunji to stay away from those damned SATMs and told her to go straight home, leaving Kang Eunji to only nod blankly in thanks. No sooner had she finished speaking than Yebin bolted into the night as if chased by a ghost, muttering curses about why that person dared to come to her house again. Kang Eunji stood rooted to the spot, her mind reeling with the mess of side effects, the raiders, and the sudden death of the ticket's owner. Looking up at the pitch-black night sky, she concluded that she had to get out of this troublesome place as soon as possible before inviting disaster upon herself. The rapid beeping of the door code echoed, signaling the apartment owner's hasty entry. The door swung open, and as Yebin stepped inside, she flinched at the frantic scream of "Sister!" From within, the housekeeper awkwardly bowed and apologized to Yebin, nearly having a heart attack thinking that troublesome younger sister was up to something again. The housekeeper grumbled about the pigsty while cleaning, lamenting that her efforts would soon be wasted because the bruised patient was about to be sent back to the rehabilitation center. What's more, she presented a 140,000 won food delivery bill that Yebin's troublesome younger sister had ordered on credit, demanding Yebin transfer the payment immediately. The door slammed shut with a thud, locking away the troubles of debt and sighs within. A long, drawn-out sigh, escaped Yebin, signaling her utter helplessness in this ironic situation. She spun around, her eyes wide and wary, staring at the bruised patient causing trouble in the house. Yebin irritably questioned her precious older sister why she had escaped from the Hyomang Rehabilitation Center and come back here. The bruised patient replied nonchalantly with an innocent expression, asserting that she was perfectly normal, which was why she snuck out to play. Yebin tossed the black pants onto the floor with a wick, fabricating a reason that the branded item was too big to entice the bruised patient to wear them. The bruised patient snatched the pants with a fup, looking suspicious when she heard Yebin complain that the item was too big for her. Yebin stood frozen, staring at her older sister with a scrutinizing gaze mixed with unspoken weariness. The bruised patient's voice began to sharpen, wondering why Yebin was so obsessed with calling someone as slender as herself fat. The naked truth was revealed as the bruised patient plopped onto the chair with her enormous, flabby body covered in countless stretch marks. Yebin could only remain silent, her eyes deadpan, expressing an "oh, not again" look at her troublesome older sister's maximum-level delusion. The side effects of the lottery ticket didn't affect the body, but directly attacked the brain, turning victims into severe, delusional individuals. The mirror reflected a slender beauty smiling radiantly, but in reality, it was just a deceptive illusion covering the older sister's obese body. Yebin stood silently before an old photo, recalling the long period her older sister had to rely on psychiatric medication to maintain her sanity. Although not physically addicted to lottery tickets like other addicts, her older sister suffered from a bizarre side effect that completely distorted her perception. Most dangerously, when the hallucination faded, her older sister would become a ticking time bomb with an extremely high risk level, requiring special supervision. Yebin's hand clenched the hem of her pants until it wrinkled, bitterly wondering why this damned calamity kept clinging to her sister. Yebin humbled herself, kneeling and suppressing her anger to persuade her older sister to return to the Hyomeng Rehabilitation Center, as the conditions there were better than the old, dilapidated mental hospital. The bruised patient brushed aside all advice, firmly asserting that she was perfectly normal and had no reason to go to a rehabilitation center or hospital. She flashed a smug, self-satisfied smirk, turning to ask Yebin if her figure in the mirror looked mlem with a sneer. Yebin was stunned, feeling that 4 years of continuous care and hope for her older sister's recovery were now like pouring salt into the sea, futile against her incurable delusion. Yebin reassured herself that whether they loved or hated each other, they were still blood relatives, and this kinship could not be denied. She lowered her face behind her mask, telling herself that she didn't resent her sick older sister, because no one wanted to be insane. But dark memories flooded back, and Yebin deeply regretted not letting that obese older sister just die that day to be free of the burden. A clear blue sky appeared with the crimson text D1, signaling that only 1 day remained until the deadline to return to the original state. The scene shifted to Kang Eunji sprawled on the sofa, scrolling through her phone with a bored expression like a lazy cat. She squinted at the screen, letting out a skeptical sigh as she examined the information on the forum. The screen displayed her current member level as newbie, with pitifully low activity, typical of a rookie with no posts yet. Kang Eunji broke out in a cold sweat, irritably realizing that the reason she couldn't find useful information about raiders was this damned hierarchical system. With the pathetic newbie title, she could only view trivial posts on the public bulletin board, such as asking where to eat dinner or about leveling up. The only valuable thing the system allowed her to access right now was a map updating the locations of SATMs. Kang Eunji sprang up from the sofa with a refreshing stretch, secretly thanking Yebin for the valuable information she had extracted yesterday. She reached up to touch the back of her neck, deciding she had to go buy an lottery ticket today before her dinner appointment with Bang Sojun. Her finger brushed over the Crimson Era R barcode tattoo, and she fully understood that there was no guarantee this damned thing would still be active tomorrow. Kang Eunji rested her chin on her hand, looking out the window, calculating that approaching an SATM in broad daylight would definitely be safer. The scene outside the building unfolded under a clear blue sky, where towering skyscrapers obstructed the view. An SATM stood prominently on the street corner, surrounded by a few young men loitering and using the service like harmless NPCs. Kang Eunji was fully disguised with a hat and mask, patiently observing her target from a distance for 40 minutes like a seasoned hunter. She darted her eyes, checking the situation through her mask, confirming there were no suspicious signs of the raiders she had encountered yesterday. Her hand lightly patted the pocket containing the stack of recently withdrawn savings, determined to buy an lottery ticket immediately, even though the barcode was glitching badly. Her plan to move was temporarily interrupted when she saw an old lady standing nearby, trembling violently and leaning on a cane with difficulty. Kang Eunji flinched when she saw the old lady open the door and enter the ATM booth, her mind immediately wondering if this was a fellow lottery ticket user. Before she could collect herself, the lights inside the ATM suddenly flickered off with a dry click, leaving the space as dark as ink. The old lady trudged out with a dejected expression, muttering complaints while Kang Eunji still didn't understand what the hell had just happened with the machine. As soon as the stranger disappeared, the ATM's lighting system unexpectedly turned back on, as if mocking the observer. Kang Eunji glanced at the old lady's retreating back, realizing that she, too, was completely covered, and felt skeptical about her identity as a system player. She stood, rooted to the spot, staring at the ATM booth, wondering if it was a game error or a hidden feature. Suddenly, she paused, rummaging through her memory and realizing a suspicious coincidence with her own experience. A clear image from the past flashed back. When she was in her oversized form and first inserted her card into the machine, the lights had also gone out like that. Kang Eunji approached, concluding with a bold hypothesis that the machine automatically shut down to block out newbies who didn't have an S-lottery ticket. Her speculation was spot on as the ATM lights flared back to life, invitingly, the moment she reconfirmed its operating principle. Kang Eunji narrowed her sharp eyes, observing all around, certain that this timing coincidence reeked of a setup. She decided to play her hand, intending to rush in and test her light-based hypothesis to finalize the operating rules of this bizarre machine. The thudding sound of footsteps cut through her thoughts, signaling someone approaching at high speed. Two motorcyclists unexpectedly pulled over, and the one riding pillion jumped off, snatching the spot, forcing Kang Eunji to brake abruptly in surprise. The motorcyclist in the black helmet rushed into the machine booth like a whirlwind, so fast it startled her. Kang Eunji clicked her tongue in annoyance at being cut off, thinking these guys were probably just transient customers stopping to withdraw money, so she decided to leave to avoid trouble. Suddenly, a piercing crack echoed from behind, making her turn back in confusion. The young man in the machine booth wasn't withdrawing money. Instead, suspicious banging sounds emanated, making the glass vibrate violently. He revealed himself as a vandal, swinging a metal bat with extreme force directly at his target. Crash! The ATM screen shattered under the merciless blow, fragments flying everywhere, signaling an intense game-breaking move. Kang Eunji stood rooted to the spot, eyes wide open, unable to believe her eyes as she watched the madman ruthlessly smash the valuable ATM. The vandal quickly cleared the scene, then jumped onto the bike at the driver's command to retreat, moving on to destroy the next location like a professional special forces unit. Kang Eunji watched the backs of the two vandals with helpless eyes, cursing silently that this bizarre annual event was ruining her livelihood plans. The roar of the engine echoed, and the heavy bike sped away, leaving Kang Eunji standing alone amidst the dust and smoke, with many big questions in her head. She began to use her gamer's logic to piece together the events, suspecting that this group knew the locations of the money farming spots and had a close connection to the robbers she met yesterday. Without further hesitation, Kang Eunji cautiously stepped inside the machine booth to assess the damage at the crime scene. The touchscreen was utterly shattered after the destructive blow, making her gasp in horror at their brutality and decisiveness. Kang Eunji immediately pulled out her phone to compare this completely ruined state with the information displayed on the map system. The locator dot remained red on the map, even though the machine was a pile of scrap metal, forcing her to accept the reality that she had to manually run the zone to check each point. A terrifying thought flashed, making Kang Eunji break out in a cold sweat and quickly cover her mouth in panic, realizing that tomorrow there might not be any intact machines left to withdraw money from. Kang Eunji walked briskly with an iron resolve that even if the sky fell, she had to withdraw her S-rank reward today. She stared intently at her phone screen, muttering a prayer that the barcode identification system wouldn't malfunction at this critical moment. The rapid pattering of footsteps echoed through the tunnel as she activated zone running mode to reach her target as quickly as possible. Kang Eunji cheered excitedly when she finally located an ATM booth standing alone at the end of a deserted road. But her smile faded before it could fully form as she witnessed the sight of the booth completely smashed. Glass fragments scattered everywhere. She bitterly confirmed that this station had also been visited by the vandals, turning the screen into a pile of useless scrap. Checking the map, she saw that all farming spots in the vicinity were gone, so Kang Eunji clicked her tongue, accepting the time loss to move to a more distant area. The subway train sped along, and she stood holding onto a handrail among the indifferent passengers, her heart burning with impatience. The train rattled and shook, but Kang Eunji kept her eyes glued to her phone, calculating her next route with extreme urgency. As soon as she arrived, she clutched her head and screamed in despair as another ATM screen, identical to the previous ones, shattered before her eyes. Kang Eunji leaned against the subway door, her face filled with extreme impatience, while the surrounding passengers remained engrossed in their phones, as if nothing was happening. A resounding thud echoed as she witnessed yet another ATM station, with its glass smashed, doors completely destroyed beyond recognition. She braced her hands on her knees, panting heavily, drenched in sweat, and nearly collapsed in despair, wondering if there was any intact machine left to withdraw money from. Kang Eunji frantically scanned her phone screen, then her eyes lit up as if she had struck gold when she discovered there was still one last location remaining. Without a second's hesitation, she spun on her heel to change direction immediately, for time was no longer on her side. She dashed like the wind on the deserted sidewalk, her shadow stretching long on the ground, with only one prayer in her mind. Please let the last machine still be intact. The blood-red sunset enveloped the old high-rise buildings, signaling the approaching night and the closing window of her opportunity. Heavy gasps echoed from the corner of the deserted parking lot as her stamina was pushed to its absolute limit after a continuous series of zone runs. Kang Eunji, holding her hat with one hand, fumbled her way out from the hidden corner, her eyes darting around, searching for her target with the last glimmer of hope. Her eyes widened to their fullest, pupils contracting in horror as she witnessed an unbelievable scene unfolding right before her. Kang Eunji was overjoyed, as if she had found gold when she discovered a brightly glowing ATM booth amidst the desolate neighborhood, her final destination. She slipped into the machine booth, glancing around cautiously with the demeanor of someone being intensely pursued. Looking out at the empty lot outside, she breathed a sigh of relief, as it seemed her pursuers hadn't yet caught scent of this area. Not daring to waste a second, she urged herself to act immediately, as the automatic glass door closed and the lights began to flicker. The space inside suddenly darkened, freezing Kang Eunji for a few seconds. Confused as to what this system was doing, she quickly realized the lights hadn't turned off, but rather the security mechanism had activated, confirming that only a lottery system player was qualified to enter here. But the game wasn't that easy. The critical issue now was whether the barcode on the back of her neck would cooperate for scanning. Kang Eunji was extremely tense, because if this shoddy scanner couldn't recognize the barcode, all her efforts running the zone until now would be meaningless. A dramatic buzzing sound echoed as the system began to scan back and forth, trying to decipher each black line that was being interfered with on her neck. The screen suddenly glowed red, accompanied by a piercing static sound, making her gasp in fright, fearing the system would crash at the last minute. The light from the old ATM machine flickered on with a dry click, signaling that the system was ready to operate after identifying the user. Kang Eunji quickly pushed her hair aside to reveal her neck, and a ding sound confirmed the successful barcode scan, making her ecstatic that the first hurdle was cleared. She slumped onto the machine table, panting as if she had just run a marathon, muttering thanks to heaven and earth that the machine was still working. Thank you. A thick stack of 50,000 won bills was dispensed from the money slot, and her hand snatched this rare stroke of luck like lightning. Kang Eunji couldn't sit still, sweating profusely while waiting for the slow machine to count the lottery tickets with a frustratingly sluggish whirring sound. Suddenly, the money slot emitted a piercing screech, and a message announcing the recall of lottery tickets appeared like a splash of cold water to her face. The engine groaned, and the protective cover began to close unreasonably, as if to swallow the money she had just touched. Her eyes widened in extreme panic as she saw her efforts about to go to waste. What the hell is this? Why is it acting up now? Her trembling hands desperately tried to pry open the tightly closing cover, her voice filled with despair and helplessness. Why won't it open? Kang Eunji collapsed onto the ground, stunned, staring at the treacherous machine, unable to utter a word at this unbelievably ironic situation. The sudden roar of an engine from behind froze Kang Eunji. The destructive bikers had appeared at this critical moment. She glanced back cautiously, cold sweat beginning to pour as she realized big trouble was closing in. Overwhelming fear made her extremely conflicted, wondering if she should abandon her belongings and flee when she saw the thugs smashing things furiously. But thinking of the money she had invested, greed held her back, her eyes fixed on the machine slot, slowly closing with deep regret. If she left now, and those guys got their hands on the S-rank lottery ticket, she would lose everything, hook, line, and sinker, to someone else. Reason told her to run, but the survival instinct of a debtor wouldn't allow her to leave empty-handed like a failure. The cold metal lid closed with a piercing screech, the narrowing gap threatening to swallow her luck into darkness. Kang Eunji screamed frantically for her lottery ticket, using her latent muscular strength to violently stop the machine's lid from slamming shut on her hand. Her trembling hand reached deep into the machine's darkness, trying to stretch a little further with intense focus and desperation. A light touch echoed, her fingertips finally making contact with the edge of the gold-precious lottery ticket in a breathless moment. Kang Eunji flinched, her eyes wide with alarm as she heard the roar of an engine right beside her ear. The driver glanced towards the ATM booth, sensing something unusual from the silent metal box. The two hooligans discovered someone hiding inside, beginning to discuss some unlucky prey. The entire ATM booth was dark, standing isolated in the lot like a deadly trap. They grew suspicious because their prey had been holed up inside for too long, sensing danger or an opportunity for profit. The passenger decided to get off the bike to check things out, telling his accomplice to hold position and wait for orders. He instructed the driver to keep a close watch, ready to ambush if anything happened. In the darkness, Kang Eunji's arm trembled violently, her muscles taut like a string about to snap. She gritted her teeth, enduring the cramps, tormenting her fingers, pouring all her will into one final effort. Thwip! With a swift and precise move, she snatched the bright red lottery ticket from the machine's slot, right from under Death's nose. Kang Eunji groaned in pain, sweat pouring down her as she clutched the bright red lottery ticket she had just snatched from Death's grasp. Metal shrieked piercingly as the ATM booth door was pulled open by someone, signaling that danger had arrived right behind her. A dark figure loomed. The fully helmeted biker stood right behind her, making Kang Eunji jump in fright. Her heart pounded wildly in her chest, her uncontrollably trembling hand still desperately clinging to the luck she had just acquired. With fierce survival instincts, she used her last bit of strength to crush the lottery ticket in her palm, destroying the evidence. Kang Eunji quickly regained her composure, subtly hid her hand behind her back, and launched a psychological attack, casually fabricating a story that the machine was junk and had no card slot. The helmet guy froze, his entire body jolting in surprise when he heard the voice of the girl in front of him. She continued her act with a poker face, pointing behind her to subtly tell him to go elsewhere because the machine was already powered off and dark. But the biker didn't care about the machine. He was stunned as he recognized that hauntingly familiar voice, gaze, and brown hair. Eunji hastily tucked her hand into her black pants pocket, accidentally revealing a fresh, bloody bruise on her slender wrist. The biker tilted his head, observing through the dark visor of his helmet, and spoke with suspicion as he spotted her injury. Eunji tried to maintain a cold demeanor, bluntly telling him to get out of her way so she could go to another ATM to withdraw money and escape. Though her words were firm, cold sweat poured down her face behind her mask. She gulped, utterly terrified. The helmet guy remained rooted to the spot, his eyes hidden behind the dark visor fixed on her, exerting immense pressure. He unexpectedly reached into his pants pocket, rummaging with a rustle, making Eunji flinch, thinking he was about to pull out a weapon to deal with her. Contrary to her expectations, he offered her an expensive branded handkerchief, with an extremely chivalrous and polite demeanor. He pushed the handkerchief forward and then pointed at her bleeding wound, leaving Eunji dumbfounded, not understanding what the hell was happening. She froze completely, glancing at the handkerchief, then at the biker, with eyes full of suspicion and extreme confusion. Eunji let out a soft groan when she saw the bloody bruise clearly visible on her aching calf. Quick-witted, she fabricated a story about a broken lip tint bottle, wiping the wound frantically to hide the blood from the stranger. Eunji's movements paused, her eyes revealing her astonishment as she felt the handkerchief's high-quality material. The expensive Gucci pattern clearly visible made her dizzy at the mysterious young man's extravagance. Eunji frantically apologized profusely for accidentally dirtying the branded item with what she still insisted was lip tint. The biker said nothing, merely gesturing for her to leave casually. She walked away quickly, still convinced in her mind that she had successfully played the role of a confused passerby. Feeling guilty, Eunji turned back to return the handkerchief but awkwardly waved her hand when the other person indicated he didn't want it back. The biker waved his hand decisively, signaling her to keep it and leave to be rid of the debt. Eunji broke out in a cold sweat as she realized the opponent's subtly threatening message: leave immediately, if she wanted to keep her life. She bowed profusely in thanks, then backed away, feigning innocence to make a safe retreat from the group of bikers. Thumping footsteps echoed as Eunji ran for her life, leaving behind the scrutinizing gaze of the white-helmeted man. The leader spun around, his intuition telling him something was off about the identity of the girl who had just left. He ordered his subordinate to thoroughly check the ATM before smashing it, his eyes fixed on the booth with deep suspicion. The biker scrutinized every small detail through his helmet's visor, trying to find any overlooked anomalies. After a tense period of observation, he clicked his tongue, concluding there was nothing suspicious, inadvertently letting a juicy prey slip through his fingers right before his eyes. The sky turned a brilliant sunset hue, concluding a dramatic, narrow escape from death. Safely home, Eunji sat on the floor and began frantically scratching the pile of lottery tickets on the table, hoping to change her life. Kang Eunji plunged into scratching lottery tickets like a parched addict, her hands working at full capacity, with the hope of changing her life. Her hands, covered in bruises and raised scars, suddenly froze as the scratcher touched the result. Her eyes stared wide, pupils fully dilated from the extreme shock flooding her brain. Eunji sprang up like a coiled spring and let out a joyful shout, raising the lottery ticket high as if she had just claimed a treasure. Joy erupted as the ticket confirmed she had won third prize, with the reward of 90 precious days of survival. She slumped onto the chair, looking dazed, all her strength seemingly drained after that emotional peak. Tears of self-pity began to fall as she realized she had temporarily escaped the fate of risking her life at those cursed ATMs. Eunji raised her injured hand to wipe away her tears, giving a bitter laugh, mocking her own weakness. Before she could compose herself, she frantically held her hand away and cried out in pain from the sudden burning sensation scorching her skin. Unji looked down at her mangled hand, realizing the price for the life-changing ticket was the burning friction burns on her skin. She suddenly remembered something, her hand fumbling in her back pocket with a thoughtful expression and a rustling sound. A branded Gucci handkerchief was pulled out, a luxury item completely out of place with her current impoverished circumstances. Unji held the handkerchief, utterly bewildered, wondering why that mysterious guy had spared her and even pressed this expensive item into her hand. Memories flooded back of the black-helmeted guy, the one who had waved his hand in a puzzling gesture instead of grabbing her. The sky shifted to vibrant colors, then gradually sank into silent night, signaling the end of a long, eventful day. In a luxurious apartment, the mysterious young man in the black helmet stood silently, his visor reflecting the lonely city lights. He stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, looking down at splendid Seoul at night, a lonely figure yet exuding a hidden danger. Hearing a strange sound, he turned his head and coldly reminded the one who had just entered the house to report. Woojin bared his chest, showing off his bulging muscles, and while brushing his teeth, ordered his subordinate to send the location of the remaining prey so he could handle it himself. Joram obediently put on the black helmet, reported the hidden money's location, and prepared to leave as ordered. He secretly analyzed his boss' unusual actions, realizing this was the only mission Woojin hadn't allowed him to follow. Joram immediately guessed that Woojin intended to monopolize that mysterious lottery ticket at the shaped ATM without wanting anyone to know. Adjusting his helmet, he asserted that this shady secret was the sinister boss's fatal weakness. A cunning smile appeared as Joram secretly swore to expose this secret, even ready to kill the goose that lays golden eggs to escape his clutches. Woojin narrowed his eyes suspiciously when he saw his subordinate suddenly smiling strangely. The boss smirked, sarcastically praising Joram that he should keep that smile instead of his usual gloomy face. Joram put on a fake smile, hiding his murderous intent, and secretly declared war, vowing to let Woojin taste the terrifying experience of someone who has nothing left to lose. Kang Eunji was deep in sleep, burying her face in the pillow as if to escape the world after days of arduous grinding. She slowly crawled out of bed with a tired groan, her mind still spinning, unable to restart its operating system. Eunji wiped her forehead, squinting to try and figure out which map she was on after her long sleep. She raised her plump hand, covered in scars and bruises, a solid proof that the pain she had endured was real, not a dream. Eunji collapsed onto the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling, and exclaimed in surprise as she realized she had truly returned to the real world. The clear blue sky outside the window made her utter a bewildered "huh." Full of confusion, unable to process the situation yet, Eunji panicked when she touched her neck and found that the familiar 0-0 barcode seemed to have a display error, the upper part looking as if someone had flattened it. She quickly grabbed her phone to check her reflection, her chubby face breaking out in a sweat as she noticed the bizarre abnormality on her body. Eunji stared intently at her phone screen, trying to double-check the visual bug prominently displayed on her neck, wondering if she was seeing things. It wasn't an illusion. The upper part of the 0-0 barcode was indeed slightly distorted, leading her to conclude that the system was experiencing a serious problem. Eunji began to hypothesize about the strange display error, wondering if it was due to her excessive weight gain or if the lottery ticket accumulation mechanism was causing the system to lag. Her intention to rush to an ATM to check her status was immediately quashed by the extreme fear of yesterday's horrific events, leaving her to sit silently and endure. Instead of risking going out, she decided to use her phone to browse the web for some comforting information, hoping the barcode was still fine. Eunji's eyes widened completely, astonishment clearly visible on her face as she read the unexpected notification on the screen. A shocking news report appeared. ATMs were being destroyed en masse in Gyeonggi, forcing the administration to urgently close the forum and stop sharing locations to protect members. Eunji broke out in a cold sweat but also breathed a sigh of relief, realizing that if she hadn't finalized her transactions yesterday, she would now be penniless and in dire straits. She stood up and smoothed her hair, reassuring herself, deciding to cast aside her worries about the barcode because her body was currently functioning smoothly without a scratch. Looking at the room, messy as a pigsty, Eunji suddenly remembered she had an important appointment with Bang So-jun at 7 p.m. tonight. She bent down, rummaging through the cluttered belongings next to the TV, beginning to clean up the battlefield that was her room. Eunji's eyes were fixed on the lottery tickets on the table, her gamer's mind starting to calculate. If she took a nap, the rank 5 ticket would be automatically activated first by the system. Kang Eunji's eyes snapped open with determination. Realizing that the urgent task at hand was to deplete her stamina to force herself to shut down. She rolled up her sleeves with vigor, outlining a grinding routine of house cleaning and outdoor gym workouts to prepare for her tactical sleep. The vacuum cleaner roared like a race car engine, sweeping away dust from the floor at dizzying speed. Kang Eunji operated the vacuum cleaner with the demeanor of a professional gamer, not missing a single corner of the room. Switching to manual mode, she knelt on the floor, scrubbing furiously, her hands moving so fast they created after images to wipe away the dirt. Her hands, covered in numerous wounds, carefully clipped the yellow sticky note onto the wire mesh frame hanging on the wall. On the board were numerous encouraging messages from fans, who remained loyal and supported her amidst the storm of drama. Kang Eunji reached for the striped paper bag, her eyes gleaming with curiosity as she found the forgotten item. She stared at the bag, muttering about the outfit inside as if she had just unlocked an old memory. Opening the bag containing the red item, Kang Eunji breathed a sigh of relief that it had been returned. Otherwise, this piece of equipment would have been lost forever. Kang Eunji pulled the red outfit out of the paper bag, then paused as memories of Yori flooded back, making her wonder if her old acquaintance was doing all right. Her battle-scarred hand unexpectedly found and snatched a yellow sticky note stuck firmly to the side of the bag. She looked dumbfounded, imagining in her head that this might be a tearful letter Yori had secretly left behind. Kang Eunji opened the paper with a decisive rustle, but what met her eyes were lines of text that made her brain unable to process fast enough. The paper was covered in random timestamps and locations appearing at a rehabilitation center, just like a guide for hunting a rare boss in a game. She was speechless, realizing this bizarre guide must have accidentally found its way into her bag due to an oversight, and was certainly not a heartfelt letter. Kang Eunji held the paper, breaking out in a cold sweat, admitting she wasn't skilled enough or motivated to venture to that shady rehabilitation center right now. She decided to use her brain instead of brute force, grabbing her phone to call the center directly and inquire about Yori's whereabouts. The cold announcement that the subscriber could not be reached echoed from the other end of the line, like a bucket of cold water thrown directly onto her hopes. Kang Eunji froze in shock, her intuition telling her something extremely serious was happening, as all communication was cut off. Kang Eunji stared at her phone with a troubled expression, deciding to spam the redial button in 5 minutes to see if they would pick up. The announcement that the subscriber could not be reached rang out again, leaving her rooted to the spot. Realizing this situation smelled fishy, and wasn't just a simple loss of signal, she activated her detective mode, suspecting this was a deliberate number block rather than a typical weekend closure. Kang Eunji sighed deeply, concluding that if the signal was still lost on Monday, she would personally raid that center to return the item. She firmly placed the note on the table next to her phone, reassuring herself that the other party was probably looking for this item, so a trip there would be reasonable. To relieve stress, she switched to inventory cleanup mode, trying on several outfits, hoping they would fit once her weight loss grind was successful. The wardrobe was neatly organized, looking as clean as if the server had just been reset. She bent down and flung open the pink box, which she thought contained winter clothes. But inside was something that made her pause with a dry click of the lid. What met her eyes wasn't a sweater, but a beige pleated skirt, a strange piece of equipment she didn't remember ever looting. Kang Eunji picked up the skirt and unlocked an old memory, realizing this was an item she bought during her college entrance exam period, with the determination to dye it, but ultimately stored it as a memento, unable to throw it away. Kang Eunji tried the skirt over her thick layer of belly fat, wondering if this tiny piece of fabric was meant to cover her belly button or what, looking completely out of place. Reflecting, she realized that even after successfully grinding to lose weight, this feminine piece of equipment had always remained tucked away and had never been equipped by her. Kang Eunji excitedly calculated whether she should wear this skirt to meet Bang Sojun today, a reckless streak emerging along with a weak-willed smile. Just as she was getting pumped, she froze as if experiencing network lag, realizing something was wrong with this scenario and exclaiming in confusion. She dejectedly put the item down, reminding herself that she was going for a casual meal with a friend, not a date, so there was no need to dress up extravagantly. Kang Eunji's face went blank as the system reported the painful truth that in her 25 years of life, she had never experienced dating. She clutched her head, screaming in despair as she realized that all the satellites around her were just air, with only Bang Sojun remaining as a male. Kang Eunji squinted, rummaging through past data, recalling the only time people rumored her and him to be a couple by circumstance. Memories flooded back to a hospital room, where a skinny Kang Eunji sat on the bed while Bang Sojun stood beside her, looking utterly disheveled. The nurse chuckled, praising her boyfriend for the effort of carrying the beautiful girl, even mistaking him for the patient because he looked so weak. Hospital memories resurfaced, Bang So-jun standing dumbfounded and drenched in sweat as the medical staff mistook him for Kang Eun-ji's boyfriend. The current Kang Eun-ji rested her chin in her hand, pondering if their appearances back then truly resembled a loving couple that much. The image of Bang So-jun with sparkling eyes and a handsome face suddenly invaded her mind, making her begin to question his status as a boyfriend. Kang Eun-ji's face suddenly turned as red as a ripe gak fruit. She awkwardly poked her own cheek as she realized her heart rate was betraying her uncontrollably. She slapped her own face twice, hard, to reset her brain, screaming in her mind to deny that she was developing feelings for Bang So-jun. After her self-inflicted facial damage, Kang Eun-ji lowered her hands and began to calm down to properly assess the true nature of their relationship. Dark memories flooded back at a funeral. Kang Eun-ji sat in her funeral attire, lost in thought, letting everything go amidst the sorrowful whispers of the onlookers. A warm hand unexpectedly reached out to the girl who had been on a hunger strike for 2 days, pulling her up with a simple yet weighty offer to eat. Bang So-jun, in an elegant black suit, tried to force a smile through his tear-filled eyes to lift her spirits and make her eat to live on. Returning to the harsh reality, Kang Eun-ji gave a faint, self-deprecating smile, concluding that he was just a good friend, and if he liked her, it was only for the beautiful facade she had when she became thin. Kang Eun-ji quickly shoved the messy pile of things under the bed to hide the cluttered scene before the appointed time. She sprang up like a coiled spring, reassuring herself that it was fine to go out in her ragged pajamas, because Bang So-jun probably wouldn't be wearing designer clothes anyway. The boss cat, Fartboom, sensed something was up, darting to the glass door and meowing repeatedly in alarm. The cat boss sat regally by the entrance, its sharp eyes waiting for its human servant to attend to it. Mingyu, in a bright red hoodie, suddenly appeared, squatting down to tease the cat, asking if it was waiting for its lord to return. He enticed the cat with an appealing offer to open the door, making the boss cat let out an excited meow of agreement. Mingyu shamelessly began to bargain, demanding the right to open the door in exchange for one chance to touch the emperor's jiggly belly or pink paw pads. When ignored, the young man desperately lowered his dignity to negative infinity, asking to admire the cat's rear end. Fartboom turned its rear to humor its crazy fan, making Mingyu cackle like a madman as he gazed upon the star's backside. Kang Eun-ji yelled from inside, strictly forbidding anyone from opening the door with the ridiculous excuse that she was airing out the strong perfume scent in the room. Mingyu wondered why she would spray such strong perfume for a casual barbecue, as if she were walking a red carpet event. Bang So-jun held a bottle of branded perfume in his hand, confidently asking about the green light signal he deluded himself into thinking Kang Eun-ji had given. He boldly declared that today he would go big, officially confessing his feelings to Kang Eun-ji after nurturing them for so long. Both Mingyu and the boss cat, Fartboom, gaped, their eyes wide with cultural shock at this audacious decision. Mingyu cried out in disbelief, unable to fathom that his friend would choose a greasy barbecue restaurant to perform such a romantic ritual. He looked at Bang So-jun with utter contempt, declaring curtly that this plan was utterly ridiculous and cheesy. Mingyu yelled at his friend, warning him that an ill-advised confession attack would turn everything into a disaster. The system announced a player entering the game as Fartboom ambled past, ignoring its 2 human servants fiercely arguing about the battleground. Bang So-jun, dressed handsomely in a gray suit, confidently boasted that he had waited for this moment for 8 long years. Mingyu, speechless, asked for the reason, only to find out the grand motivation was simply being called handsome. While the cat sat listening with a bewildered expression, Bang So-jun scratched his neck, full of doubt, timidly asking his friend if this situation truly counted as a proper green light. Mingyu began a philosophical lecture, comparing breakups to weather forecasts, leaving his friend utterly confused. He explained that if shocking news arrived without warning, the other person would experience mental freeze and need time to mentally prepare. Mingyu firmly asserted that confessions must follow the exact same procedure as breakups, strictly forbidding any sudden ambush. He pointed directly at his friend, defining his actions not as romantic, but as a critical damage confession attack. Mingyu poured cold water on his hopes, pointing out that if he tried to close the deal without any prior ambiguity, the other person would only panic. Bang So-jun frantically defended himself, confessing that his fear of being friend-zoned for 8 years was even more terrifying than being rejected. He brought up his friend's old advice about charging forward if you see a green light, while Mingyu calmly took a sip of water. Mingyu set his cup down with a clink, admitting he had said that in the past, but asserting that the current situation was vastly different. He concluded with a highly damaging question, warning that Kang Eun-ji might misunderstand the motive behind this confession. Mingyu delivered a critical psychological blow, telling his friend directly that he only started liking her because she had successfully lost weight. Bang Seo-joon squirmed like a leech on lime, shouting denials that his feelings were based on appearance, and turning to seek agreement from his accomplice. Mingyu kept a cool head, analyzing that from Kang Eunji's perspective. That harmful misunderstanding was entirely reasonable and logical. Bang Seo-joon was stunned, realizing why she was shocked to hear he intended to confess, then admitted he had hesitated to clarify everything earlier. He broke out in a cold sweat, his eyes flickering wildly as he was forced to admit that it was highly likely she had truly misunderstood him. Bang Seo-joon tried to salvage some hope with the weak argument that their long acquaintance would help her understand he wasn't such a shallow person. Mingyu immediately extinguished that hope with the harsh reality that knowing each other for a long time didn't mean the relationship would never crack. Mingyu's eyes sharpened as he warned him never to delude himself into thinking the other person would automatically understand everything just based on the label of longtime best friends. Mingyu concluded that time alone doesn't nurture a relationship. To keep someone, one must act carefully instead of relying solely on the past. The love strategist held up 2 fingers, signaling that he had to solve 2 difficult problems: dispelling misunderstandings and creating romantic attraction beyond friendship. Mingyu asked a sarcastic question that made Bang Seo-joon break out in a cold sweat, forcing him to admit that this case was a million times tougher than he imagined. He scratched his head and pulled at his ears in confusion, bitterly realizing he had been too short-sighted in imposing his simple thoughts on others. Bang Seo-joon confessed that he had been too engrossed in his own feelings and completely forgotten how hurt Kang Eunji would feel by those actions. His eyes blazed with determination, affirming that he genuinely cherished her and would absolutely not allow this friendship to fall apart over a silly misunderstanding. He bowed deeply, thanking his best friend for delivering a powerful brain-cleansing technique that helped him find the right direction again. Bang Seo-joon immediately regained his composure, declaring he would treat them to a fancy lunch as thanks, while Mingyu picked his nose, looking at him with a judgmental gaze. The cat, Fartboom, lay sprawled on the floor, oblivious to the world, while its human servant frantically calculated his schedule to make it to the date on time. The scene shifted to a sun-drenched riverside, where the rhythmic thud of sneakers on the pavement signaled the start of a grueling workout. An oversized girl was diligently running, her breath heavy and ragged, yet her legs showed no signs of slowing down. Kang Eunji appeared in a full-body outfit, drenched in sweat with hands full of injuries, showing her frantic efforts to lose weight and change herself. Kang Eunji was strenuously working out under the scorching sun when her smartwatch vibrated wildly, signaling that something was up. The screen displayed the name Joram, making her freeze for a few seconds. Truly. Speak of the devil. She quickly answered the phone with an overly cheerful voice, immediately stating that she had also been planning to contact him to discuss something important. On the other end, Joram displayed masterful social skills, praising their telepathy and wanting to seal the deal on a discussion immediately. Kang Eunji nodded profusely, seizing the opportunity to suggest an intimate meal next week to discuss their business collaboration professionally. The cunning streamer Joram dangled very tempting bait, suggesting they film a video together to post on her channel to leverage her fame in return. Kang Eunji was thrilled to bits, clenching her scarred hand with determination, affirming that she already had a super-hot content idea ready to create with him. Joram feigned interest in his prey, while she excitedly finalized the appointment but kept the specific content a secret to create a surprise. Joram's eyes suddenly turned cold and calculating, and the atmosphere grew tense as he changed his tone, forcing the issue to meet tonight. He made a snide remark about her pretend husband, making Kang Eunji break out in a cold sweat. She could only laugh awkwardly and bluff, confirming she was busy with her beloved husband. Joram ended the call with a saccharine voice, promising to check his schedule and get back to her later, like a perfectly friendly idol. As soon as he finished speaking, he stood up abruptly, with a cold demeanor, completely shedding his earlier fake facade. Joram spread his arms, pulling open the curtains and letting light flood into his secret room. Before his eyes wasn't a million-dollar view, but a pile of trash bags stacked on the table, revealing the cheap, show-off lifestyle of the streamer. The scene shifts to the apartment complex where Kang Eunji lives under a clear blue sky. The apartment door clicked open with a dry sound. Kang Eunji dragged herself into the house like a zombie, panting and complaining that she was about to log out of Earth's server. She grimaced, drenched in sweat, muttering about needing to cleanse herself immediately as she peeled off her jacket. Her baseball cap was mercilessly tossed straight onto the floor. The shower was turned on full blast, water pouring down to wash away the fatigue after her workout. Kang Eunji stood under the gushing shower, thoroughly washing away the profuse sweat after her intense physical training. Her battle-scarred hand gripped the hairdryer tightly, its motor beginning to hum and whir to life. She yawned repeatedly while drying her hair, Her stamina bar must have dropped to a critical red level by now. The soft sofa, with its gray pillow, lay silently inviting, a heavenly haven for the utterly exhausted. Thud! Kang Eunji threw her heavy body onto the sofa like a sack of sand, letting out a relieved cry. She lay flattened on the pillow, her eyes half closed, comforting herself that this exhaustion would be rewarded with a sound sleep. The wall clock showed 1:30 in the afternoon, reminding her of her important appointment with Bang So-jun at 7 tonight. With her last ounce of strength, Kang Eunji reached for her phone, calculating to sleep until 3 in the afternoon to wake up in time to change. As soon as she set the alarm, her arm dropped onto the table with a soft thud and a faint groan, officially powering down completely. Kang Eunji fell into a deep, heavy sleep, taking the opportunity to recharge her energy for the next rounds of combat. The wall clock struck exactly 3 in the afternoon, the alarm time set according to her initial battle plan. Kang Eunji remained motionless on the sofa, her steady snores indicating her stamina bar was recovering in a deep hibernation state. The phone on the table began to vibrate wildly, its screen brightly lit, trying to scream to wake its owner. The incessant, blaring ringtone sounded like an attack alarm, but the sleepyhead showed no signs of stirring. Her face remained in a deep slumber, the noise by her ear seemingly completely blocked by a sound filter. Suddenly, Kang Eunji's eyes snapped open, her nervous system jolting her awake, as if she had just been hit with a stun debuff. Looking up at the clock, which now showed 3:40, she exclaimed in shock, realizing she had overslept by a full 40 minutes. Wondering about the continuous pinging notifications, she brought her plump, scratched hand up to inspect it. Kang Eunji turned her hand over and over with an expression of extreme bewilderment, as if she had just discovered a serious game bug in her own body. She sat bolt upright, looking down at her body, which was still in its plump, bulky form, wondering in dismay why her character skin hadn't changed to the skinny version. Kang Eunji frantically snatched her phone with an incredulous expression, as if to check the system log for any time lag. Beads of sweat formed on her brow as she tried to convince herself that the wall clock must have a display error. There was no way she could have slept for over 2 hours and still be in this default skin. The lock screen displayed 3:40 in the afternoon, accompanied by her pounding heart, signaling an extremely bad omen. The phone slipped from her hand and clattered to the floor as its owner was officially stunned by the harsh truth. Kang Eunji's face darkened, and she let out a bewildered sound, realizing that her body transformation mechanism was experiencing a serious bug. Her entire body trembled violently on the bed, her legs knocking together uncontrollably from the extreme fear of losing her most overpowered ability. In her panic over the game error, her brain began to load data and found the only name capable of answering this question. Kang Eunji humbled herself and messaged Yebin for help, detailing how her barcode was bugged after withdrawing money, and now her body wouldn't transform despite getting enough sleep, promising to pay for the information after she got paid. She buried her face in her knees, feeling utterly helpless, blaming herself for being a novice who was always clueless about game mechanics and had to rely on others. Her gaze fell upon the barcode tattoo 0 on the back of her neck, and a hypothesis suddenly struck her. The new update might have changed the activation conditions, rendering a 1-hour sleep useless. Kang Eunji's eyes were glued to her phone screen, her scarred hands trembling violently as she saw a response from her savior. Beads of sweat formed on her brow. She pressed the phone to her ear and greeted with a trembling, anxious voice, like a chicken caught in a snare. Yebin sat perched on a park bench, confirming the identity and getting straight to the point about the useless sleep mechanism Kang Eunji was experiencing. Like a drowning person grasping at a straw, Kang Eunji cried out into the phone, swearing she would pay any amount of money just to get information to fix this bizarre game bug. Yebin brushed aside the talk of money, instead proposing a trade that required Kang Eunji's presence next week. Kang Eunji hesitated, touching her face, making excuses about her filming schedule to buy time, as her gamer instincts told her there was a scent of danger in this deal. It turned out the main quest Yebin assigned was to go to the Hyomong Rehabilitation Center to look after her older sister, who was receiving treatment there. Kang Eunji was dumbfounded upon hearing the familiar location, while an image of Yebin doing Yori's makeup flashed in her mind. Yebin confessed that she had an unexpected commitment next week and couldn't continue to stand guard over her older sister. Just as she was instructing Kang Eunji to watch carefully because the patient's mental state was unstable, a piercing scream rang out, startling Yebin. The sound of a cane hitting the ground forcefully, like a hammer striking, signaled that a good play was about to conclude. Yori froze, beads of sweat pouring down as she saw her older sister, Ye-eun, appear sluggishly with a dazed look in her eyes. Ye-eun stared at her own hefty hands, bewildered, wondering what pig was occupying this body. Yori tiptoed closer, trying to ask if her older sister had escaped her daze or was still bewildered in broad daylight. Tears began to stream down Yeun's plump face as the cruel reality slapped her directly. Yeun threw her head back and let out a desperate, cloth-tearing scream that made the entire space tremble. Yebin shouted loudly, ordering to call a doctor, which startled Yori, who quickly ran off to get help. Yebin rushed to hug Yeun tightly, trying with all her might to calm the person who was in an extreme state of panic. Yeun cried miserably to Yebin, groaning about how much she hated this disgusting obese body. In her extreme delusion, Yeun saw herself surrounded by thousands of camera clicks, like knives stabbing at her hearing. Eunji was on the phone with a blank expression, confused about how to answer the person on the other end. She suddenly recalled the bizarre, unwritten rule Yebin had just explained. She needed to sleep for 3 full hours to change her body. Eunji let out a piercing scream, like a house on fire, when she realized the phone camera was pointed directly at her chubby face. The poor phone was thrown to the ground with a crash, while Eunji was still busy screaming about the promise to keep it a secret. Eunji ran for her life, fleeing from reality, leaving Yebin breathlessly chasing after her, calling out. From the phone lying abandoned on the ground, the anxious voice on the other end asked about Yebin's situation. After regaining her composure, Eunji picked up her phone, pondering thoughtfully about Yebin's older sister being at the Hihomang Rehabilitation Center. She began to use her cold, gamer's mind to analyze this patient care time exchange deal. Kang Eunji broke out in a cold sweat, remembering her important 7 p.m. appointment with Bang So-jun and how canceling at the last minute was strictly forbidden. Cornered, her eyes darted towards the drawer, where the medicine that could instantly shut her down was kept. The medicine instructions lay on the table, her only goal now to resolve the insomnia debuff tormenting its owner. Kang Eunji's injured hand quickly reached out and snatched the packet of medicine, a natural survival reflex. In her hand was a heavy-duty sleeping pill, the golden key to force her body system to log out immediately. Looking at the item in her hand, Kang Eunji hesitated for a moment, wondering if it was necessary to abuse pharmaceutical buffs to this extent. But the name Bang So-jun and the 7 p.m. promise hit her like a bucket of cold water, making her break out in a cold sweat from the pressure. Ignoring everything, she clicked her tongue and took the pill, shoving it into her mouth because her mind was unstable anyway and she couldn't sleep naturally. A gulp echoed, the pill having slid down her throat, officially activating the forced sleep protocol. Kang Eunji's face froze for a beat, her lips pressed tightly as if feeling the drug's effects begin to spread. The kitchen scene was utterly silent, a stark contrast to the emotional storm raging within the female protagonist. Kang Eunji activated the maximum speed of her fat form, charging like a tank through the kitchen to find a safe landing spot before the medicine took full effect. Kang Eunji collapsed against the sink, her body trembling, a surge of regret and unease making her almost vomit violently. Seeing the image of the stark white pill in her mind, she realized she couldn't sit still and wait for the medicine to take effect, deciding instead to go out and exhaust her physical strength by running. Kang Eunji clutched her forehead with her bruised, scarred hand, the pounding headache forcing her to contact Bang So-jun immediately to postpone. On the other end of the line, Bang So-jun, in a bizarre state, was struggling with pots and pans after a cooking disaster, calculating that he had to drag himself to buy ingredients urgently for a new batch. The eccentric streamer suddenly had an idea when he realized a large supermarket was right near Kang Eunji's area. He gleefully planned to stop by on his way. Kang Eunji, completely covered like a ninja, frantically typed on her phone with a worried expression. Since the other party didn't answer, she had to leave a cacao message. The message appeared on the screen, regretfully canceling their dinner plans, citing an urgent matter to escape the harsh reality. The peaceful Riverside Park scene appeared, a complete contrast to the battle for survival unfolding in the female protagonist's chaotic mind. Kang Eunji's eyes were bloodshot behind her mask, sweat pouring like a river, along with heavy gasps for breath, showing she was pushing herself to the absolute limit. She charged like a runaway tank on the running path, determined to wring out every last bit of strength to force her body to shut down and fall into a deep sleep before the medicine wore off. Kang Eunji ran headlong under the blue sky, scolding herself that if she had this kind of perseverance when losing weight, she wouldn't have needed a lottery ticket to change her life. As dusk fell, she tormented herself over her pathetic state, her steps growing heavier as if weighted with lead, her stamina completely depleted. Her lungs about to burst, Kang Eunji braced her hands on her knees, panting like an ox. Her survival instinct told her to drag herself home immediately before collapsing. Her smartwatch suddenly vibrated violently, with Bang So-jun's name prominently displayed on the screen, making her jump in fright. In a panic, one foot tripped over the other, and her ankle twisted sharply with a sickening crunch. Her heavy body lost its balance and plunged straight to the ground. Kang Eunji hit the floor with a painful thud. She lay sprawled on the running path, groaning miserably as her legs had officially given up, and pain spread throughout her body. Her bad luck hadn't let up. Kang Eunji was horrified to see the screen of her precious smartwatch shattered like a spiderweb after her faceplant. She frantically tapped the frozen screen, cold sweat breaking out as she realized her only means of communication had become a useless brick. With no other choice, Kang Eunji resigned herself to her unfortunate fate, limping her injured leg home with the intention of kneeling to apologize to Bang Seo-jun and get it over with. The street at night was still brightly lit and bustling, but for someone dragging herself step by step like Kang Eunji, the way home felt like 1,000 miles. Kang Eunji dragged her useless leg under the streetlights, her gait pathetic and stumbling like a zombie escaped from a morgue. Her vision began to blur, everything swirling and fading, signaling that her body had reached its red limit of endurance. Unable to breathe in the suffocating fabric, Kang Eunji recklessly yanked her mask down to her chin to gasp for air, reassuring herself that she was almost home. Just as she turned a corner, her imposing figure lost balance and crashed heavily into someone walking in the opposite direction. Sweat poured down her face. Kang Eunji looked up, her face flushed, and profusely apologized for her carelessness. The other person was a young man carrying a box. He was about to say he was fine when he suddenly froze as if lagging mid-action. Bang Seo-jun appeared looking dapper, even just for a supermarket run, his eyes widening as he scanned the familiar face before him. There was no mistaking it. He called out Kang Eunji's name with a questioning tone, making her freeze completely. The image of a completely burnt pot of food appeared, a humorous explanation for why this streamer was wandering the streets at this hour. Mingyu looked at the pitch-black pot and sarcastically asked Seo-jun if he was blind to still ask if it was ruined. Seo-jun slumped onto the kitchen counter, admitting that this cooking video was as good as trash because it was such a disaster. Mingyu concluded the failed filming session and said he would go buy ingredients to clean up this battlefield. He invited Seo-jun to Urabig supermarket because there was a sweet deal to accumulate 50,000 won in reward points. More importantly, that supermarket was right near Kang Eunji's house, so Mingyu could conveniently drive. Hearing his crush's name, Seo-jun immediately demanded to stop by his house to change clothes and spruce up his appearance. Footsteps echoed. Then Seo-jun's hand snatched the phone lying on the table. He mumbled that it was already past 6 in the evening as he turned on the screen to check notifications. The message from Kang Eunji canceling their dinner plans appeared, striking him like a bolt of lightning. Seo-jun ripped the towel from his head, shouting in disbelief as if he couldn't accept this harsh reality. Bang Seo-jun roared furiously into the phone, unable to accept the sudden cancellation of their dinner plans. The automated message, "The subscriber you are trying to reach is currently unavailable," rang out like a knife to his heart, leaving his face distraught. Mingyu turned back and urged him, telling him that if he already had his phone, he should hurry up and go to catch the sale. Bang Seo-jun stood, rooted to the spot, his voice a desperate whisper, saying that they didn't need to rush anymore. He pulled the towel down to cover his sorrowful eyes, muttering that all his wooing strategies had officially gone up in smoke. Both of them were now in front of Urabig Mart, ready to embark on a shopping spree to drown their sorrows after the emotional shock. Bang Seo-jun was dressed impeccably in all black, but his face was swollen and pouting, sulking at the entire world. While Mingyu pushed the cart, selecting vegetables, Bang Seo-jun trailed behind, incessantly grumbling about being completely cut off by the other party. He continued his pathetic lament about being stood up without any satisfactory explanation, leaving Mingyu to silently endure. Bang Seo-jun held 2 bottles of water, beginning to wildly speculate if anything could be more important than his promise. Mingyu screamed as if his lungs would burst, unable to tolerate the incessant noise and nagging from his best friend beside him. He pointed directly at his friend and yelled, telling him that if the plan was ruined, he should go home and cry instead of bothering others here. Mingyu declared he would handle everything himself, and walked off with Suwon, leaving Bang Seo-jun standing alone in the street, rooted to the spot, with a bewildered expression, as if he'd lost his ration book. Bang Seo-jun leaned against the glass door, phone pressed to his ear with a melancholic expression, still stubbornly wondering why his crush wasn't answering. Lost in thought, Bang Seo-jun accidentally bumped into a pedestrian carrying a box, creating a physical collision that made both of them stumble. Bang Seo-jun quickly turned to apologize out of reflex, while Kang Eunji, wearing a cap, mumbled that it was fine, trying to avoid him. Hearing the familiar voice, Bang Seo-jun froze and spun around, his eyes wide with suspicion, then blurted out Kang Eunji as a natural reflex. The two stood facing each other in an extremely tense atmosphere, Bang Seo-jun staring at the girl in front of him, as if to confirm the data he had just gathered. Kang Eunji's eyes widened in horror, her heart sinking as she realized her disguise was completely useless against someone familiar. Bang Seojun completely lost his composure, stammering incoherently, utterly bewildered by the ironic and illogical situation unfolding before his eyes. Kang Eunji panicked, fumbling to adjust her mask, then vehemently denied that he had mistaken her for someone else, trying to cover it up. Bang Seojun's eyes were wide open, stunned as if splashed with cold water by his acquaintance's fierce denial. His gaze immediately fell upon the girl's swollen, bruised hand, covered in open wounds and dark purple scars. Even more horrifying was the tear in her leggings, revealing a patch of raw, scratched skin, as if she had just survived a life-or-death battle. Bang Seojun couldn't keep calm and grabbed her tightly, shouting questions about her injuries and firmly asserting that she was Kang Eunji and no one else. Kang Eunji struggled, shaking his hand off, then coldly uttered a denial and hurried away, trying to escape the awkward situation. He stood, rooted to the spot, watching her back, his mind reeling, unable to understand why she had to put on such an obvious act that anyone could see through. Bang Seojun's sharp gaze inadvertently fixed on the pristine nape of the girl's neck, exposed beneath her ponytail as she walked away. The familiar barcode tattoo with the error message appeared clearly on her skin, shattering all of her clumsy attempts at disguise. Bang Seojun broke out in a cold sweat, his face pale as he realized the harsh truth. The disheveled girl was indeed the person he was looking for. Kang Eunji walked erratically in extreme panic, her mind racing to figure out how to handle this absurd situation. As she walked, she struggled with an intense internal conflict, knowing full well she couldn't fool Bang Seojun. But revealing the truth was beyond her endurance. Bang Seojun delivered a critical blow by directly asking about the connection between her transformation ability and the barcode on her nape, making Kang Eunji freeze instantly. He dealt another blow by revealing that he had personally seen that error tattoo when he took her to the emergency room. Kang Eunji's eyes widened in astonishment, never expecting her shocking secret to be exposed in such a ridiculous and undeniable way. In a moment of hesitation, she considered the risky move of telling Bang Seojun everything to get it over with. But her reason told her that this secret was too dangerous to reveal, so she decided on the safest solution, avoiding him right now. Bang Seojun wouldn't let her escape easily. He flatly declared that he didn't care if she was fat or skinny. What he worried about was her safety. He lowered his voice, advising her not to run away and cut off contact like a child anymore, but to come back and talk properly like before. Faced with his incredibly sincere and impactful words, Kang Eunji could only stand in silence, unable to utter a single sound. Kang Eunji, from his memory, in her skinny form, looked back with sad eyes, suggesting they move their conversation home to avoid unnecessary distance. A blonde customer walked into the convenience store, muttering about 60,000 accumulated points in the system. The scene outside the store was deserted. Kang Eunji wondered if he would patiently wait for her, or if he had already left. The silent night enveloped the space, signaling that a mentally exhausting interrogation was about to begin. Bang Seojun sat in the room, holding the lottery ticket and beginning to analyze it like a suspicious game item. He clearly explained the ticket's mechanism, asserting that one could claim the prize immediately by scanning the code at an ATM. Kang Eunji, in her fat form, lifted her hair to reveal the barcode, explaining that she couldn't use it right now due to an ironic circumstance. Bang Seojun noticed the status change on the barcode from an error message to a D0 countdown, making him even more suspicious of her statement. Kang Eunji broke out in a cold sweat, wildly gesturing and bluffing that the barcode was malfunctioning because she was sick, desperately trying to cover up the truth. Bang Seojun remained skeptical, flatly stating that the story of the transforming paper sounded too fictional, and he had once thought it was just a surgical scar cover-up. Bang Seojun cornered her with a tricky question about how to lose weight miraculously overnight. He dismissed all her arguments and demanded that Kang Eunji perform her transformation skill immediately to prove her credibility. Kang Eunji broke out in a cold sweat, explaining the system's cooldown mechanism, asserting that she absolutely needed enough sleep to activate her skinny form. Bang Seojun issued a shocking ultimatum, demanding that she sleep in the same house tonight so he could directly supervise the transformation process. Kang Eunji frantically waved her hands, refusing due to the disastrously misleading wording, while Bang Seojun buried his face in his hands, helpless over his own slip of the tongue. Both awkwardly re-explained the meaning. Bang Seojun designated separate bedrooms, while Kang Eunji quickly made her escape to take a shower and cool down. Kang Eunji lay listlessly on the sofa, reminded by Bang Seojun to cover herself carefully, like a strict parent managing their child. He lay stretched out on the floor, glued to his phone, declaring that he would stay up all night on guard to see if the transformation truly happened. Kang Eunji clutched the lottery tickets in her hand, believing that keeping the quest items with her was the safest option right now. She let out a sigh of relief, reassuring herself that Bang So-jun discovering her secret was actually a great stroke of luck amidst the risk. Bang So-jun lay stretched out on the floor, holding his phone up high to begin his investigation into the mysterious girl. He scrolled through search results for lottery and blog posts about changing one's life or likening overweight people to unscratched lottery tickets. Bang So-jun broke out in a cold sweat as he realized there was no information matching his suspicions. Everything was as vague as a joke. At exactly 9 p.m., he turned off his phone with sharp eyes, determined to stay up all night to witness this one-of-a-kind transformation firsthand. While the serious young man was on guard, Kang Eun-ji had been sleeping soundly since 10 p.m., her snores echoing steadily. By 11 p.m., Bang So-jun's eyes began to droop. He blinked continuously to fight off the overwhelming drowsiness. Game over for the guard. By 12:30 a.m., Bang So-jun had officially powered down, still holding his phone, but his mind had drifted into dreams. 4 mysterious lottery tickets lay silently on the table, seemingly harmless but containing the power to alter reality. Suddenly, one ticket erupted in a brilliant golden light, activating a hidden mechanism without any external input. The entire room exploded in a dazzling stream of light that shone through the window, signaling the official start of the formidable transformation process. Bang So-jun had completely powered down, sleeping soundly on the floor, oblivious to the world, as the strange light began to envelop the space with a swaa sound. He groggily opened his eyes, groaning as he was woken by the blinding light invading his vision. Ugh, what is this? A dazzling aura erupted from the kitchen area, making the room as bright as day, accompanied by a piercing pwah sound. Bang So-jun jolted upright like a spring, his drowsiness instantly vanishing before the abnormal phenomenon occurring right in his home. He quickly raised a hand to shield his eyes from the terrifying intensity of the light and shouted towards his roommate, "Hey, Kang Eun-ji, what the hell is this light?" His eyes were wide open, pupils constricted as he peeked through his fingers and witnessed the unbelievable scene unfolding right before him. Before him, Kang Eun-ji's body was enveloped in a brilliant magical aura, emitting strange energy that made the surrounding space tremble. Her massive body began to convulse repeatedly and transform its structure under the influence of the mysterious light. A series of error messages and glitch effects enveloped Kang Eun-ji. Her body was being forcibly molded by the system to switch to her skinny form, while its owner remained fast asleep. Bang So-jun was completely stunned, sweat pouring down him as he witnessed the surreal transformation, and exclaimed in utter bewilderment, What is that?" Bang So-jun stood, rooted to the spot, eyes wide open, staring at the bizarre aura enveloping Kang Eun-ji, a bewildered question forming in his mind. What the hell is this? Something's not right. Kang Eun-ji's face remained deep in sleep, while the pink energy continuously pulsed and restructured every cell in her body with strange, unfamiliar sounds. Unable to watch any longer, Bang So-jun rushed over, shook her violently, and yelled in despair, "Kang Eun-ji, wake up. I think something bad is happening." Kang Eun-ji's fat and muscle mass began to boil, convulse, and steam profusely, as if a photo editing software was brutally interfering with reality. Bang So-jun flinched and froze, cold sweat breaking out as he felt the abnormal physical transformation happening right beneath his palm. He continued to shake the girl's shoulder violently, his face contorted with worry, and shouted loudly to pull her out of this terrifying mutation process. "Hey, please wake up." Kang Eun-ji's swollen hands were gradually shrinking, her skin contracting and glowing brightly, as if being recast from scratch by a supernatural force. A final blinding shockwave flashed precisely where Bang So-jun was holding on, causing the surrounding space to tremble slightly before fading away. The light vanished completely, leaving Bang So-jun stunned, his face a mix of bewilderment and doubt as everything suddenly became eerily quiet. The transformation was complete, leaving behind a slender Kang Eun-ji. Bang So-jun stared at her new body and muttered skeptically, "What is this? It's not twitching anymore, so it's over?" A blinding flash of light suddenly erupted from Kang Eun-ji's body, forcing Bang So-jun to cover his eyes and cry out in pain from the glare. He tried to open his eyes and look at the energy mass radiating in front of him, shouting in extreme confusion, "What the hell is it this time?" Kang Eun-ji's hair whipped wildly in the air as a high-pressure current emanated, accompanied by a sharp, tearing sound. Bang So-jun leaned forward to the edge of the bed, his eyes wide with horror as he witnessed the supernatural phenomenon engulfing his roommate. Her skin began to show digital glitch patterns, and a buzzing sound echoed as if an electronic device was severely short-circuiting. Pixels continuously shattered and reformed on Kang Eun-ji's body, signaling a brutal system intervention into physical reality. A glowing barcode tattoo with the numbers 0 to 4 clearly appeared on Kang Eunji's neck, marking the host's system error state. Bang Sojun knelt on the floor, drenched in sweat, muttering doubtfully about the error message that had just appeared, and reassuring himself that everything was fine. Before he could recover, a massive energy pulse exploded again, throwing everything aside and making Bang Sojun scream desperately. The dazzling light pierced through the night, turning their apartment into a brilliant lighthouse, illuminating a dark corner of the apartment complex. A dry disconnection sound echoed, and the entire apartment building plunged into darkness, as if the system had suddenly cut off power. Suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted from the apartment window again, like an extremely powerful flashbang sweeping through the night. But just a split second later, the light abruptly died out, returning the space to terrifying darkness and silence. The room returned to absolute silence, as if the system error storm had temporarily stopped spamming. Kang Eunji lay sound asleep, breathing steadily, oblivious to the world as if she had just finished an intense raid boss battle while away from keyboard. Bang Seojun cautiously placed a hand under her nose to check if she was still connected to the life server or had vanished after the failed transformation. He broke out in a sweat but sighed in relief when he confirmed she was still breathing, even though she had been lying motionless like a soulless corpse just moments ago. Bang Sojun cautiously looked around the room, muttering about the continuous error messages and spam that had lasted for 5 minutes before finally subsiding. A close-up of Kang Eunji's swollen hands, covered in bruises and raw, red scars, was revealed under the dim light. He stared intently at those old wounds with a serious expression, realizing that this girl's resilience was truly genuine. Bang Sojun began rummaging through the pile of support items on the shelf, looking for recovery supplies for his debtor. The fully equipped first aid kit was opened, containing all the necessary medicines and bandages to fix that mangled hand. He tore off the adhesive tape decisively, focusing intently on treating the wound. Bang Sojun wiped the sweat from his forehead and let out a sigh of relief. Done. Kang Eunji's swollen hand was now carefully bandaged finger by finger, looking much less damaged than before. He casually pulled a thin blanket over the away-from-keyboard girl on the sofa to keep her warm, a quick but thoughtful gesture. Bang Sojun stood staring at this unexpected patient with a somewhat unreadable, thoughtful gaze. Kang Eunji remained sound asleep, completely unaware of the terrifying ordeal the world around her had just experienced. He turned sharply, his face becoming cold as he began to calculate his next move. The room fell silent, with Bang Sojun standing tall in the middle, a first aid kit at his feet, and scattered scratch-off lottery tickets on the table. The S-rank lottery ticket lay abandoned on the table, its grand prize section unscratched. But the fifth prize area was charred black, as if it had been roasted. Bang Sojun snatched the lottery ticket, carefully examining the D4 code fifth prize section that had been mysteriously burned, just as rumored. He broke out in a cold sweat, realizing that the burned part of the ticket proved Kang Eunji wasn't bluffing. The price for this ability was real. Bang Sojun glanced at the sleeping beauty. Though clueless about the mechanism, he was certain of one core thing about this danger. Seeing Kang Eunji lying there, flattened with her hand bandaged, he knew she had lied about her stability, and if she continued to abuse her power, she would soon be game over. He stood stunned in the middle of the room, looking down at the small girl, telling himself he had no right to interfere with another person's life or death choices. RIP. Bang Sojun's hand clenched, decisively crushing the powerful lottery ticket in his palm without hesitation. His eyes became sharp and resolute. He accepted playing the villain and bearing all hatred, as long as he could save that foolish girl's life. The silent, star-filled night sky enveloped the city, witnessing his selfish yet righteous decision. The morning light gradually appeared, the sky turning a clear blue, signaling a new day full of upheaval about to begin after the long, stormy night. Kang Eunji stood silently before the reflective glass door, stunned as she re-examined the results of her transformation in the morning sunlight. She shrieked with extreme delight. "Kia! I transformed." She jumped up, celebrating her glorious victory after a long, tumultuous night. Her joy was short-lived. Her legs began to tremble uncontrollably, her muscles screaming and glowing red, signaling severe overload. Kang Eunji grimaced, clutching her thigh, limping painfully, and admitting that she had overdone it, completely exhausting herself yesterday. Moving with difficulty like a zombie, she suddenly froze when her eyes caught sight of bare feet on the floor. She stared blankly at her carefully bandaged fingers, wondering, "Huh? When did this happen?" With a face full of doubt, Kang Eunji froze for a moment, trying to piece together fragmented memories to understand who had come to her aid. Her gaze drifted towards the slightly ajar doorway, where a mysterious paper bag was neatly placed on the wooden floor beside the doorframe. Her face lit up, her hands clasped together with emotion, mistakenly thinking she had just received meticulous care. But immediately, she returned to harsh reality, frantically looking around the room for the winning lottery ticket and wondering where Bang Seo-jun had hidden that treasure. Kang Eun-ji burst into the room like a whirlwind, shouting loudly for Bang Seo-jun to wake up and check the goods immediately. Bang Seo-jun opened his eyes with a world-weary expression, uttering a curt denial despite being wide awake. She pointed at herself, confidently pressing him to see if he now believed in her formidable transformation ability. He lay stretched out on the floor, admitting he had witnessed the midnight transformation and likening her to a glitchy Cinderella. Kang Eun-ji laughed heartily, her ego flattered by being compared to a fairy tale character instead of a monster. Immediately after, she switched to gamer mode, calculating the cooldown time to be 3 hours from when she fell asleep. Bang Seo-jun lay prone, propping his chin, a smile of absolute trust on his face, as he promised a proper lunch treat. Kang Eun-ji happily accepted but didn't forget her main objective, immediately asking about the location of the winning lottery ticket. He didn't bother to say much, simply pointing his finger straight towards the table near the window. Kang Eun-ji followed his gaze and saw that the target was, once again, the trash can, her face blank with confusion. Kang Eun-ji's face went slack, unable to understand why he was pointing at the dirty trash can when asked about the lottery ticket. Bang Seo-jun lay stretched out on the floor, nonchalantly stating that the treasure was nestled snugly inside. She gasped, crying out desperately, and demanding to know why he dared to throw the life-changing lottery ticket into the garbage. Kang Eun-ji's face turned pale, her pupils contracting as her brain finished processing the horrifying truth. She whipped her head around like lightning, her eyes fixed on the only target in the room with a dazed expression. Ignoring her image, Kang Eun-ji rushed forward like the wind, her bare feet stomping hard on the floor to reach the trash can. Her trembling hands ripped off the trash can lid at lightning speed to verify the truth. Kang Eun-ji froze, her face darkening as if she had just witnessed the apocalypse unfolding before her eyes. Inside the can was a devastating battlefield, with the winning lottery ticket torn to shreds and mangled beyond recognition. She collapsed to her knees on the floor in utter despair, while Bang Seo-jun stood watching her pathetic back with a cold expression. Kang Eun-ji stood frozen, leaving behind only a terrifyingly silent back that made the atmosphere in the room heavy. Bang Seo-jun sat on the floor, apologizing for unilaterally deciding to destroy the important item without consulting her. He tried to explain that if she had witnessed yesterday's catastrophe, she would understand why he had to act so decisively. The young man seriously warned her that she absolutely should not use that dangerous S-rank lottery ticket. Ignoring all warnings, Eun-ji plunged headfirst into the trash can, frantically digging through it like an addict searching for a fix. Seo-jun called out his teammate's name in bewilderment, seeing her rummaging desperately, completely disregarding her image. She tremblingly gathered each charred fragment, muttering in a panic that she had to salvage at least the third prize. Her bandaged hands tried to piece together the fragments in vain, but none of them fit. The harsh truth hit her eyes. The lottery ticket fragments that weren't shredded were burned to ashes, completely gone. Kang Eun-ji's eyes glowed with an eerie pinkish-purple light as she stared blankly at the wealthy future that had just vanished into thin air. The S-rank lottery ticket masterpiece had now turned into a black piece of charcoal, shattered like the owner's hope for a changed life after a fateful night. Kang Eun-ji stood stunned, as if she had lost her livelihood, gazing at the pile of ashes in her hand, her soul adrift, her entire being radiating utter misery. Bang Seo-jun unexpectedly placed a hand on her shoulder to calm her, sternly calling out his teammate's name amidst her panic. The young man knelt down, kindly asking if his teammate was okay, but received only terrifying silence from the one staring intently at the trash can. Slap! She violently slapped away the concerned hand, yelling bitterly that the question was utterly superfluous at this moment. The female streamer began her tirade of reproaches, bringing up his promise not to be distant, to emotionally manipulate and exert extreme pressure on him. Bang Seo-jun was stunned, taking the full brunt of her fury as she repeatedly questioned why he had made her look like a fool in front of everyone. Greed surging, Kang Eun-ji frantically screamed about the immense value of the lottery ticket that he had indirectly made disappear. She tried to justify her actions, claiming that circumstances had forced her hand. Unable to retrieve the valuable item, she had to act so desperately. Kang Eun-ji flared up at being lectured about timing, firmly asserting that only she had the right to decide her path as a YouTuber. The glaring red error message continuously flickered on her skin like a critical warning from a severely glitching game system. Shattered pixels spread, forming a dazzling, chaotic stream of light, signaling extreme instability. The barcode on her neck frantically glitched and lagged, repeatedly displaying a D4 countdown for several minutes straight, like a ticking time bomb. Kang Eun-ji broke out in a cold sweat as she rewatched the video of herself on her phone, stammering, Unable to comprehend what the hell was happening, Bang Sojun pointed to her side, directly describing the horrifying sight of her body bubbling and displaying game errors all over. He exposed yesterday's lie, asserting that the excruciating pain was due to system errors tormenting her, not poor health. Cornered, the female streamer's shame turned to anger, and she yelled, reproaching him for not asking permission before filming her without consent. She clutched her chest, explaining her 90-day weight loss plan to regain her true figure before the lottery ticket expired. Bang Sojun splashed cold water on her face with a fatal question about the failure rate of that absurd weight loss plan. He delivered the final psychological blow, asserting that the insurance lottery ticket itself would make her complacent and even less determined to change herself. Kang Eunji stubbornly argued with an aggrieved expression, claiming that Bang Sojun, also a lottery ticket user, should fully understand how risky this system item was. She turned away dismissively, firmly stating that even if things went south, she would be the one to suffer, and it had nothing to do with him. Bang Sojun cleaned up while explaining his simple reason. He didn't want to see her suffer. But Kang Eunji immediately snapped back, asking what right he had to lecture her. Mocked by her as a nobody who dared to interfere in her personal affairs, Bang Sojun maintained a cold, unchanging expression in the face of her attack. He lowered his head and apologized for making decisions on her behalf, but his tone was extremely firm as he asserted that their relationship was not that of strangers. Bang Sojun offered a comprehensive support package, promising to carry the team physically, mentally, and financially if she agreed to quit her addiction to that cursed lottery ticket. He looked directly into her eyes and delivered a concise but weighty statement, pledging to protect her during her journey to rediscover herself. However, Bang Sojun's gaze sharpened as he issued an ultimatum, sternly warning her if she stubbornly insisted on finding and using the lottery ticket at all costs. He declared he would cut ties because he couldn't stand by and watch her self-destruct, making Kang Eunji so furious that she clenched her fists, her face darkening as she was pushed to the brink. Unable to swallow her anger, Kang Eunji pointed to the door, screaming for Bang Sojun to get out and forbidding him from ever showing his face to her again, even as he remained kneeling and cleaning. Bang Sojun decisively stood up and left, leaving Kang Eunji still fuming, hiding behind the trash can with a resentful gaze. She stubbornly turned her face away, ignoring Bang Sojun's cold back as he walked straight out the door without looking back. He walked out of the room, the door slowly closing, as if putting an end to this utterly failed negotiation. The door slammed shut with a dry thud, officially severing the last shred of patience between them. The space fell into a deadly silence, leaving only Kang Eunji kneeling alone in the empty and messy room. She collapsed to the floor as if all her strength had left her, letting out a helpless and weary sigh as she called Bang Sojun's name. Her pent-up emotions exploded. Kang Eunji clenched her fists and punched the floor, yelling, questioning why he was cornering her like this. She completely lost control, screaming curses at him, calling him a coward and a bastard to vent all the fury burning within her. Her heavily bandaged right hand suddenly twitched and trembled violently, a numb sensation spreading throughout her arm. Kang Eunji startled, looking down at her disobedient hand, her eyes clearly showing confusion as her body began to signal instability. Kang Eunji's swollen, heavily bandaged right hand was clearly visible, evidence of the price paid after excessive use of her abilities. She gently rubbed the pristine white bandage with her left hand, muttering Bang Sojun's name with endless remorse. Kang Eunji burst into sobs, covering her mouth to stifle her choked cries, and declared that she truly hated him. The clear blue sky drifted idly outside the window, a stark contrast to the gloomy and desperate mood within the room. Faint yellow sunlight shone down on the ground, signaling a long, drawn-out day filled with exhaustion and loneliness. She huddled alone in the spacious living room, her face bowed over her phone, blaming herself for all these terrible things. Her swollen eyes were fixed on the screen, and she bitterly realized this tragedy stemmed from trusting Bang Sojun too much and pouring out her heart to him. An old selfie of her and Bang Sojun smiling brightly under cherry blossoms appeared, making her deeply regret revealing the secret of the winning lottery ticket. Looking back at her radiant smile from 2020, she couldn't understand why he had pushed her to the brink by threatening to cut ties if she continued to use her powers. Her eyes wide with shock and emptiness, Kang Eunji was completely disoriented and wondered what to do next in this dilemma. Kang Eunji thought about returning to the old ATM to try her luck, but then remembered the helmeted thugs must have already smashed that place. She clutched her forehead in helplessness, wondering why her life had become such a mess, even though she thought winning third prize would save her from this headache. The most bitter part was that Bang Sojun's warning had been spot on, making her even more furious at her own mouth, which was faster than her brain. Gruesome images haunted her mind as she recalled her promise to quit, But now that she was forbidden, her craving for power surged stronger than ever. If what he said was true, and her body was riddled with error codes, then the price for this power would surely be far more terrifying than she could imagine. Huddled in the messy room, she was both worried sick about her worn-out body and trembling with fear at the thought of having to hunt for another S-rank lottery ticket. Kang Eunji pressed her phone against her forehead, trying to reassure herself that she wasn't addicted to that power, since she had only used it a few times. The sudden vibrating ring of her phone cut through her tangled thoughts, making her jump. The screen lit up, showing an incoming call from Joram, a name that filled her with extreme tension at this moment. She hastily answered the phone with a panicked expression, reiterated their dinner plans, then immediately fabricated an urgent reason to cancel their joint livestream next week. Kang Eunji fell silent, her face full of question marks, as the other end of the line suddenly went suspiciously quiet. Joram pressed the phone to his terribly bruised face, hearing Eunji's bewildered voice ask if it was him. He spoke in a weak voice, announcing the cancellation of next week's video shoot due to unforeseen circumstances, leaving the other person dumbfounded. Joram appeared with a face that looked like he'd just been visited by some gang, and unexpectedly suggested meeting immediately to drown his sorrows. Eunji frowned suspiciously, wondering what was wrong with this guy that he wanted to meet so urgently at this hour. He scratched his head, explaining over the phone that he had just had an extremely unlucky day. To lift his terrible mood, Joram said he had scrolled through his Kakaotalk friends list to find someone to confide in and feel less sad. He gave a forced, awkward laugh, admitting that even with hundreds of friends on his list, he still felt lonely and hesitant to speak up. Eunji sat with her knees hugged, listening as Joram recounted how he had paused the moment he saw her name on that long list. He concluded with a plausible reason, saying that among his superficial friends full of barriers, he only felt unusually comfortable recalling the time he ate with her and her boyfriend. Joram gave a wry smile, his face swollen like a steamed bun, and brought up how she had once seen him eat crudely, creating a false sense of intimacy. He sat on the sofa, putting on a show of deep introspection, saying he had to gather all his courage to call, and had to be indirect so she couldn't refuse. Eunji sat with her knees hugged in the messy room, admitting that she, too, had just had a terrible day and needed a change of scenery, so she took the bait. Joram continued his clever ploy, suggesting they also go eat with her boyfriend later, to appear chivalrous and not wanting the other person to be alone. She flinched, breaking out in a cold sweat, hastily waved her hand in refusal, and fabricated a story about her boyfriend being swamped with work to seal the deal for just the two of them. Seeing her strong reaction, Joram changed direction, suggesting they meet in Suwon and asking if she knew Saya Park. He rubbed the wound near his eye, seeking pity, while vaguely hinting at an interesting spot near the park that he wanted to take her to. Eunji quickly confirmed the location, but inwardly, a question arose as to why he chose such a remote place. They finalized the meeting for 7 p.m., and she ended the call with a polite reminder to be careful on the way, then hung up. Eunji sprang up with sharp eyes, resolving that if she couldn't get the winning lottery ticket, this would be the last time she got involved with this guy. Kang Eunji was racking her brain, planning her next move to deal with this mess, when she suddenly froze as if encountering a system error. A huge cardboard box sat conspicuously in the middle of the house, leaving her bewildered as to where it came from. It turned out to be the groceries Bang So-jun had brought back from the supermarket yesterday. That guy really was the type to forget things wherever he put them. She squatted down, clicking her tongue, intending to call that reluctant delivery guy back to clean up this mess immediately. But just as she picked up her phone, she paused, remembering their heated argument earlier, and her pride wouldn't allow her to text first. Eunji sat huddled in a corner with her knees hugged, wondering why their relationship was so ruined, and considering using the box as an excuse to meet and reconcile. Without further hesitation, her bandaged hand grabbed the edge of the box, deciding to just take it and figure things out later. The sky transformed with vibrant colors from dusk to night, signaling that preparation time was over. The elevator bell chimed a dry ping, and the digital display indicated the target had reached the 12th floor. The elevator doors slid open with a rustle, revealing Eunji, discreetly dressed, standing tall inside, clutching the box of goods, ready to confront him. Eunji carried the box down the hallway, her mind taut as a bowstring, as she calculated her next move with her stubborn teammate. The target was locked. Door number 1204 loomed ahead like the final boss of this stage. Standing before the door, feeling immense pressure, she hesitated, recalling his cold ultimatum about severing ties over the lottery ticket. Eunji set the box down to relieve some of the burden, then squatted, admitting that despite her bitterness, she didn't want this relationship to be game over. While she was busy with her internal struggle, she froze for 5 seconds upon hearing the shocking news that that scoundrel was crying miserably. Unable to believe her ears, Yoonji pressed close to the window bars to eavesdrop, overhearing the case of someone crying just because the chicken delivery arrived. Inside the room, Suwon swore he saw tears fall, while Eunji stared through the bars like an undercover agent. Mingyu seized the opportunity, pulled out his phone, intending to record an embarrassing video to emotionally blackmail his friend, who was lying flat on the bed. Bang Sojun was completely covered by the blanket like a caterpillar, in full-time self-isolation mode, refusing to recharge despite his friend's invitations. Seeing his friend starving since morning, Mingyu began to question humanity and directly asked if he was involved in another drama with Kang Eunji yesterday. Bang Seojun lay silently on the bed like a soulless corpse, his back to the world, refusing all attempts at communication. He covered his head completely with the blanket to escape reality, yelling that nothing was wrong, but his cowering actions betrayed his extreme weakness. Mingyu and Suwon looked at each other, breaking out in a cold sweat, as they both realized the root cause of this pathetic breakdown was none other than Kang Eunji. While Bang Sojun was silently crying, soaking his pillow with injustice, his two best friends put their heads together, dissecting theories about yesterday's fateful encounter. Kang Eunji froze completely behind the window bars when she heard Mingyu bluntly declare that the guy had just confessed his feelings and been brutally rejected by her. Mingyu spun a wild tale about an 8-year unrequited love, leaving Suwon dumbfounded as he listened to this convincingly fabricated story. The girl outside believed it wholeheartedly, her face flushing crimson as she dramatized herself as the romance novel heroine who had cruelly trampled his heart. Kang Eunji covered her mouth in astonishment, her brain racing as she deluded herself into thinking that Bang Sojun had truly harbored a secret crush on her all this time. Kang Eunji quickly regained her composure, shouting, "Bang Sojun's name to wake him up and demand an explanation, and also to claim the fried chicken that was past its delivery time." Without waiting for a reply, Kang Eunji rushed off like a whirlwind to check if the delivery person had left the food at the door, as her stomach was protesting. The door to room 1204 was tightly shut with a cold electronic lock, concealing the secrets within. Bang Sojun pushed the door open and stepped out with an utterly bewildered expression, completely unaware of the storm brewing because of him. He looked down at the cardboard box lying haphazardly on the ground and mumbled to his friends that this was definitely not fried chicken. The quiet park scene under the moonlight, where the female lead's deeply embarrassing internal monologue was about to unfold. Kang Eunji walked through the park like a lost soul, her mind reeling with the shocking question of whether Bang Sojun truly liked her. She placed a hand on her chest to calm her racing heart, wondering if he was the type of person who would only notice her after she had successfully lost weight. But she immediately dismissed that thought, remembering his previous act of burning the winning lottery ticket without hesitation to save her. Kang Eunji steps faltered. Her yellow shoes stuck to the ground as her brain began to connect the dots about the 8 years of unrequited love. Her face was blank with emotion as she realized the possibility that he had secretly harbored feelings for her even when she was an obese woman. Kang Eunji looked down at herself, psychologically shaken by the thought that he had loved the terrible version of her that she herself despised. Kang Eunji clutched her rapidly beating chest, sweat pouring down as she wondered why her heart was betraying her, pounding so fast it was incomprehensible. She bowed her head, admitting that there were moments when she tried to deny everything, hypnotizing herself into believing it was just a fool's delusion. Looking up at the night sky, Kang Eunji was utterly bewildered, asking herself why he could possibly like her and what had made him fall for her for 8 long years. The dim streetlights witnessed her helplessness as she had dozens of questions she wanted to blurt out but had to swallow them back due to the current situation. Looking at her heavily bandaged hand, she realized that today's events had not only caused a great wound for her, but also a painful slap for Bang Sojun. Her injured hand reached out into the faint streetlight, as if trying to grasp some invisible answer in the silent night. Kang Eunji decided to temporarily put aside the matter of the winning lottery ticket, as she couldn't retrieve it right now, and accepted living a normal life as before. She naively believed that if she simply disappeared and avoided him, he would gradually forget her existence over time. While engrossed in her escape plan, the phone in her pocket suddenly vibrated violently, accompanied by a red lightning bolt signaling trouble, making her jump. Bang Seojun appeared with a bruised face as if he had just returned from battle, holding his phone to announce he was waiting for her at the fountain and asking where she was. The quiet fountain scene at night was bathed in faint yellow light, creating a meeting place that was both romantic and tense. Kang Eunji held the phone to her ear, her eyes darting around the fountain area, but she still couldn't spot the other party. Bang Sojun appeared in the brightly lit area with his striking smoke-colored hair, his face bruised but calmly announcing his location over the phone. He waved as soon as he saw the brown-haired girl, while Kang Eunji was still bewildered, unable to fully process the situation. As soon as she saw his battered face, Kang Eunji frantically rushed towards him like a whirlwind, shouting and asking who had beaten him up so badly. She ran desperately towards him, her face changing color and her voice faltering with worry over his injuries. While running, Kang Eunji abruptly stopped and let out a shriek, utterly shocked by Bong So-jun's ruined appearance up close. A close-up of Bong So-jun's face with a huge bruise on his right cheek, yet he still wore a bright smile as if these injuries were merely decorations. He leaned against the brightly lit ATM booth with an extremely relaxed demeanor, casually asking if he had just startled her. Kang Eunji broke out in a cold sweat, her mind spinning, unable to comprehend this bizarre situation, and could only stammer out an awkward confirmation. Kang Eunji stood frozen, her eyes wide open, her brain seemingly crashed by this awkward situation. She broke out in a cold sweat, flailing her arms and legs wildly to cover her embarrassment, realizing that his appearance up close was many times more pathetic than from afar. Bong So-jun fabricated an incredibly far-fetched reason about falling down the stairs, then playfully joked that if his handsome face was ruined, at least he'd get to rest at home. He casually fanned himself with his sunglasses, explaining nonchalantly that he had to take them off because this park was as bleak as a hopeless future. Bang So-jun pressed his bruised face close to the frame, gave a wry smile, and said he chose this spot to stake out because the light here was unusually dazzling. Kang Eunji gave a robotic, forced laugh, her mouth agreeing but her mind constantly connecting the dots, sensing something was off about his reason. The brightly lit SATM sign caught her eye, making her begin to doubt the unbelievably coincidental arrangement of this meeting location. She lowered her head to hide her expression, wondering if this was a psychological tactic that Joram was using to test her. Kang Eunji was utterly stunned as her brain quickly formed a shocking hypothesis. Joram could very well be an S-lottery system player, just like her. Bang So-jun stood prominently in the purple light with a knowing smirk, exuding the dangerous aura of someone holding all the cards in this game. Joram suddenly countered by asking why the other person kept staring at him, making Kang Eunji jump, quickly covering her mouth, as if caught red-handed. Her gaze was fixed on the other person's right hand, meticulously bandaged finger by finger, as her mind began to connect the dots. Memories flooded back. She recalled her own bloody injury from years ago, located precisely on her right hand, a coincidence that couldn't be ignored. Kang Eunji's brain worked incredibly fast, asserting that the injury could only have been caused by trying to pull an item out of the narrow slot of an S-lottery vending machine. Joram gave a calculating smirk, telling himself that he had identified Kang Eunji, and if she wanted to play the innocent role, he was ready to play along to the end. He feigned an apology for staring, then immediately shifted his attack to Kang Eunji's severely injured hand with a facade of concern. Kang Eunji broke out in a cold sweat but still forced an artificial smile, making up a story that she had fallen flat on her face while jogging to cover up her injury. Joram's eyes narrowed suspiciously, his mouth humming in feigned belief at the absurd reason of falling off a bike and getting injured, but he knew she was making things up. Not letting the atmosphere dampen, he quickly changed the subject to food and invited her to a restaurant he had been eyeing. The two walked down the street, causing the pedestrians to incessantly whisper and gossip about Joram's face, which looked like he'd been run over by a car, but he remained unfazed. Joram put on his sunglasses to hide his bruised, panda-like face, then mockingly told Kang Eunji not to run away out of shyness. He breathed a sigh of relief when he saw the SATM machine still intact, already planning how to ensure Kang Eunji would continue to grind lottery tickets for him. Memories of the pitch-dark ATM booth when Kang Eunji was inside resurfaced, an unusual detail, game bug, that made him suspicious. Joram adjusted his glasses with a dangerous look. He knew very well that the lights inside the booth never turned off for genuine S-lottery ticket buyers. Kang Eunji also put on her glasses to hide her emotions, deciding to temporarily set aside her questions and focus on playing the role of a close ally to gain trust. She calculated deeply that if she could make a good impression today, these people would automatically crawl to her for help when they were in dire straits. While engrossed in her schemes, Kang Eunji suddenly flinched, turning sharply and looking around as if someone had locked onto her as a target. Her eyes widened in panic, suspecting that Joram had teamed up with the robbers to set a trap and ambush her right here. Kang Eunji scanned the entire park, sighing in relief when she didn't see any strange masks, feeling more at ease with the dense crowd of pedestrians, acting as a shield. Kang Eunji's eyes swept over the crowd in the park, secretly assessing whether they would dare to cause trouble in such a crowded place. She began to scrutinize Joram's identity, wondering why he didn't have a barcode on his neck if he was truly an lottery system user. While engrossed in thoughts of money and the foolish Bang Sojun, a sudden call from behind made her freeze. Joram suddenly appeared like a ghost, placing a hand on her shoulder, making Kang Eunji jump in fright, her eyes wide with terror. Pressed about her secretive behavior, she quickly fabricated a silly excuse about smelling delicious food to cover up the suspicion. Joram's mocking laughter didn't last long before his rumbling, empty stomach protested with an embarrassing growl. Before he could revel in it, Kang Eunji's stomach also rumbled in response, creating a disastrous duet between two people trying to keep up appearances. She tried to maintain her image as a dainty eater, vehemently denying her hunger even as her disloyal stomach refused to stay silent. Finally, Kang Eunji, embarrassed and angry, burst out yelling, but Joram quickly sealed the deal and dragged her off to eat immediately. Joram pointed the way with an excited expression, chattering about how much he craved home-cooked food to win her over after the hungry stomach incident. He walked, looking back suspiciously, intending to change their plan to a different dish, but Kang Eunji firmly decided to stick to the original plan. She brushed aside all doubts about his identity, vowing to herself that from now on, she would keep her mouth shut and absolutely not utter a word about the lottery system. Memories of misplaced trust, like tattered lottery tickets, resurfaced, reminding her that the price of naivety was too high. Kang Eunji's eyes sharpened. She decided to use his own tactics against him, employing a test of character to expose the true face of this young master. She stopped abruptly, observing her target ahead, having already prepared a safe escape plan in her mind should she discover him to be a threat. Joram's urging call startled her out of her thoughts, and she quickly rushed forward to avoid being left behind. The brightly glowing SATM sign caught her eye. A system withdrawal station unexpectedly appeared right where he had led her. The bustling night street scene unfolded, where the secrets of the system players were hidden behind the dazzling lights. A notice stating a 1-week closure due to personal reasons hit them both like a splash of cold water. Joram lamented regretfully, his dining dreams shattered, while Kang Eunji quickly asked for suggestions on where to go next to save time. The young master's face fell, and he whined that he craved a delicious home-cooked meal like the one Head had at her place last time, making the atmosphere heavy. Kang Eunji narrowed her eyes, reassessing the situation. Seeing his obvious disappointment, it seemed he genuinely just wanted to eat, and had no dark schemes as she had imagined. Memories of his enthusiastic eating habits from the other day flooded back, proving that he was a true food lover, not just putting on an act. She began to waver, wondering if his serious words on the phone earlier were sincere or just a psychological ploy. Watching Joram put his sunglasses back on to hide his bruises, Kang Eunji secretly hoped he wasn't a bad person, and that everything that happened was just a coincidence. After some consideration, her eyes lit up as she settled on a new plan, intending to take him to another place to satisfy their hunger. Kang Eunji called Joram's name, startling him into a daze, still not understanding what was about to happen with this meal plan. Kang Eunji quickly sealed the deal by suggesting she take Joram to one of her favorite spots, a place she guaranteed he would love. The two instantly teleported to the entrance of Jawang Restaurant, where a bright red sign beckoned hungry diners. The atmosphere in the restaurant grew tense as Joram shoveled rice like a bulldozer, making the restaurant owner standing nearby widen her eyes in astonishment. The young master cast aside his image, continuously shoveling rice into his mouth at lightning speed, despite still wearing his sunglasses. Seeing the restaurant owner whispering suspiciously about his friend's injuries and appetite, Kang Eunji had to deploy her lying skill, claiming he had just fallen down the stairs to brush it off. The restaurant owner recognized the celebrity and immediately changed her attitude, warmly promising more free food, making Joram nod gratefully as he chewed. After his battle with the dishes, Joram awkwardly apologized for his crude eating habits, but Kang Eunji just chuckled and told him to feel free to let loose. Just as the atmosphere was easing, Kang Eunji suddenly froze, cold sweat breaking out as her eyes darted towards the entrance with a look of deep suspicion. The scene outside the glass door suddenly became unusually quiet, signaling that trouble was brewing. Joram wondered about her heightened vigilance and then casually asked if they should call her boyfriend to eat at his mother's restaurant with them. Kang Eunji broke out in a cold sweat, quickly scratching her cheek and fabricating a story that her boyfriend was swamped with work to prevent disaster. No sooner had she finished speaking than Bang Sojun pushed the door open, calling for his mother to deliver something, shocking Kang Eunji so much that her eyes nearly popped out of her head from such quick karma. Bang Sojun froze for a few seconds at the ironic situation, then bewilderedly asked who had dared to claim him as their boyfriend. Joram confidently lowered his sunglasses, revealing his bruised face, and grinned as he greeted his old acquaintance with a nonchalant attitude, as if there had never been a separation. Ignoring Joram's obviously fake explanation about falling down the stairs, Bang Seojun remained suspicious and pressed him on how he had found his way to his territory. The naive young master immediately sold out his teammate, pointing to the floor and saying that the guide was flattened under the table. Bang Seojun raised an eyebrow in confusion, his sharp gaze darting downwards to check who was playing hide-and-seek in his family's restaurant. Kang Eunji cowered under the table, utterly humiliated, while Bang Seojun looked down with a speechless, helpless expression. Kang Eunji scrambled out, drenched in sweat, awkwardly greeted Joram, and asked about his meal to cover her embarrassment from the failed hide-and-seek. Bang Seojun watched this disastrous scene with lifeless eyes, not bothering to show any emotion, as if looking at a glitching NPC. He turned away abruptly and heartlessly, coldly informing his mother that he had dropped off his things and was making an urgent exit. Even as Kang Eunji tried to call out to him to explain, Bang Seojun flatly refused, citing that someone was waiting, treating her as if she were invisible. The formidable delivery guy, just as he was stepping out the door, turned back to tease Joram, telling the rich guy to remember to pay triple to make up for it, then waved goodbye. Bang Seojun's figure glided past the glass door outside, leaving Kang Eunji frozen in complete disregard. The door slammed shut with a bang, ending all her hopes of civilized communication with her pseudo-boyfriend. Joram continued eating nonchalantly and teased that her boyfriend was sulking because he was left out, making Kang Eunji turn back to tell him to eat slowly. Kang Eunji's face hardened with seriousness. She decided to rush outside to have a proper talk with that difficult delivery guy.